Niggas loving my music, it's like some sex shit. Niggas trying to grip up the mic like it's a dick. Run around the corner to pick up the new shit. Extras in the deck so niggas can catch crack. I'm the motherfucker gripping the mic like it's a joke. Niggas fall in love with the music like it's a hoe. Put down your mic, you lost your whole flow. You take it too seriously like it's a gamble. Fuck this rap shit, I listen to classical. In the studio, new as usual. Love it, my lyrical. For bitches that you would know. I'm out of this, cause you wanna be below. Job niggas in love with the S. Y'all niggas in love with the S. Blah, blah, blah. Don't fall in love. Think you do. Don't sell yourself to fall in love. Think you do. Yeah, JD, man, that's true sometimes. I sit and wonder when I think about these written rhymes. How did I get to the point where constantly taking all my time? Time I could have been spending getting cash and getting mine. Hoping one day it comes around, one day when I'm the nigga getting money, getting cash, getting signed. Getting the fuck out the ghetto because I'm tired of crime. But it's a crime that I feel is fucking waste sometimes. But sometimes I feel like this shit here's a waste of time. Yours are mine to these niggas out here trying to rhyme. For your reason, better show up be genuine. I do it because it gives me absorb peace of mind. For the love, don't sell yourself for in love. Think you do. Don't sell yourself to fall in love. Think you do. Fall in love.
It's a doctrine, could be a single. Get out in the crowd and mingle. Watch her shine like a diamond, make her tingle. Be in control, eat her with the tongue. Let her move her bra, take her pants off. We can dance off, but they gonna make her moist. Take her home. Hello, take up on the hill. I body the track like a body bag. When people get jet lag, I cop a jag. I guess you got security covering your ass. Roaches get sprayed with black flag. You in the middle of the highway, sound like you want to race drag. Free race while you play tag. Work and wash my shirt, now you a mate tag. Damon came in with Raymond. Your stripper saw money raining. Firemen with fungus socks started hating. Now you going through verbal rehabilitation. Castoria left him frustrated, unknown in the yellow pages. Super fine in VIP with my finger up in the anus. Your man faking like he ain't see when I came in. Busting nutties on these thong honeys. Got a million rappers silly putty. Starsky put him up on the hutchies. I do it without coke and Dutchies. Rap you dummies like a mummy. Your suckers body with puppies. Nobody cried at me in Huggies. Everybody in rap happy go lucky. Get out the Lambo sunroof, she wanna suck me. Bet if she wet, your truck lease toilet when you shot call it. Flush whatever you got, let them flow X-lax. Let them flow X-lax. Let them flow X-lax. Let them flow. Be in control, eat her with the dime. Let her move her bra, take her pants off. We can dance off, but they gonna make her moist. Take her home. They paranoid playing with Care Bear toys. Watch they reflect, spit what come out they butt like brown grits. Be silent, don't make noise. NFL, you can play with the dinosaur tail. Try to roll in the end zone like a coin. Your wife danced for me and the Baker boys. She rocking white panties in bed with Roy, eating Chips Ahoy. Don't let the preacher baptize you and dip you, boy. 100 outside, I'm hot right now in gray corduroys. Don't become a burden if you're allergic. Any pee stain gets soaked out, shout if you working. Your aunt with glasses, Star Trek like LeVar Burton. Monkey stand still, what you doing? Water squirting in the circus. Mini jerking and nervous. Washing my nutsack, you so determined. Cause you win a little ham in Birmingham. Like soccer balls, don't make me talk to you in German. When you put your perm in, tell Karen to tell your parents they can run errands. Get circumcised and become Hank Aaron. Mini spit with a G-string in the cannon. White with a napkin and panic. Let him think manic. Wearing men thongs in the hammock. Let him quirk while he swallow a Xanax. and next. Be in control, eat her with the tongue. Let her move her bra, take her pants off. Be in control, eat her with the tongue. Let her move her bra, take her pants off. We can dance off, but finger make her moist.
Watch the Black Panthers cover them in Black Panthers. Watch their English like Downey, who's supposed to be Blondie and Richard Roundtree. And he come off my DICK. Come see me in flare pants, running these streets like a BG. Or where you from, Luigi? Gas out your ASS. I guess you sit on the hit leaking. Chuck E. Cheese, that's where you get your ticks for your freebies. In 3D, I see you coming up in the D-League.
Be in control, eat her with the tongue. Let her move her bra, take her pants off. We can dance off, but finger make her moist. Take her home. Hello, pick up on this. Be in control, eat her with the tongue. Let her move her bra, take her pants off. We can dance off, but finger make her moist. Take her home. Hello, pick up on this. Pick up on this.
As I pondered the thought of evolving as an artist, I was inside of my office meditating in the darkness. An uncomfortable pounding was hitting in my chest. When the patient walked in, I was sitting at my desk. As my thought reached this height, the room became bright. Then I stood up and slapped him for turning on the light. Then I told him to be seated as he started to explain how the negative influences have targeted his brain.
The ratchet is defeated, my ability to fight it. I know that it's atrocious, but somehow I've grown to like it.
In 1 minute, I deciphered the symptoms. Shut up and listen. You've been poisoned and conditioned through audio repetition in media, false religions, and visual exhibitions. The medicine to the sickness requires no prescription. I opened up a cabinet, a container was revealed. Then I told him to be still, lay back, and take this pill.
What are you trying to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you.
You'll thank me when I'm through. I'm going to deprogram you.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to deprogram you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you.
You'll thank me when I'm through. Just let me deprogram you.
It was obvious his mind was rejecting because he was choking. 3 seconds after we took it, his body started convulsing. I've been doing this for years. I'm trained. I'm not a novice, so I recognize quickly an exorcism was in progress. The process wasn't clean. He was harder to redeem. This was one of the most extreme cases I'd ever seen. I expect a little resistance, but never a rejecter. Hooked his brain up to this thing that showed his thoughts on a projector screen. Every idea and dream he ever dreamed. Told my secretary Jean to bring me a nectarine. As I ate it, I sit back and let the method take its course. If he wound back, eventually landing at the source. When the needle spiked hard, I got anxious. I saw how the dangerous language came through his subconscious chambers, initiating gradual changes that were rendering him brainless. The power blew and shorted out the main switch. What are you trying to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you.
You'll thank me when I'm through. I'm going to deprogram you.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to deprogram you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you.
You'll thank me when I'm through. Just let me deprogram you.
My maintenance coordinator powered the generator. Then I placed him in the great situational simulator. Filled his conscience with both beneficial and nonsense. Featured good and evil and monitored his responses. With weaker content, his vessel paraded about anything positive. He regurgitated it out. I leaned over the table. The screen, don't let it break you. This fake music was specially designed to overtake you. The superficial nature of this garbage I reveal. It's an audio mirage. This stuff is not even real. It's only a spell they sent to keep your true potential in the basement. The myth is strategic radio placement. I thought it would get better, but then I saw no chances. He started yelling, turn up, and doing funny dances. He seemed to be getting worse than he was when he came in. I hollered for my intern to come help me restrain him. He would die if I couldn't stop the ignorance from reigning. The clock was ticking down, only 2 minutes remaining. To save him, I was racing, but he gave no indication. My track record's impeccable. I've never lost a patient, so failure I never knew. Each second the pressure grew. Came to the conclusion there was only one thing left to
table next to him told my intern to connect me and effectively inject more intellectually was stable, similar to car batteries connected with jumper cables. But if it didn't work, I would lose all my brain fluid. My intern said, please don't. I said, shut up and do it. When he plugged me in to try it, sparks flew from the wires. The lights were flicking on and off. The room was on fire and purple. Communication after that was non-verbal. The screen said, total completion of transfer. The course that ran thorough, but something was still concerning. Inside us, both of us were lay motionless on the gurney. The patient's eyes open as the sun beamed through the window. My team started removing the cords from my temples. He raised up and said he was ill. The method's proven. They waited for me to respond. Still, I wasn't moving. They entertained the thought that I had let my tactics break me. They did everything in their power to resuscitate me. One of them read the Bible as I laid there idle, and multiple devices were used to check the vitals. They shocked me, medicated me, but still wasn't recovering. They worked to bring me back a whole hour, but still nothing. They're grateful for my sacrifice and all of my devotion. They drove me 700 miles and placed me in the ocean. I floated out to sea as they cried and started grieving. They stayed the entire evening, said some words before leaving. They traveled home mourning the demise of the doctor. Returned to the facility to empty out their lockers. They came back to the building, walked inside and nearly lost it. Looked down the hall and saw me watching TV in my office, drinking a cup of coffee, relaxed, trying to chill. As the patient tried to hug me, I just handed him the bill. Everyone was like, we thought you had suffered sure disaster. I said, yes, I know. That's why you're the students and I'm the master. Now get back to work.
What's going on with y'all? Concentrated, focused, you know, on this irrevocable mess that we've all become situated to. You know what I mean? And it's another cold day in hell. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, bless you guys for being out here with me on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm still getting situated here, but you know, I wanted to touch upon this subject with almost zero preparation, as per my usual you know, deal here. But you know, we're gonna be touching on a subject in terms of Islamic modernism. Okay, and in terms of you know, what are we going to be covering in that domain? Well, it's going to be a series of concepts and ideals that moves Islam into the modern age, you know, and kind of adjust it to the modern age in terms of introducing all sorts of concepts of statecraft, you know, and we're going to be looking at some of the names associated with these movements, you know, including the ones that, you know, are responsible for starting some of the terrorist activities, you know, that we see. And you see that some of these revolutionary movements, although they're started by, you know, Muslims, you know, those who are colloquially considered Muslims, you know, they've also adjusted themselves to the modern era. So we're going to be looking at some of these names, starting with this guy right here, Abdul Wahab. You know, and you guys might not understand that a lot of the new type of Islam that comes out, you know, this guy invented his own form of Islam, kind of like a Protestant version of Islam, you know, and you could say that the Saudi Arabian state and the state of Israel are kind of sister states. They're both created by the British government, right? So we have to remember that they kind of, you know, follow one specific school of thought within Islam. See, this person was a Hanbali. You know, that's not the majority. The majority of the scholarship in the Sunni school is Hanafi, you know, but yeah, this Hanbali school, you know, and the Wahhabi school of jurists, you know, you can see right here that this person was born in the 1700s. Okay, so he's far removed from any of the changes, that took place, up until the 1500s, but you got this kind of new form of Islam. See, Hasidism, you know, which is, the modern Orthodox is a spinoff. The Orthodox Judaism is a spinoff of Hasidism, and Hasidism itself was born in Europe in 1500s in Poland. So you have Hasidism and Wahhabism. Okay, you have a Jewish reconstruction of the religion, and you have an Islamic reconstruction of the religion happening at this time, before the 1800s, right? And then in the 1800s, you have the beginning of the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and the raising up of the whole entire project there, of Israel, so it's interesting that the formulation of Saudi Arabia after the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire, right, and the entire project for Israel, are inextricably related, and you have the Saud family taking over in Saudi Arabia, and they are not the ancestral clan, or whatever you want to say, of Arabs that really governed that area, or really ruled in that area for a long time, So you had those people put in control over these guys. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. Jamal Uddin Afghani, commonly known as El Afghani, was a political activist and Islamic ideologist who traveled throughout the Muslim world in the late 19th century. He is one of the founders of Islamic modernism. Okay. So Islamic modernism, it says, is a movement that has been described as the first Muslim ideological response to the Western cultural challenge. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. Modern values such as democracy, rights, rationality, equality, and progress. Okay. So this was a critical response to Western value systems, especially liberal, value systems. Okay. And some of this ideology, was made by these kind of guys. And this guy has a mysterious origin. And he's related to the occult, See, look at this right here. It says, while in Egypt, Afghani sought the removal of ruling regime of Ismail Pasha of Egypt, which he viewed as pro-British, and used Freemasonry as an organizational base for his political activities. During this period, Afghani had also considered assassinating Khedive Ismail. He perceived Freemasonry as a means of advancing his anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, pan-Islamic causes. Okay, Afghani's political activities would play a decisive role in overthrowing Ismail from the throne and bringing Tufik Pasha as Khedive. However, local Masons asserted that they were not interested in politics and sought reconciliation with the British Empire. When Afghani warned that the lodge was not a political platform, he replied, quote, "I've seen a lot of odd things in this country, Egypt, but I would never have thought that the cowardice would infiltrate the ranks of Masonry to such an extent. Around 1875 or 1976, an incident wherein Masons lavishly praised a British imperial visitor as a major reason for Afghani quitting of Freemasonry. After realizing the indifference of Masons and their political subservience to the British Empire, Afghani eventually left Freemasonry. Okay, so these guys who are extremely influential at the time, you know, they're formers of this ideology, and and it's not all of these types of guys. You know, there's Persians. You know, there's also, you know, uh, from my home country of Pakistan. And there's lots of interesting thinkers. You know, we got the Sufis in Turkey and in Pakistan and India. You know, and these guys followed a radical version of Sunni Islamic tradition. They were definitely, some of them were pushing the boundaries of Sunni Islamic tradition, and thinking of all types of spiritual components. You know, they had all sorts of sort of pseudo, I would say, like tantric, like sort of practices in terms of, you know, subjecting themselves to pain or something like that. You know, they had in the Twelver religion, they kind of have this kind of self flagellation type of thing, which is really interesting. In the fakir tradition, they have this kind of, you know, danger seeking type of thing. So you have all these arcane traditions popping up in terms of the Ottoman Empire and the Naqshbandis and all of these types of Islamic outfits. So you have an expansion of Islam on both levels. You have an expansion of Islam in terms of the spiritual components, the mysticism. You have the invasion of mysticism on the one end, and then you have the invading doctrines of modernism on the other end. These are both characteristic of the 1800s, the world change that was happening in the 1800s. The battle between spiritualism, you know, um, and scientism that became basically modernism is a synthesis between these two. It's really a synthesis between, it's casting aside the spiritual and moving into the scientific and the artistic, logos and eros, you know. Yeah. The Shia, the Shia are kind of interesting, in this. Which Muslims are the most traditional? Well, see, some of these sects, you know, it's kind of like saying who's the majority of Muslims, because Shias have traditions that go back to the original time as well. So you have the Shias, you have the Sunnis. The Sunnis are the majority. Then you have the Shias. The Shias are broken into different groups. There's two sects of Shias. There's Ismailis and there's Twelvers. And the Twelvers kind of believe that there's these 12 imams, that ruled in the past. It's also about the future rule of the Mahdi. So they're looking for a theopolitical state to emerge in the future, similar to Jews and Christians. Okay. But in terms of the Sunnis, okay, the Sunnis are not waiting for a theopolitical state to emerge, but they are simply looking to impose the Sharia law that they have on the books. And that is the consensus opinion of the scholars. Okay. Shias don't believe in such things. Okay. They believe that the imam rule, that we choose a leader and imam, okay, to rule. Whereas Sunnis kind of believe that, it's more about the traditions. So Sunnis say we have to establish the traditions, and establish the caliphate. Whereas Shias say we have to establish the imam, which is the leader of the faithful. So there's a difference there, in terms of, just the political differences. But both of them move into the modern age. Both of them move right into the modern age easily, easily. And there is the practice of these things like Freemasonry that's involved in proliferating these things. And these things have spread to places like Egypt at this time in the 1700s. Okay. Now, let me read some of this about Rene Guénon. Okay. Papist. Okay. Okay. Let me read some of this about Rene Guénon. Rene Guénon was associated with Charles Maurras. Guénon was the founder of Traditionalism, derived from universalist principles of Sufism, primarily through the influence of Abdul Qadir al-Jazari. Guénon had been originally initiated into Sufism in 1910, affected by Swedish theosophist and convert to Islam Ivan Agueli, who was interested in both Sufism and the Jewish Kabbalah. Following his conversation, Agueli took the name of Abdul Hadi. Guénon's initiation was performed under the authority of Abdul Qadir al Jazari's friend, Sheikh Ilayash al Kabir, Freemason and head of the Maliki Madhab at Al Azhar University. Okay. So if you look up these guys, let me look some of these guys up. Abdul Qadir al Jazari. Abdul Qadir al Jazari. We're going to look this guy up. Jugurta. Okay, let's go ahead and see what this guy's about. Jazari. He's responsible for converting Rene Guénon, And yeah, let me get here. Modern Jugurta. Okay, look at this. Jugurtan was a king of Numidia. When the Numidian king Mekipsa, who had adopted Jugurta, died in 118 BC, Jugurta and his two adoptive brothers, Himpsal and Adherbal, succeeded him. Okay, see, an Islamic scholar and Sufi. Okay. See, Sufi is Islamic mysticism. Okay, is a mystic body of religious practice found within Islam. Okay. And if you look up when Sufism really rose up, see, it's gonna tell you some fuck shit. But look at this. If you go down here, it's gonna be honestly. Let's see, history, origins, all right. Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna lie and say it was there since the beginning. But yeah, a lot of this. Okay, as an Islamic discipline, let's see this. Ibn Taymiyyah is talking about them, isn't he? In this commentary, Ibn Taymiyyah stresses the primacy of Sharia forms as the soundest tradition in Tasawwuf to argue his points. Quotes a dozen masters. This is all just nonsense. Yeah, fuck Wikipedia. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that this dude during the French invasion of Algeria, okay, it's a very interesting time, okay. But yeah, definitely a time of colonial ties with that region, and you can tell by what the Saudis and the oil rich Arabs are involved with today. They're really involved in a lot of trade, if you will, you know. But yeah, this guy here, okay, it said his consistent regard for what would now be called human rights, especially as regard his Christian opponents, drew widespread admiration and critical intervention to save the Christian community of Damascus from a massacre in 1860, brought honors and rewards from around the world within Algeria. He was able to unite many Arab and Berber tribes to resist the spread of French colonization. Okay. So it's interesting. About the call to modern Western values within the Islamic tradition. And of course, this is a response to the cultural and technological success of the West at the time, due to colonial expansion. They were taking these new looks at the Islamic tradition, and trying to fashion out some um, some changes in doctrines that would facilitate technological, economic, and even democratic principles such as human rights. Let me look at this. Ilyash Kabir. Let's take a look at him. And then we'll take a look at some other thinkers that have brought Islam into the modern age. You know, and then we'll get up in some other shit, But it says here that this fella Ilyash Al Kabir, was the head of the Maliki order. And if you look at the Maliki order, it's very interesting the kind of principles they follow in terms of they have a very interesting order of of traditions. You know, they have a very strict order of traditions. You know, and these strict orders is where one can hide all sorts of initiations. You know, if you're not careful. You know, so it's interesting that these guys came out with that. You know, they practice Freemasonry, and they were the head of Islamic institutions. Let's take a look at these guys. Muhammad Iqbal is an interesting thinker. You know, Muhammad Iqbal. Let's take a look at this. You know, because this is a poet, you know, from Pakistan, you know, really the country where I was born. And he brought a lot of modern ideas, including ideas like Nietzsche, you know, Indian Muslim. You know, he wrote a poem called Moses Rod that was written in the Nietzschean form of poetry. You know, so he traveled to Germany. He read, uh, you know, he read all sorts of, you know, Western philosophy. You know, and he came back to Pakistan and he started an independent movement there. But his views are surprisingly modern. You know, he saw the modern state as a replacement for Sharia law. You know, see, look, higher education in Europe. You know, okay, and see his doctoral thesis, the development of metaphysics in Persia. Very interesting. Okay, okay, and he's quoted. He's actually quoted in the Hamas charter. You know, but it says, see, look, he's influenced by Goethe's Faust, you know, as Nietzsche was, you know, but it's interesting, you know, these guys come up, you know, another interesting name is Shariarty, Ali Shariarty. You know, you guys ever heard of Ali Shariarty? But yeah, you have all of these Islamic thinkers, you know, uh, and some of the people here, they were influenced by Nietzsche. You know, sociology of religion, ideologue of the Islamic Revolution, okay, in Iran, all right. And if you look at the revolution in Iran and you look at the thoughts of Khomeini, you know, he, just like Sayyid Qutb, wanted to combine aspects of revolutionary and modern socialism, you know, into the Islamic doctrine. You know, so they wanted to combine ideas of socialism, the technological state, you know, into the modern Islamic state. Okay. This was one of their projects, right? So they got into that. Then when you get into Sayyid Qutb, okay, you know, Sayyid Qutb was from America, really. You know, the guy who founded the Muslim Brotherhood, you know, it's interesting, you know, and I'm gonna play something for you guys because this is gonna be an interesting kind of look, and it's also gonna promote the work of my friend Chad Haig as I get some interesting things together. But yeah, the philosophy of Sayyid Qutb based on America, you know, his view of America. Let's take a look at some of this, guys. And I'll be right back with you guys, man.
recording from southern India. I'd like to start a series of videos on the philosophy of Sayyid Qutb, starting with an in-depth analysis of his well-known essay, The America That I Have Seen. This is a response to a request from one of my patrons to add him to the list of forbidden thinkers. You know, we've been examining the school forbidden texts, and I agree, it doesn't get much more forbidden than a guy who is mostly known as being one of the intellectual influences on none other than Osama bin Laden himself. In fact, the essay we'll examine today, The America That I Have Seen, his observations of actually living in America and seeing what a decadent civilization it had become, were actually things he observed while.
Okay, so this guy influenced Osama bin Laden and lived in America. Okay, and he wrote about the American Democratic Project. What do you actually thought of it? You know, so it's fascinating, all right?
At the same university which I attended in undergrad. In fact, I have vague memories at that campus that people would joke, oh, you know, this is the school which one of the guys who inspired bin Laden visited back in the day, and he was so disgusted with what he saw in this place that he drafted up this radically anti-American ideology as a result. You know, there was this urban legend, I recall, to this day about this guy himself on that campus. Although this is what he is primarily known for, I think most people would be quite surprised in actually reading him to see how much common ground he has with someone like Ted Kaczynski or Jacques Ellul in the critique of technology, how much common ground he has with Julius Evola or René Guénon in the critique of materialism, how much common ground even with someone like Hans Hermann Hoppe from anarcho-capitalism in the critique of what I call the power leak and the problems of collectivization generating more waste and yet also higher costs, less competence, etc. There's connections like this to be observed if you are willing to engage even with a fairly controversial thinker with an open mind, and that is what we'll try to do in this video. So I'd just like to begin with the disclaimer that this video is for educational purposes alone. Purpose of this video is not to promote theories as true or refute them as false. It's simply to allow a discussion of something which might be extremely controversial, but is still worthy of considering on philosophical grounds, which if you have an open mind, I think it is worth your time to at least consider the specific arguments which he makes against things like technology and collectivism, materialism, etc. So Sayyid Qutb opens the essay by noting the irony that America, although it is the ultimate materialistic pseudo-civilization, it actually occupies a much bigger place in the realm of imagination than it does in the geographical space itself. In other words, the mystical appeal of the idea of America is actually a lot more fascinating than the place itself. If you actually go there, you'll just find a fairly dull set of consumerist pseudo-experiences and a bunch of shoddily made plastic toys. And yet there is a very strange and often unacknowledged common denominator, which you will find no matter which object within America you examine. And that is the common memological shape of limitlessness. You have this expectation of limitless wealth, material wealth being a realistic thing to pursue. You have an expectation that limitless pleasure is something you have as your birthright in the country. You have this expectation that the country should have limitless political power on the world stage. And in particular, the limit which seems to have vanished within America is the limit of moral restraint. We have this idea that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and yet that's actually thinking too small. That's really a microcosm of the same suspension of prohibitions which has been applied to the entire nation. And in fact, even the mystical limits separating the inner world of imagination and the outer world of physical presence, which had long been recognized, say, within the occult traditions, is something which people are delusional enough in America to expect should be blurred. Technology should create dreams that are capable of taking corporeal shape in the realm of time and space almost instantaneously. In other words, it only seems normal in America that anything you can imagine should directly materialize in front of you. as some easily accessible commodity which can be bought with cold hard cash on a moment's notice. In other words, the distinction that John Michael Greer has mentioned on his Eco Sophia blog, for example, between the inner world and the outer world, in which if you have a turkey sandwich on the outer world, you have to actually slaughter a turkey, grow some wheat, and then grind it into flour. You actually have to grow a tomato and chop it. You have to do these things to have a turkey sandwich on the outer world. But a turkey sandwich on the inner world doesn't require those. All you have to do is think about it, and it appears. The turkey sandwich on the outer world will start decaying. It has these natural limitations. It can only perform certain movements in accord with the laws of physics, but a turkey sandwich on the inner world can warp, fly, shrink, expand, and disappear and reappear at will. And the scary thing about technology, which Said could also notices, is that technology seems to blur the distinction between the inner world and the outer world itself, insofar as there's this idea that technological consumerism can free your imagination to directly create the experiences of reality without any inhibition. But it's actually closer to the truth to say that you've just lost your imagination. And instead of freely thinking about what you might desire spontaneously, you merely reduplicate the pseudo desires which marketers have consciously placed into your mind, which of course just happen to coincidentally match the same line of products that they are currently selling. And you're not allowed, by the way, to desire anything beyond those ways. You're certainly not allowed to use an outdated tool, even if it's cheaper, more efficient, and just plain more satisfying to you. So he notes that although these factors, that is the memological shape of infinity, the suspension of limits, the technological power to blur the difference between the inner and the outer, are admittedly so compelling that America has attracted a truly democratic mass of pseudo pilgrims who flock to the nation from all races, all religions, all continents, all other backgrounds, etc. It's not a merely Western bias, in other words, that going to a place where you can buy as much pleasure as you want simply with money, that actually has pretty much universal appeal, although simply because it appeals to the lowest common denominator of human nature. Kutba looks beyond the present moment to try to restore the full life cycle by saying, obviously, this is something which seems to make sense right now, but by the journey's end, what will the contribution of America actually be? And like Evola, he contrasts the pseudo values of, say, money or technology with the lasting values of what he calls morality.
Okay, like Evola. Okay, Evola was also influenced by Rene Guénon. You know, I talked about this a little earlier on the show. You know, the philosophy of Julius Evola and traditionalism. And we're going to get back into that in a minute. But it's just interesting how some of the traditionalists, you know, who are influenced by the Sufis, they came to the same idea about, you know, the scale of modernity. Actually, you know, Julius Evola wrote a book called Revolt Against the Modern World, in which he blames a lot of Christian metaphysics for the West, the battle between being and becoming, and the escaping of definition there, you know.
Which Evola would consider to just be spiritual values. In other words, it is something of an equivocation of the term value to treat lasting, eternal, objective, independent values of spirit the same way that you treat the artificially constructed pseudo values of, say, finance or technology, etc. Obviously, America has succeeded in the former, in the realm of pseudo values. But has it actually failed to even disclose any values of the spiritual kind? There is, in fact, something of an inverse relation between the material greatness of the empire and the quality of the individuals of which it is composed. This is something which, in my own book, I coined the term power leak to describe. This is similar to Raymond Wharton's observation that the difference between roaches and termites is that the termite collective might be able to accomplish bigger things than the individual termites, but that's only through making the individual itself basically incapable of doing anything on its own. there's a strange sense in which when you have collectivization, even in the realm of nature, the collective power is not a raw sum total of each individual part. There's an inevitable tendency for power to leak out of the pipes as it travels into the collective, kind of like how energy leaks as it moves up the trophic levels in an ecosystem. By the time you get to the predators of predators, there's a tiny fraction of that original energy you had in all of those plants. Hans Hermann Hoppe's idea that public goods, which are socialized by the state and taken care of by these massive bureaucracies, these are more expensive yet less functional than the smaller scale private goods and the producers of them, which they replace. And the big bureaucracies are far more wasteful, yet also far less competent than the private businesses, which they squeezed out by force, by the way. This was done with coercion rather than honest competition. This is just another example, I would argue, of the power league. The real point about anarcho-capitalism, as controversial as it might be, is that it is based on a valid empirical observation of the tendency for this power leak to occur in collectivization. And in a certain sense, this is one of the unacknowledged definitions of technology itself. Kuttba also notes that all of the amazing accomplishments, so-called, which mesmerize the world, are actually technological and imperial feats of the collective. Okay, the individuals in the nation have actually degraded to the point that man's distinction from animals or even brute objects themselves risks being blurred. He says himself, "I fear that a balance may not exist between America's material greatness and the quality of its people. And I fear that the wheel of life will have turned and the book of time will have closed, and America will have added nothing or next to nothing to the account of morals that distinguishes man from object and indeed mankind from animals." In other words, the irony of the situation is each individual in modernity in America especially feels so much smarter because he or she is surrounded by all of these massively complicated technological devices. And yet they miss the point that although there were these massively sophisticated inventions which were pumped out by the technological collective itself, by the system itself, really not by any one individual, but by the extended pseudo-organism, or as Ted Kaczynski would call it, self-propagating system of modern technology itself, they misrecognize that accomplishment as a reflection of their own brilliance as individuals. Yet the truth is that at this point, the individual is actually incapable really of doing anything except obeying the mandates of the technological system and feeling sensations which the technological system has produced itself. And in that case, we've actually, in a certain sense, dropped lower than animals, because animals are actually able to function autonomously in many cases to survive in the wild. We've actually dropped to the status basically now of just brute objects, as he has the guts to say himself. It is perverse, by the way, to measure the value of any civilization in terms of technological sophistication and economic yields, although these obviously seem like just common sense today. In contrast with that view, the real accomplishments of a civilization, he notes, are what universal truths and worldviews they have attained. There's a very subtle phenomenological difference between these two. Whereas technological and economic accomplishments increase raw pleasure, the hermeneutical grasp of universal truths elevates feelings, edifies consciences, and adds depth to man's perception and increases his distance from mere animals. But that is precisely because this occurs on a hermeneutical level, which is incompatible with the technological experience itself, as I'm writing in depth in my sixth book, Hermeneutical Death Now. In other words, there's an inverse relation between technology and real hermeneutics. It's no coincidence that even hermeneutics itself, in this context of modernity, comes to be completely redefined in terms of language and language alone. The few thinkers who are still explicitly interested in hermeneutics in the academic industry in the 20th century, people like Gadamer and even great thinkers like Heidegger, they come to take as common sense that interpretation is language. That's where it happens, and yet that's simply because all other types of hermeneutics, especially the spiritual type, have basically been rendered impossible in this precisely by technology. Technology.
Yeah, Gadamer is spelled Gadamar.
Is in fact weightless in the scale of human values. Technologies are not values in themselves, but serve merely as indicators of another fundamental value. In other words, they are merely indicators of a general degradation and dissolution of the hermeneutical horizon itself. Technology is counterfeit value because, unlike the spiritual absolutes, which endure and are not limited in space and time, technologies are hardwired to break down constantly and to be replaced by new ones, something which Evola and Guénon recognize as nothing more than the limitations of matter becoming change and movement themselves. These are actually negative features in the realm of tradition, and yet are misrecognized now as great accomplishments. All American ingenuity is, by the way, understood to be concentrated in the field of work and
Yeah, Skarbina doesn't like Heidegger. He doesn't like existentialists. He only likes classical philosophers. So I mean, in terms of Chad Haig, he gets more into the postmodernist philosophy. So it's interesting to listen to him because he acknowledges some of their accomplishments. But in terms of Skarbina, he's only looking at the ancients. Yeah, he particularly despises Kant and Heidegger and any of these guys.
production, as Said says himself. Evola similarly noted that it just seems like common sense to an American today that the definition of a genius is some great inventor who created a new device which is valued solely because it increases the productive yields of industry. But this is a far cry from what an intellectual.
And I'm sorry about the panel game. We're gonna have to open the panel in an hour or two because I'm sorry I started an hour late. So the panel is gonna have to open at 10:30. I'm sorry, guys. It is what it is. But yeah, I like how he's comparing it to you know, the value systems, how the technological world and the technological society almost alters our value systems, by the creation of new values, and values that are kind of more in line with a hermeneutical death. In terms of hermeneutics, he's talking about higher meaning and interpretation. The term is kind of German in its philosophical import, and that's why he's talking about Heidegger, but in terms of American society and limitless kind of growth and infinite growth of technology represents, that kind of thinking usurps the notion of value and subsistence and effort, in most people's minds. And it's partly responsible for the self-hatred in terms of liberal ideology, the softness of man within technological society that he's talking about here.
Meant in other eras. Like Kaczynski, for example, Kutba acknowledges that there was a nominal rise in standard of living as a result of these narrowly defined geniuses and the technology which solved the challenges to raise the life expectancy and things like that, lower the infant mortality rate. Yet, because of its fundamentally unnatural character, man ironically breaks down in this context and reverts both to a machine and an animal as a result. It's a very strange contradiction in which both of those have simultaneously come true. He says himself, man cannot maintain his balance before the machine and risks becoming a machine himself. He is unable to shoulder the burden of exhausting work and forge ahead on the paths of humanity, so he unleashes the animal within instead. Once again, there's a strange inverse relation in which the collective has performed the greatest economic accomplishments. But when you examine the individuals themselves, you will find the most hermeneutically undeveloped and impoverished beings to ever walk the earth. He says himself, they have reached the peak of growth and elevation in the world of science and productivity, admittedly, while remaining abysmally primitive in the world of the senses of feeling and behavior. They're trapped in the most primordial levels of existence while suffering from the delusion that they have progressed to heights never seen before. In my own terminology, this is simply the power leak at work, in which the technological collective can only proceed at the cost of rendering each of its individual adherents a hermeneutical idiot who literally cannot see anymore but can only feel raw sensations of pleasure and, of course, sensations of pain, because that is the fear which motivates one to step in line and fit into the system. In a more draconian system of domination, as Evola says himself, than you found with literal slavery in ancient Rome. The threat of unemployment, Evola says, is far more frightening than the whip of the slave master itself in the ancient era. Like Oswald Spengler, Ibn Khaldun, Vico, Said Qutb is also interested in going beyond any mystification of the historical situation as inexplicable in order to instead examine the historical trajectory as a whole, as he says himself, in terms of the past and present, in order to show how this came about on rational grounds alone. In other words, he also adopts a rationalistic model of world history in which you have a morphological difference among phases of history which explain the origins of the sorry state we have landed in today. For him, this has four phases. In the earliest phase of history, you have the mythic view, which tries to confront the unknown mysteries of nature by providing mythological accounts which basically personify natural forces in order to understand them. You use stories primarily to do this. Okay. Next, you have the religious worldview, in which you work with revelation, which has been divinely revealed by some deity, rather than, I guess, constructing the myths from the raw material of your experiences with the unknown of nature itself. In the next phase, it is the phase of art, in which you focus more on sensation itself by focusing on your experience of color, of tune, of rhythm, etc., in order to gain a deeper appreciation of the contents of experience on aesthetic grounds as such. And then the fourth stage is the scientific phase, in which there's something of a combination of all of the preceding ones. You combine art's emphasis on the senses, you combine religion's emphasis on spiritual discipline, basically submitting to revelation, right? And you combine nature's attempt to grapple with the unknown. However, is this really just a more evolved version of all of them, in which you combine the best of all three worlds and nothing is lost? Or is it rather that science itself is something like an epistemological version of the collective power leak? It impoverishes the experience of nature, of religion, and of art, rather than simply combining all of them into a sum total in which nothing is lost. The irony about science is precisely by taking these three things as such, you actually lose all three of them. Okay. He says that America differs in that rather than proceed naturally through all of these phases, as you would find in the history of other nations over the other peoples, I should say, over the millennia, in America, man was simply born in the last phase of science itself, and thus believes in it alone. He simply takes it for granted that the natural inquiry of myth, the religious inquiry of revelation, and the aesthetic inquiry into sensation in the form of art are a waste of time, because we know that those things are outdated and basically don't work anyway. And yet, not even all science is valued in the American mindset. It's really just applied science. And this is not to satisfy curiosity, but rather as a weapon, to function as a weapon in the violent struggle against nature itself. In other words, in America, one does not devolve into a hermeneutical idiot. One is simply born that way. Because of this hermeneutical impoverishment, American man is tricked into thinking that the incalculable tracts of undeveloped land and unmined resources within his own nation, even within the world itself, promise more evolution as well, in spite of the fact that he had already achieved the peak of organization and production. In other words, the hermeneutical idiot can only feel the sensation of more without seeing the spiritual ideals, etc. Such a person, for that reason, cannot realize that although there is more material to steal from the earth, the civilization as such has already reached its peak in terms of real notional development. You might have more on a quantitative level, but you'll be stuck in the same place on a qualitative level. And yet there's really nothing new about this, because if you go all the way back to the origins of America by examining the psychological state of the first Americans, you will find, as he claims, that these were pretty much just people who fled to America in the first place because they wanted to rebel against the tradition of the old world. They were attracted, even at that time, by the promise of taking maximum wealth and pleasure from a vast new world, which seemed at that time anyway to be empty and ready for the taking by whoever would just put in the effort to steal it. For this reason, even if there happened to be elevated individuals within the community, they were resisted in favor of the lowest common denominator of greed and pleasure seeking. In other words, the power leak is something which cannot be overturned even by random exceptional individuals in its midst. Because applied science is linguistification, that is, it's a flurry of maybe correct data, but no disclosure of real spiritual ideals, the horizon of meaning itself shrinks down and ultimately vanishes in hermeneutical death driven by technology. He says science in itself, and especially applied science, plays no role in the field of real human values or in the world of the soul and feelings. And this narrow his horizons, shrank his soul, limited his feelings, and decreased his place at the global feast, which is so full of patterns and colors. Proof of America's hermeneutical impoverishment is that they learned, for example, the exact opposite lesson from their struggle against nature that they should have. Rather than gain a deep appreciation for nature's power on a spiritual and mystical level, as Evola argued was always the case in experiencing nature, you only had nature if you experienced it spiritually rather than materially in the world of tradition. Rather than do that, and rather than gain a curiosity about that which lies even beyond nature, the greater unknown, beyond the natural unknown, they completely missed the point and instead accelerated the attitude that technological domination and the extraction of material wealth is the only point of life. He says himself, one might be amazed at how all of this did not leave a shadow upon the American spirit and inspire belief in the majesty of nature and that which is beyond nature, opening for the American spirit a window on things that are more than matter and the world of matter. To an outsider, instead, although they pride themselves on being the most sophisticated and advanced specimens in world history, as individuals, they actually look pretty much like cavemen. If you actually have some understanding of the world of tradition, you will recognize them as people who are lacking something, who have lost something, even while thinking they have.
So these are the writings of Sayyid Qutb on America. We're going to be taking a break right now. We're going to be looking at some more of the views of Sayyid Qutb, who was imprisoned in Egypt during a war between Israel and Egypt. This culminated in the establishment of the Muslim Brotherhood, the militarization of the Hamas, and the support of the West in that endeavor. Okay, the arming of the Taliban and a philosophy, a political philosophy, okay, that backed up these changes, okay, called Islamic modernism. Thank you guys for being here with me. I'm gonna take a break and smoke for a little bit. And yeah, I was looking for this paper by Berman called Terror and Liberalism, talking about some of the writings of Sayyid Qutb, in relation to what we're talking about here. It's kind of, his view of America and technology and colonialism, really influenced his Islamic philosophy. It was the response to that, but he's taking in modern philosophy, in order to facilitate that change. So it's interesting because he's taking modern notions of rights and technology and etc. and science and etc. And yeah. So yeah, thank you for joining us. In other words, but yeah, yeah. Modern age, bless.
Professor X. Professor X, I am here coming from my creator, EAT, master, emulator, conceived, invented, planted by DJ Unknown. DJ Slip was on the mix when I came to be known. Professor X is a scientist and studies all the music. If a guy grabs a girl, we can surely get into this, cause computers that we use are so simple to create. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The X-Men trained to improve their mutant skills by computers that we create. The X-Men trained to improve their mutant skills by the systems that we display. Working in my laboratory, making mutant tests. Strange reactions came upon me while sitting at my desk. Clearance C must be achieved before I can tell the rest. The result is a creation of the great Professor X, Professor X. Professor X. Professor X. Professor X.
Bless you guys. We're moving on with our discussion on Islamic modernism. The philosophy of Sayyid Qutb. Okay.
Gained more than anyone. Interestingly, when the hermeneutical horizon is closed, the energies remain, but can only be released in the outlets of domination. He says himself. And when humanity closes the windows to faith in religion, faith in art, faith in spiritual values altogether, there remains no outlet for this energy to be expended except in the realm of applied science and labor, or to be dissipated in sensual pleasures. And this is where America has ended up after 400 years. Proof of the primitivity of the individual thinker in midst of power leak is American football itself, which, if you really look at it, has nothing to do with true athleticism, nor even with the foot, as ironic as it is that that is its name. It's really just a gladiator spectacle in which the crowd cheers for violence, plain and simple. They're not cheering for great athletic accomplishments, they're just cheering to see more people get hurt. This is just one more example of how the machine does not make man into a super rational thinker, but rather drives him back to the status of an animal. Yet this love of violence is not at all limited to the realm of sports. It defines America's stance towards the global struggle of nations as well. The idea of an American love of peace is so nonsensical and contradictory that only sheer propaganda could have created such a notion out of whole cloth. Like George Carlin, he asks, whether we really inherited this continent or whether it was taken by force over centuries of pretty much constant violence. In fact, even the Civil War was far more about economic competition than any myth of freeing the slaves out of beneficent duty on an ethical level alone, as you might find in the history textbooks. He, in fact, calls out by name the hypocrisy in this historical myth by showing that the North's claim to moral superiority is false on ecological grounds alone. The only reason there was a slave plantation economy in the South and not the North was that the South was ecologically fit for such a plantation economy, while the North just happened to have different economic requirements, a different economic destiny, if you will. That first of industrialism, in which the slave owners of the South were noted to have said, you have slaves too, you just don't house them and feed them. You pay them a unlivable wage and throw them to the lions of having to buy this stuff for themselves. At any rate, one thing which you find in the power leak is that the individual becomes a hermeneutical idiot who loses strength and greatness in the traditional sense, yet ironically comes to despise weakness as the one intolerable sin. Nonetheless, he says himself, physical vitality is sacred to the American, and weakness, no matter what its cause, is seen as a crime that cannot be atoned for in any way, a crime that remains undeserving of compassion or care. The matter of morals and rights are an illusion in the conscience of the American, and he cannot taste it. Be strong and you will have everything, or be weak and no ideology can help you. There will be no place for you in the great realm of living. As for him who dies, he has committed, naturally, the crime of death itself. He loses all rights to care and respect. The most shocking proof of the hermeneutical impoverishment is that even death itself cannot be comprehended anymore. He recounts an episode where he personally saw an employee at a hospital was injured in an elevator accident and on the verge of death at that moment. Voyeurs naturally ran to catch a glimpse of him and then ran back to tell others of what had happened, but instead of expressing grief or concern or sadness, they simply imitated his appearance and then laughed at the impression. It's quite chilling that even the existential reverence of death itself has pretty much become impossible now. Nor is this only reserved for anonymous strangers in public places, as he recounts seeing even family members joking about a deceased person at that person's funeral. Even ravens, one might be reminded, show more respect for the dead than Americans do for their own. Likewise, reverence for death is a natural instinct accessible even to animals. Americans' loss of it can only be the result of an excessive materialism and obsession with physical gratification, which does not merely revert to the stance of animals, but to a type of hermeneutical death in which so much becomes invisible amidst an excess of visual stimulation that one drops down to being something of a brute object itself. Even to the extent that you nominally have religion in America, there's a very strange contradiction in which there are a ton of different church buildings, but they're mostly just used for holidays. Otherwise, they're unfilled. People don't actually attend regularly. Yet, even when they do attend, it's not for worship, it's just for fun. Nor is this in contradiction with the minister's wishes. Rather, because churches are businesses in competition with one another, ministers will turn to crass marketing and advertising gimmicks in order to grow the business, obviously, in order to make more money. Even religion, therefore, follows the logic of a power league, because a church which has grown in size will be respected by a public who can only evaluate numerical quantity and has no regard for spirit and quality, even in the case of religion itself. We might be reminded that the effect on the family is something which is arguably the most controversial part of his critique of America, and yet something which Jordan Peterson noted is an institution, the family that is, which took countless generations to form, and yet even after rigorous study by professionals, it's still not completely transparent on an epistemological level how exactly it functions. We can't explain why the family works with language, but we can recognize that it functions, if only imperfectly. It is incredibly reckless, by the way, to dismantle an institution of this kind on a whim simply because some currently trending social justice campaign finds it objectionable on grounds of political correctness alone. In other words, you'll undo countless generations of history in order to get a couple more likes on Twitter, or to sell a few more products in the latest corporate marketing campaign that turns social justice into basically just an excuse to sell more stupid shit, right? Excuse my French. Kutba also noted that a lot of time was needed to regulate human relationships in ways that would ensure that lasting structures would take precedence over the short-lived pursuit of pleasure or enjoyment. In America, of course, this was reversed in order to meet the general expectation that all experiences in life should follow the consumerist logic of having whatever you want whenever you want it. The greatest irony is that beauty itself disappeared even from people and from their relationships. This is a hermeneutical cost to the cheap technological fix of maximizing pleasure in the social realm, which is rarely recognized, but the effects of which have still been quite devastating.
So see, he's kind of getting into the same thing that the postmodernists are saying about capitalism and technology. That it creates this lapse of definition and value. In which because of the use of advertisements and things like that. But yeah.
Likewise, even family.
The psychological impact of those things and the psychological impact of the numbness imparted through the use of machines and just the fluidity of content within a society, where it's just completely brought forth by the mediation of material goods. So in that way there is no rule of common subsistence, so therefore you have this complete collapse of meaning, which is what he's calling hermeneutical death, the collapse of meaning itself. And in terms of that, I mean, it's very interesting how he's brought the conflict forward in the same way that the postmodernist thinkers look at the collapse of capitalism, but he's looking at it as a critique of colonialism. Okay. The expansionist quality within that. Okay, so you already see that they're linking up socialist ideas, okay, with the concepts of anti-Western, okay, at this stage. So this is an interesting political development, okay, from a geopolitical perspective, right?
Rules are no longer.
But see how it's linked to the development of, you know, of values, epistemologies, you know, values meaning ethics. So it's based on the, you know, constantly shifting world of ethics and epistemology, which is based on a greater realm, okay, of hermeneutical emphasis, right?
Given. You have to earn them on a purely economic level. A father who fails on economic grounds will lose the respect of his own family, regardless of the fact that he is, at least nominally or traditionally, supposed to be granted that role, regardless of his accomplishments. One consequence of losing hermeneutics is that you lose being itself. You can no longer be anything. You can only at best constantly renew the semblance of being it through getting more money and accomplishment.
And Evola kind of had the same thing, but he went via mysticism. You know, so Guanan and Evola, they attack modernity based on the reign of quantity over quality. And that's their big gripe with it, you know, and a separation from nature, you know, nature as in what's natural, you know, not the world of the bees and the monkeys and shit like that. Okay. All right. Okay. We're talking about intrinsic value, that nature, right? Not monkeys and trees and shit. Okay.
But you'll never actually be secure. You will constantly have to do more without ever getting to be anything. Controversial as it might be to acknowledge it, he notes that the loss of modesty has made the woman's body into a stimulus to provoke raw sensations in the other through utilizing the lowest common denominator of tweaking shape, color, etc., in order to get a primal reaction out of the other person. Isn't the last frontier of technology, therefore, simply overwhelming every area of life, including your body itself, and reducing it to the logic of economic gain? Even American men, by the way, have turned to exaggerating their own appearance through bodybuilding, weightlifting, etc., in order to also get the same effect in the other. He notes this is quite tragic because if all this energy and fascination were just disciplined and put to a better use, you could have some great lasting value in a work of art or something like that. Instead, the temptation to choose a technology of sensation over a hermeneutics of meaning is simply too great for almost anyone to resist. Even questions of morality are systematically banished from the realm of discussion, as it is accepted that biological reductivism alone is enough to let you understand even the most personal of your own relationships. It must be noted that, contrary to the stereotypical image of the world of tradition, it was never actually denied in that time that sexual needs are real needs. They simply realized that dissolving structures such as the family would not actually free you. It would rather lead to a very strange type of slavery in which you become a slave to your own sensations and instincts. The real reason why this traditional wisdom is ignored today is that it's incompatible with the logic of crass consumerism, or really that it's incompatible with technology itself. Ted Kaczynski said, if you want to examine whether something will be allowed to exist, see how it measures up with the objective factor, which is technology itself. He notes that even art, to the extent that it exists in modern America, is, in the case of music at least, mostly just noise. This is even more so the case today, where you take the top musical acts of our era, like Ariana Grande, Demi Lovato, Justin Bieber, pretty much just noise. And films are no better. They're pretty much just simplistic plot lines that serve as a means to an end, to have a technology of evoking sensations among the masses by playing their emotional responses like keys on an organ, as one famous director said himself. It's no coincidence, by the way, that most films are just cowboy and police films, which are really just a series of images of violent struggle. Okay, there's a few exceptional cases of really great art. He cites Gone with the Wind, which, of course, a couple weeks ago was banned in the name of political correctness. We're, setting fire even to the few good films which exist. And yet this is consistent with the experience of all consumerist products within America, since even food has not been spared. Even food in America is pretty much a bundle of sensations. You have a combination of grease, salt, and corn syrup in order to distract you from the fact that you're eating sawdust and other artificial pseudo ingredients, which are not even what they are marketed to be. It says, finally, even haircuts in America lack in aesthetic taste, something in which the final frontier of yourself falling prey to the same totalizing logic of ugliness and technological gimmickry is chilling proof of the seriousness of his warnings. And this is finally a great essay I'd recommend you to check out for yourself. And I'd recommend you to have an open mind, even with regard to the most controversial thinkers.
Shut up. Look at this fucking shit. All right. And this work here by Paul Berman from the Chicago School. We've been talking about the writings of the Chicago School a lot, the Straussians, and this work right here is a very interesting title, Terror and Liberalism by Paul Berman. That's Berman. He says in chapter 3, he's talking about Sayyid Qutb. Okay, it's a very interesting writing. Okay, he lets us. He really frames the issues in an interesting way. And he's an American conservative writer. Taking a theory based on classical liberalism, and applying it to the scope of what's happening now. He says those several and this is chapter 3, in the shade of the Quran. He says those several movements and their wars and campaigns of liquidation destroyed Europe's worldwide power once and for all, and did it in a mere quarter century, 1 hour, as St. John says. It was Europe's suicide. But did the remarkable outbreak of European destructiveness reflect a strictly European syndrome and outgrowth of Western civilization, as Tariq Ramadan or Samuel P. Huntington, right, who wrote Clash of Civilizations, right, from the Council on Foreign Relations? He said Islamic culture does not fit within global civilization, the global domination of the West. That Islamic culture represents a departure from Western civilization. Very interesting. Okay. But yeah, Samuel Huntington, okay, might suppose, born in Europe and destined to remain there forever. Did the outbreak reflect a strictly Christian syndrome limited to people who had grown up on the book of the Revelation of St. John the Divine? Somebody who shared Ramadan's or Huntington's view of Western civilization might suppose that European and Christian traditions and legacies could not possibly spread into the Muslim world, for the myth of Prometheus is not a Muslim myth. As Ramadan reminds us. And St. John's revelation was not Muhammad's. Then again, during its 500 years of world domination, Europe did succeed in exporting innumerable customs and ideas to every corner of the globe and having exported everything else, why should Europe have been unable to export its spirit of self-destruction too? Europe was up to the task. And so, with the barest of delays, in less than an hour, as it were, the movement of a new type when it is spilling in from the original European home, and some of these movements began to prosper in the Arab and Muslim world. Communism was the first of the new mass movements in Europe, and first to flourish in the Middle East as well. This was not the clash of civilizations. In Europe, communism established a social base in cosmopolitan cities full of intellectuals and polyglot populations. And cosmopolitan cities existed in the Middle East too. Everyone seems to forget that not so long ago, Arab cities used to contain large Jewish neighborhoods. In Baghdad during the first half of the 20th century, to cite a pertinent example, a solid third of the population was Jewish. Okay. In Baghdad, folks. Okay. When? In the first half of the 20th century. Okay. Think about that. Okay. A solid third of the population was Jewish. In cities like that, communist movements did sink a few roots, though not strictly because of the Jews. The Iraqi Jews, almost all of them, fled for their lives after a while, mostly to Israel, while refugees from the Muslim world constitute about half the Jewish population and are routinely reviled by anti-Zionists everywhere as European colonists. And then without the Jews, communism came into its own. In Iraq, to say with that example, the Communist Party by the late 1950s could draw on the support of upward of 1 million people, enough to dominate the Iraqi street, quote unquote. Interesting. Communism's appeal in the Muslim world was widespread too and long lasting. In Indonesia, the largest of Muslim countries, communism swelled into enormous movement and was defeated only by a gigantic massacre in the 1960s. In Afghanistan, the communists came to power as late as 1978. The Soviet invasion, which took place the next year, was intended as a fraternal act among communists, a military measure to shore up the local comrades in South Yemen to return to the Arab region. Communism, likewise, returned out. Communism turned out to be a popular force in the 1970s, sufficient to take control of the country, at least for a while. Someone might argue that communism in these rustic third world branches cannot be compared to the original trunk of European Marxism. Kabul's differences from Paris are not to be forgotten, though let us not write off too quickly the intellectual riches of Baghdad and Alexandria and other cosmopolises. Still, the whole point of joining a communist party anywhere in the world was the embrace the universal communist doctrine, which meant that in every country, communists celebrated the same cult of German philosophy and worshiped the same founding father in the patriarchal beard and pursued the same partisan goals and belonged to the same network of international organization. But let us ask about Europe's other movements of a quote unquote new type, the inspirations that waved a religious banner and came from the extreme right. That is Europe's fascist style movements from the year's First World War. In what degree did those inspirations likewise spread into the Muslim world? This question, simple to ask, deposits us at once in the land of fog. Communists and Marxists devoted themselves in every country to showing how utterly alike they were, but Europe's fascist and fascist-like movements tried just as fanatically to demonstrate the opposite. In every country, sometimes in every province, the fascist or fascist-like movements wanted to demonstrate how parochial were its instincts, how deeply rooted its local traditions, how unique and idiosyncratic a fascist inspiration from Europe that had spread to other places would make every effort not to look like a fascist inspiration that spread from Europe. It would try to appear autochthonous, autochthonous, provincial, inimitable, and ancient, stewing in its own pot and emitting its own idiosyncratic vapors from the distinct past. This poses a problem if a movement appears to be local and ancient. How to compare to other movements, to judge and classify the views of political actions of people who are laboring mightily to emphasize the differences from everyone else. Still, the scholarly and journalistic literature on Ba'ath socialism and the Islamic radicalism has become fairly extensive by now, and the literature has opened to us large panoramas of the politics in the Arab and Muslim countries. At first glance, whole facets of the panorama do seem fairly exotic from a Western viewpoint. Let us take a second to glance. Kanan Makiya, in his Republic of Fear, describes the philosophical underpinnings of the Ba'ath socialist movement. Okay, the Baathists who took over in Iraq. Okay, the Baathists who took over in Iraq. Okay, Ba'ath socialism is a branch of larger pan-Arab movement. Okay, pan-Arab movement. Okay, of which Gamal Abdel Nasser was also a part. Okay, when they were going to war against Israel in the Suez Canal War, they blocked off the Suez Canal, and Gamal Abdel Nasser was battling against the Islamists in his country. That's why he threw Sayyid Qutb in jail. More on this in a moment. Okay. Ba'ath socialism is a branch of larger pan-Arab movement founded by Surya al-Husri in the years after the First World War on the basis of his philosophical studies. These studies were in Fichte and the German Romantics. The philosophers of national destiny, of race, and of the integrity of national cultures during the 1930s and 40s. The pan-Arabists tended to align with the fascist axis and did so from the practical political reasons that anyone can understand. The enemies of pan-Arabism were the British and French imperialists. The pan-Arabists duly tilted toward the enemies of their enemies, who happen to be the Germans. Okay. Still, it's easy to imagine that an eye on al-Husri's scholarly studies, the more than realpolitik brought the pan-Arabists to Germany's side. The philosophical roots of al-Husri and pan-Arabism and its philosophical roots of Europe's right-wing nationalisms were, after all, the same. In 1943, the German victory in the war, still likely, the Arab Ba'ath or Renaissance Party met in Damascus. Okay, 1943. Okay. Met in Damascus and established its own more radical branch of the Pan-Arabist movement, a revolutionary version, dynamic and determined. The inspiration that went into the movement was openly racist. Sami el-Jundi, one of the Ba'ath leaders, explained very clearly. I'm quoting him in an essay by Bernard Lewis, quote, "We were racists, admiring Nazism, reading its books and the source of its thought, particularly Nietzsche, Fichte, and H.S. Chamberlain's Foundations of the 19th Century, which revolve around race." Okay. Do you guys know about any Baathists? Do you guys know any famous Baathists in history? Let me know in the chat if you guys know any famous people from the Baathist regime. Peace to everyone in the chat. Thank you to everyone watching here. Yes, Saddam Hussein was a Baathist, guys. Amen. Crazy stuff, huh? Oh, yeah, there we go. Jake. Nice. Good shit, Holmes. Yeah, Baathists. Then again, some of the intellectual fathers of the Ba'ath, men who had done their university studies in Paris, began to write in 1930s for the communist press in Syria. So there was a smidgen of leftism too in the origins of the Ba'ath, and a smidgen endured not just in the socialist adjective that was added to the Ba'ath in the 1950s, and not just in some of the Ba'ath movement's Soviet style economic ideas, but in Ba'athi ideas of how to construct a revolutionary organization. Saddam Hussein, it is said, always felt an admiration for Stalin. The combination of ingredients of the Ba'ath movement, a racist worldview, sometimes influenced by Nazism, a few dabs of the ultra left, Stalin's inspirational example, did have its peculiarities, but nothing about this combination was intrinsically Arab or Middle Eastern or ought to seem incomprehensible to Western observers. The idiosyncratic mix of extreme right and extreme left were precisely the formula that went into National Socialism and Mussolini's fascism. Mm, 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 mm. Exporting of ideologies, okay, especially of German philosophy. See how we went over German philosophy? Why did we go over German philosophy? You guys understand my thought process. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. You know, some of these Sunni so-called groups, you know, or any of these other groups, you know, they're infiltrated by communists, nationalists, and all sorts of arcane ideologies from German philosophy, notably the young Hegelians like Fichte and Hegel. You know, well, you know, it's related to the modern Muslims, you know, what they're undertaking, you know, in places where they have so-called extreme ideologies, you know, extremist ideologies. Islamism, okay, the Islamic militant movement borrowed ideologies from Western German philosophy, okay, namely those of communism and fascism, okay, and we could talk more about that. Okay, there's several thinkers in the Muslim world, such as you know, Muhammad Iqbal, Shariati, you know, Jazeri, you know, many of the people I mentioned, you know, here today, you know, they had an idiosyncratic tie to Western philosophy. And it was through the anti-colonial realm, you know, that they borrowed from these ideologies, okay? Because they were fighting a revolutionary war against the West. So, in order to break down Western society, just like the Jews did in Bolshevism, they borrowed from those revolutionary ideologies. Okay? And these are modern movements, okay? Hasidism and Zionism, okay? These are post 15th century. Hasidism is like Protestant Judaism. Wahhabism is like Protestant Islam. It's an attempt to marry modernism into the Islamic doctrine, okay? That's really what it is, okay? But yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lives. You know, I'm thinking of either continuing my little presentation here because I still have lots of presentation to give. You guys know how it is. You know, you guys know how it is. I barely get to cover the information I want to cover, you know, but I do have a significant amount of information that's going to come up about Rene Guénon, about the Muslim Brotherhood, the founding of the Muslim Brotherhood, you know, and those types of ideas. Yeah, and I'm going to be opening up the panel here because I promised that I would, you know, 2 hours into the show. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. You know, I'm going to take a little smoke break here, if you will, you know. And yeah, man, thank you for joining us. You know what I mean? We're just kind of chilling here, you know, talking about different ideologies in the modern world, the Islamic response to modernism, and maybe we'll get up in some uh try to find this interview with Samuel P. Huntington. You guys know about Samuel P. Huntington, Clash of Civilizations? You know what I mean? Let me know if you guys know about that. But yeah, we're taking a little break here. Little smoker break. Peace from Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah, turn it up, baby. What is it? Remix. You remind me in my brain. Out of the control, baby. Get the change. Get the thing. Cause you want the nigga with the frame, with the chain. Nigga man stick with the bang. In the same sense, Hades gang. Get your main bitch, then give me brain. And they say that's why we hold fearless. See me four wheeler roll over the whole field. Carl Killer, that's when you get to the whole deal with it. So ill with it, so deal with it. I be brought it out, without a doubt. Spot a mile, while I we running now. And ladies, let me see you do it like. You look at me, yeah, look at you. Look at me, look at you. And yo, check it out. You look at you, you looking at me, do it. I'm looking at you, do it. You looking at me, do it. I'm looking at you, do it. You looking at me, do it. I'm looking at you, do it. Shake it down, shake it down, feel it, shake it down, shake it, yeah,
This is for my bitches with cars of their own. And this is for my niggas with the bars and chrome. All rich niggas, leave your little cars at home. Stay there. These niggas don't play fair, son. Chick is trick to get their head done. Yeah, son. From that bond to these kids walk shit, I'm on some biz, my shit it like. Can you feel it? Cause nothing can save y'all. Cause this is the secret, stacking the paper. My click the reason you tuck your chain up. Fuck with this, you fuck with danger. Up in the range, and I got a gang of niggas that run with things and guns to bang ya. They run with things and guns to bang ya. You fuck with this, you fuck with danger. You see me do it, I do what you do it. When you see me do it, I do it. Do what you do it. Do it, do what you do it. When you see me do it, I do it. Do what you do it. Do it, I do what you do. When you see me do it, I do it. Do what you do it. Do it, do what you do it. When you see me do it, do it. Do what you do it. Do it, do what you do it. When you see me do it, do it. Do what you do it.
Yeah. I wonder what key that's in. How you do, TML?
I'm okay.
Good to see you.
What about yourself?
Good. Smoking some sativas. I'm good. Feeling energized. That's good.
This music reminds me of Mortal Kombat soundtrack,
Yeah,
like one
a
of the
little
video
bit.
games.
Yeah, a little bit. And or industrial of the 90s. A little bit. Industrial music.
Industrial. I like industrial stuff a lot.
Kind of reminds me of a little bit like of a Ministry beat. You know that band Ministry, right?
Yeah, or like a Fear Factory ish, or not Fear Factory, but like I don't know. Some, they had those kind of like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Those '90s like kind of weird
yeah,
shit. You know, the
yeah.
Rob Zombie. You know,
Rob Zombie. What a turd.
Power Man 5000.
I'm glad I'm not on acid.
Yeah, you'd be seeing the lizard chameleon people coming out of the walls right now.
And laughing at me. Oh man. Yeah, yeah. But that was kind
All
of
right, yo.
that reminded me of Ministry a little bit.
Oh yeah,
From
yeah,
the 90s.
definitely Ministry influence. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you caught that. Yeah, that's
9 Inch
definitely.
Nails is a little too mainstream.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking. That's who I was thinking of. But yeah, I actually like some even Marilyn Manson and Nine Inch Nails to some degree because they got that little industrial edge to it. You know, like
Little bit.
Ministry is the shit.
Yeah,
Lard is one of the greatest bands. Lard is the shit.
Lord, yeah, fucking Dead
that's
Kennedys.
Jello Biafra, right? Yeah, Jello Biafra, right?
Oh
Yep.
yeah,
I never listened to them, but I should. I should listen to them. I probably would like it quite a lot.
Lord,
Yeah.
man, I love them, dude. I remember
Yeah,
buying their.
Dead,
I was a kid.
yeah,
Go
Dead
ahead.
Kennedy is one of my favorite bands ever. So I should really listen to Lard. I forgot about them.
Yeah, Dead Kennedys, man.
I wanted to
It's
say
like-
one thing about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, man.
I just wanted to say one thing about Mr. September 11,
Yeah.
the mean Mr. Beardman himself.
Oh yeah.
That event is always in my mind, and I remember saying, I heard even somebody say it last time when you brought him up. Some people say like his manifesto had some good points in it, and I remember being a kid watching when they played it on the TV. And I was like, I get where he's coming from, but I think that I'm not saying I'm endorsing his actions, of course, but what I'm saying is like, I see now what you're saying about all this Protestantism within Christianity, Protestantism within Islam, Protestantism within even Judaism, and it really totally changes the definition of it. And I just wanted to ask, like, is there any occult ties with something like where Mr. Beardman came from and some of this other Christian nationalism stuff? Because I kept sitting here listening to it. I'm like, man, this sounds like it sounds like Muslim nationalism. I mean, Islam nationalism or something. It's like progressivism mixed with whatever. Because like he's like I'm asking that too because it's like they made it like the Mujahideen and these guys are like living up in the caves and stuff like that. And I'm sure a lot of those dudes are those like goat herders and quote unquote freedom fighters. But I think that also like if you look at like you said most Islamic states right now, they're like secular things.
Neurojack, what does Protestants have to do with all of the shit you were talking about?
Well, I don't want to overgeneralize it, but my impression of it is um, the the orthodoxy of Christianity has its own problems,
Yeah, totally.
i.e., corruption in the church.
Yep.
And Protestantism was, in my opinion, probably a false solution to a problem that you can't really fix.
But Protestants
You know?
don't have any kind of power over people in caves, dude, or out in the desert. They don't have any power over them.
Yeah, I'll let machine address it because I know what you're saying.
Well, I guess the main thing is that they have the ideas of the the short answer is the ideas of the French Revolution, because basically what it is they have this whole battle with the Calvinists. Calvin did battle with the libertines, and the libertines were taking their own interpretations of the Lutheran doctrine, to a far extent. And then you also have the Frankists, which are kind of, following the kind of Sabbatean, kind of faction there. So you have a lot of these interesting mixes where in the 16th century in Europe, you have the Protestant Reformation, right? So you have all of these new sects of Christianity, with the Moravian Brethren infiltrating, and you have Jan Comenius, and the Moravian Brethren, and these kind of things that are kind of proto doctrines for Freemasonry as well.
Yeah.
And then what happens is
what
happens is
what
go ahead.
Have to do with the terrorist
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Yeah, it's gonna take me a while to get to it. but yeah. Huh? Wait, what was that, Neuro?
Oh, I didn't say anything, but I just wanted to add, like, I think there's two. I'll just say this, which is not fully accurate, but think of it in terms of crypto Judaism and also crypto Discordianism, where you do one thing to get a different reaction than what it looks like you're trying to get, essentially.
Yeah, German Protestants, see, Karl Marx's dad was basically a crypto Jew, right? So he was a Jew in Europe pretending that he was a Christian, where he actually was a Freemason himself, but in private he would be a Jew. In secret he would be a Freemason, and in public he would be a Christian. So it's interesting, depending on who he was dealing with, he changed religions, you know what I'm saying, right? And this is because of the religious wars that happened in Europe. You had the Protestant Reformation, then as a result of that you had the Counter Reformation, and you had the Jesuits going into the radical Protestant sects, and then you had the libertines during the French Revolution, and they used a radical religious ideology, and some of them moved into fighting with the secular humanists, so they were also in in line with the secular humanists. So you have all of these changes leading up to the religious strife. And then just last time I covered the Puritans. The Puritans were when in England they're trying to stamp out these religious movements, right? And they spread to the New World. They spread to America. So the American Revolution and the French Revolution are linked. They're linked to religious strife in Europe, religious persecutions in Europe by the church. So what happens is that a lot of the revolutionary movements in Europe, they incorporate this radical Protestant element in it. So that's basically where the libertinism comes from. It's a response to Calvinism and his strong support of the state and the laws of the civil institutions of the state and all these types of things. So they wanted to rebel against not only the authority of the church and religious laws, through antinomianism, but also statism. So
Yeah, so they
yeah,
wanted to not have religion connected to the state.
yeah, and they wanted to not have religion connected to laws either. So they kind of
Yeah, yeah,
found it yeah. So they adopted. So they would adopt liberal ideology as a political philosophy,
Jesus.
right? But they would still be religious, that like they would do it to spread religious revolution. So when we get to Jewish nationalism, and Bolshevism, you know they borrow from this too, because you have the Talmudic rabbi Moses Hess influencing the writings of Karl Marx. So you have religious extremism influencing not only European revolutions, but also Jewish revolutionary movements. And then why would it not also leak into the Islamic world? It did. That's exactly what I was talking about. They were using philosophies of German idealism,
So like
and
you're saying like Mideastern countries absorbed this?
oh yeah, that's what my whole presentation
I
was
had no
about.
clue, man. I had no clue. I thought it was all like their own ideologies and
Yeah, no,
nothing
no,
to do with the whitey, you know.
no, it's too late for that. It's too late for
I
that.
mean, like maybe the whiteys introduced, yeah, the whiteys introduced more bullshit into their heads, but maybe early on they had their own way of thinking and their own
Well,
religions and
they
their own.
saw it as colonialism is Western and
Yeah,
colonialism is using capitalism. So they adopted communist ideologies, and also they were fighting against the French and the British. So they adopted German philosophy. It's
wow.
crazy. It's
I
crazy stuff,
didn't even
because they're
realize
like,
that. Wow.
yeah, because they're like, oh, who else is fighting against the British and the French? Oh yeah, the Germans. So they thought the best way out of this is through German philosophy. And German philosophy owes a lot of its startup to Martin Luther.
I don't think that a lot of Mideastern country or nations are thinking anything about Germans right at this moment.
Oh no, oh no. They aren't, but they are in terms of they are using Islamist ideologies that were founded by people who read German philosophy.
All right,
You know,
yes, that was like predating all what I'm talking about. Yeah, so that was like way back before.
yeah, yeah. So it has to have so it's like, even though they don't realize the influence, there is one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
So that's
cow, man. Yeah. That's like with every nation has like different influences from different cultures, religions, yada yada. And like they don't even realize that where their things come from, right? In their brains.
yeah. And see, it goes against this guy's point. This guy had a point. He's like, oh, Islamic culture is different than all these other cultures, but then how come there's all these communist revolutions in Muslim countries? You know,
There you
it's
go.
kind of
Yeah.
it's kind of weird. And how come the modern Islamist movements are related to communist and fascist ideologies? So it kind of goes against this guy's point, and I don't know where. Yeah, yeah, there is a lot of confused Muslims. That's my point. There's a lot of confused Muslims. There's a lot of
A
confused
lot of
white
confused
people.
Christians and
A lot of
fucking
confused
yeah,
Christians. A lot of confused Jews.
Zionists.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
They're
all
Zionists. They follow an ideology based on secular humanism.
based
And
on bullshit.
yeah,
Can't get
Pretty
no
much.
relief.
yeah, exactly. Can't get no relief out here, except for the leaf itself. There ain't no relief but the leaf. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude. Sativa,
Sativa, exactly, precisely.
the bud.
The bud.
Samuel Huntington first published an article called The Clash of Civilizations in the Journal of Foreign Affairs in 1993. It incited more debate than any piece of writing that has been seen since.
So this guy is like a Zionist, and he works for the Council on Foreign Relations. So it's just interesting that he would come and let me know. I don't know if this is very audible, like
It's
if
kind
you
of
guys can hear.
A little
Yeah, if
quiet.
you guys can hear this shit. Yeah, this shit's quiet.
George Kennan's
Tiny
X article in the 1940s. In response, Huntington has now
Yeah, it's good
expanded his
now.
treatise into.
See if this one works better.
I mean, you
'Cause
have
there's
the
an-
volume all the way up, so it's like goofy.
Samuel Huntington first published an article called The
YouTube.
Clash of Civilizations in the
I don't
Journal
know.
of
This
Foreign
one seems
Affairs
even
in
worse, doesn't it? I don't know. Fuck,
Similar.
man.
Well, it's YouTube, man. It doesn't
Samuel
gel
Huntington
with
first published an
StreamYard.
article called The Clash of Civilizations in the Journal of Foreign Affairs in
Fuck it.
1993. It incited more debate than any piece of writing that has been
Addiction.
seen since George Kennan's X article in the 1940s. In response, Huntington has now expanded his treatise into a book, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of World Order. He asserts that in the coming decade, the world will divide not along political lines, but cultural lines. The thriving Muslim and East Asian societies will challenge Western dominance, and the United States, used to being a world leader, will need to reevaluate its policies on foreign intervention and domestic immigration in order to remain a major player. I am pleased to have the author of these
Oh,
provocative
God.
ideas.
So in other words, there's a Asian Islamic influence that's gonna be challenging Western dominance. So it's Muslim and Asian. So what do you see on the world stage right now? And to think they didn't plan that.
Yeah.
They talked about it as guiding their policy decisions from like 50 years ago. So it's like, this guy's gonna explain how all of the wars, before they started any of the wars, why they're having all of those
Man, I wonder, is this guy still alive? I wonder if he can see what's going on right now and how much illegal invasion is going on. Millions upon millions of all nations are coming into America, and I believe in people who want to immigrate and work for it and want to work. But all these people that are being ushered into our country are just willy-nilly, just like let upon our nation. And here we are. We're going to find out how bad that is, I think. I have a prediction. We're going to find out.
Looks like he died in 2008.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, Samuel P. Huntington, rest in piss. Zionist dog. You know what I mean? But yeah, were you gonna say something, brother Talcott? Go ahead.
I was loving the previous conversations. I think I missed the first half hour, but love what you share. And then admittedly, just as I was getting ready to open the stream, I noticed Illumitami was on. I made the mistake of checking that out. So I missed the last few minutes right before I jumped on. I don't want to interrupt.
Illumitami.
I thought you were enemies.
Well, we're not. I'm not. I actually popped in the chat and I offered my love, and I was immediately timed out or blocked. So
blocked for offering love. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Tommy. He's got him and Snafu have an interesting game going on. I think they're like playing this character online, and then it would be illogical to think that that's how they behave in their private lives. Or so it's obvious. Yeah.
Oh, brother, I love you. You have such.
Their private lives.
See, I see it the other way. I see that what's showing online is a great part of their character, and it's illogical.
maybe like a Jungian shadow self, their feminine self, as they were. The spirit of their mama. I think is that the Jungian shadow? I don't know what that's referring to, but
it's part of it, man.
Close to it. The anima and the animus.
Yeah, the enema.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh
the
man.
enema and the animus.
Yeah, the animus. Yeah,
And
maybe they're getting. Yeah.
Hey, what that reminded me of was enemies, and that's kind of the context of where your conversation has been at, with the influence of some of the Protestant ideas. And I hadn't considered that until you, man. I keep learning so much through you. I respect you and appreciate you so much.
Yeah, and if you'll actually research on the show, I blame Catholics, I blame Protestants, I blame Muslims, I blame the white people, the Jews. So there's nobody hasn't been blamed here. I mean,
Good.
in my presentation, everybody's culpable. That's the problem.
Everyone's to blame, dude. Everyone's to blame.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that
ideology is to blame.
Yeah. See, because the ideology is being used in the technological scope, so you can't assign. So since there's a complex generation for these, facts and these influences, you have to take a more nuanced approach in studying and researching and figuring out what's going on here, so that you exactly integrate what all these types of ideologies represent, and why conflicting ideologies could find their root within modern movements, such as the ones I've presented over the last few shows, of Jews and secularism, Christians and a sort of statist regime, in terms of Christianity, where there's usually a separation between church and state, a pretty powerful one, and between the heavenly and the earthly realms as well, the spirit and the flesh, if you will, on the personal level. So, there's all of these dichotomies, and then it links back to Islam, finally,
Hey, TML, like when I was a kid, I was in my mom dragged me to a Pentecostal cracker church. All the glitter music, and the fucking all the keyboards and all this bullshit. And they were pro-Zionist all the way through. Like from when I went there at the age of 9, they were talking about blow the trumpet in Zion, Zion. Like the Zionists.
Right. Yeah, the Bible says the Jews are the sons of the devil.
Yep.
So it says they killed Jesus. It doesn't even make sense.
They did. They fucking did.
How are you a Christian Zionist? It makes zero sense.
Exactly, dude.
But in the modern world,
I used to tell my mom, like, "What the fuck? You're a Zionist, and yet you fucking it just makes me sick." God bless my mom, but she was retarded.
Hey, yes, our parents were likely more deceived and more confused than we were. So that's why we've all got to heal from the past and figure out what the hell is really true.
Yeah. And that same Zionist goddamn Pentecostal cracker church with a fucking like $1 million goal to have the biggest building that's shown above the highway. Oh my God. So like you have that, and then you got like the Zionist, like blow the trumpet in Zion, and they loved it so much, and they spoke in tongues, but they didn't know what they were saying. But I think they were probably taking on the devil in their brains, or another something. And what do you think? Like all these people, all these Pentecostal, it's like talking in tongues they don't know. What do you think of that? I
Yeah,
mean, like that.
there's something more going on there. You know, I don't.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
more
their
than
mind
group
is on
think. Yeah,
drugs
yeah.
of
It's
some
like
sort, but they're not on drugs. They're not on drugs, but they're on the Jesus drug, I guess. If they
They're
and
on music, I guess. No, if it's not the drugs, it must be the music. I'm not sure.
hey Hank, how you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm tired. I did a split shift. I did. I don't remember how many hours. It has to be over 12.
Wow, man.
damn.
That's a long day, brother.
Yep.
The things people do for money.
Bring in that bread.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we live in a slave farm. I like how we spelled farm that way.
Beautiful. Yep.
Yeah, big
Hey,
pharma.
if I can swing back to what Machine Lies was saying about the divisions, and I don't remember all the examples you gave, but even the spirit and the flesh and the state and the
church, yeah,
and the church. There are divisions, yet there is no real separation between those, because the common part between all those things, it's us, the human beings involved.
Sorry.
It's
So
okay,
you're
no worries.
saying, sorry.
Mute my ass.
No, go ahead, Reddington.
So you're saying, Talcott, that we're partially to blame, or what?
Well, kind of what TML, the Machine Lies, has been offering. There's a combined culpability. There's a lot of variables involved, but in the end, it doesn't really matter who's to blame or who's to responsible. I think what's most important is what are we going to do about it.
That's right. That's right, Jack. And also, you know what? Like people righteously have to blame these motherfuckers that are putting us down and putting jabs in our arms and doing all this and that. You know what I mean?
I agree. This world would benefit from more culpability, more accountability, responsibility. But the world we were born into has been so focused on punishment and reward.
That's been the fucking society since day one. Punishment.
Yep.
Punishment, dude. Yeah,
Dude,
you're right. You're right.
That's the untold, unspoken part of the lesson of Jesus, right? A perfected version of us was murdered because of the illusions of authority.
Yeah.
And the illusions of authority were chasing after what? Property, money, power. So the example was to show us, hey, you can make other choices, right? And I think we can. I think the world is primed for it, man. That's why the world created men like the Machine Lies, like myself, like all these other people who are sharing these wisdom.
On now. Like myself, dude, that's kind of narcissism in a basket.
What if it's true? Is it narcissistic if it's accurate, provable?
Okay, provable. All right, Jack. Dude, like when you say that, like myself, like, well, I understand that you like the Machine Lies, so do I. But like myself, like when you say that is narcissism personified.
Not when you place the words in the context and you apply the
what you
meaning
just
that was
said is in your own context.
right. I spoke
Yeah.
in the context of my perception, my experience,
myself, right?
Correct.
Myself.
Hello.
Come on now, Jack.
Oh, please.
Myself.
Hey, look, don't get so sensitive. Don't get
No,
so
I'm not
sensitive.
sensitive at all. I'm just talking to you, man.
I know. So chill. So look, when I say myself, I know for a fact. I mean,
No. You said myself in a way that's narcissistic, dude.
Okay.
Myself.
It's not like narcissism's bad.
Hey, myself. Oh my God.
No, it's not like narcissism's bad. So
No,
I'm
it's
like,
not.
no,
Everybody
narcissism's not
has
even
it.
bad.
Everybody has it. I have it. You have it.
Then
He
why
has
are
it
you
to a
reacting
degree
like
that I
such a
cannot
little bitch?
understand?
Why are you reacting like such a little bitch? Sincerely.
Yeah,
because you're a bitch, Talcott.
I am. Is that what you think? That is what you think, and that's why you're showing me your
I'm
bitch.
washing all that away.
If Talcott's a bitch, why are you so scared?
I like your beard, Talcott. You gotta shave it.
Oh yeah. Also, I don't agree that Jesus was a perfected version of me. I do not agree. He's a perfected version of someone, but definitely not me.
Me too, Hank. Me too, Hank. Jesus is a character from 2,000 years ago or more, right? And do I have anything to do with it? I live in America. I'm born as a white man. Oh my God. I'm a white man. Oh shit. And he was born as a whatever in Israel. So am I supposed to react to it? No. You know what I'm talking about.
You're supposed to give money to your nearest church building because of it.
That's all they want.
Even though they don't need the money.
Money. Give me your money.
I wanted it to be a debate on narcissism, but yeah.
Narcissism's good.
You guys want?
Okay, narcissism's good.
Where did he go?
He's hiding in his dungeon.
He was just there, just trying to talk, and then he just flipped out. Well, he'll come back. Well, go ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
So we won the debate. We both agree that narcissism's good.
Yeah, I mean, like that is all of humanity is narcissism, but there are levels of narcissism that are sick. And
like,
I don't.
For example, Cecil's too low, so it's sick.
Has a level of narcissism that is sick. He's a good guy. I've seen him many times on this. He's not.
You have to raise your narcissism level,
is.
Cecil.
Yeah, I don't really like narcissists that much, especially the extreme
malignant. Yeah, malignant narcissists are motherfuckers, and I've known so many, and you've known many.
They could. I mean, I would venture to say that extreme narcissism is almost as dangerous as like sociopaths.
Yeah, it's borderlining, if not in that territory.
What were you going to say, Jack?
I was going to acknowledge what set off the trigger in the conversation of narcissism. What I said poorly. It did come across as kind of arrogant, because we are all what the world has been creating. And in the context of where I was saying, I have faith the world is going to change because the world has created men and women like us. We care about what's going on. We care about what's true.
The world's gonna change, all right, brother.
Well,
it's gonna change bad.
Well, it can. Things can continue. Things can change bad.
It is changing bad, dude. It's changing bad right now as we speak.
It's also changing good too.
Oh, it used to be.
It's changing in a lot of good ways. We just overlook a lot of the luxuries.
No. Like,
Hey, think back. Think back just 125 years, 1900s, what you might know about it.
well, how many fucking missiles did they have back then?
Zero.
Zero. Exactly.
How many missiles directly
means the world
affect
is
your
worse.
day today? How many missiles directly affect your day today, if you want to bring that up?
Well, until it happens, it'll happen.
What's up, sir?
Hey.
Good to see y'all. Sorry to bogard for a second, but TML put me up front, so I guess he wants me to speak for a second.
Well, I
Wanted
was
to
just noticing the Christmas hat.
yeah. I haven't updated. During the Christmas season, I update my avatar, and that's about the only time.
Yeah, I know. It's just funny that you still had it. Yeah.
Didn't even notice.
Yeah. It's basically my version of Christmas lights. I'll probably get them down by February. We'll see. Got them hanging up. But I did want to talk to TML for a second, because I saw Yurt was talking about how he had read your book, or at least a significant amount of it, and he was talking about a certain section of it. And I wanted to talk to you about that for a second, if you had a chance.
Yeah, what's up?
Because I haven't read the book before. It sounds at least like the section that he had mentioned was an interesting section. I was wondering if you had gone through it back again, and you wanted to talk about it. Because
I kind of wanted to send him an email because when I went back and went to those sections, I don't actually know what he found particularly interesting about them, so because there's so much information in the book. I mean, it's like 400 pages,
right?
But yeah, those particular sections, I didn't really get to what he wanted, but he did say it had something to do with Protestantism.
Did you can you give like a TLDR of what that section was, just so that I can get kind of an idea?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. From 300, I mean, because I'll give you the large kind of thing about the book is like, it gets into the philosophical roots of some of the movements that go on. So I'm talking about Xenophanes, Parmenides. I'm talking about different issues in terms of Heraclitus and Plato and Aristotle. So I kind of tie those to the Middle Ages, the philosophy of the Middle Ages, because
so was there like a main point that you were trying to establish in that section that you think he might be trying to get at, or what was? Because I mean, I've obviously not read the book, so I'm trying to keep conversation going because I thought that was interesting.
I think it was just kind of he's talking about I guess because that's when I really start part 3 of the book, called Logos Dethroned. So I have I've organized the book into 2 parts,
which is sorry to interrupt, that's the main title of the book, correct?
No, the title of the book is Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned.
Okay,
so
that's why I've heard that phrase Logos Dethroned before, so that I was trying to make that connection.
Okay, so the first is about the radical biblical theory of the historicists and the mythicists, who try to paint Christ as this historical or mythical figure. And so I talk about the genesis of their ideology, the Tübingen school and how they were young Hegelians. And I talk about astrotheology, and I talk about the Gnostics and all that type of stuff. And I say all of these ideologies, if you want to understand Christianity through these lenses, you have to just let it go, because Christianity can't be understood through any of these lenses: astrotheology, mysticism, radical
I like
biblical criticism, because they're all coming from a modern perspective, And
so it's also not the correct perspective of the Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say you have to read it on its own terms, you know. Then so I kind of cancel out that approach, you know, there. Um you know, the modern approach. You know, and I look at modern writers like Elaine Pagels and Bart Ehrman, and I talk about what's really wrong with their writings, the way they present information, and the kind of metaphysical goggles they're seeing to look through the information. Then I talk about the political history of Christianity, you know. So I talk about and the Jews in Europe, you know. So the whole second part is about that. Then part 3, finally I get to philosophy, right?
Okay.
So I open up that part, and that's right when those sections start that he's talking about. So 370, you know, that's right when it starts. You know what I'm saying, right?
So the like 2/3 of the book is like laying the groundwork,
Yeah,
essentially.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So then in the second section, I talk about how much it's important for the church and the Jews and all this stuff, Maimonides and all these people, and it's really Nietzsche who sussed this out. You know, he said Christianity is Platonism for the people. You know, so he's connecting the ideas of Plato and Aristotle with those of Christianity. And I looked at
Do
the
you
writings of the church, and lo and behold, they do the same thing, you know, because Saint Eusebius literally compares Phaedrus to Saint Paul. You know, he compares Saint Clement of Alexandria compares Plato with Moses. So they say that Plato has the same moral philosophy. And when I first read Plato, you know, I thought, man, this is like Islamic or Christian stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Like that's kind of like,
and that was
you're like, wait, this guy's talking about God, like with a capital G. You know,
so
like this guy.
from your perspective, does it seem like most philosophers kind of give an undercutting take of Christianity? Because I mean, I'm obviously
I think that Islam and Christianity and Judaism in the medieval age, you know, when they became promoters of Neoplatonism, you know, because Neoplatonism was a response to Aristotle, you know, to the spread of Hellenization.
Right. Which
Right.
side note, real quick, was very thoroughly refuted in Against Heresies by Saint Irenaeus.
And I mentioned that a
Nice.
lot.
Okay,
That's
cool.
one of the works I mentioned a lot, especially in the first section, because Ehrman and Elaine Pagels and all these guys, they bring it up all the time. You know, so
that's because like I feel like you I mean, we probably
covered a lot of
we've had a little bit of, you know, drama, whatever, going back and forth, but I like
no, it's just people on, it's just people trying to you know, derail the conversation,
which is fair. And I think like obviously you have a little bit more nuanced view than most people, so that's why I figure I want to, you know, throw you these questions to see more your perspective, because I do believe that most ancient philosophers, when they try and give a take, or even modern philosophers for that matter, like Nietzsche, they make it a point to kind of undercut the Christian perspective and give it like a cookie cutter perspective, so that they can, or a straw man type of thing, so they can deconstruct it, which you know, I get, because it's,
well, I think that Nietzsche, in his rejection of Christianity, he's pretty strong. But then in his adoption of Dionysianism, it's like, wait, this is the replacement for that. So then you can tell that his philosophy is, his ideology falls flat on his face when he adopts some sort of neo-paganism as a replacement for Christianity, because
that's the thing that's frustrating, because when you have somebody that says, oh, this belief system is dog shit, but their replacement idea is even worse than the thing that they're trying to refute, is like, come on, man.
Well, that's why it's interesting for Nietzsche, because he has no problem with the God of the Old Testament. You know, it's just Jesus that he has a problem with. So he's actually,
which he
very
can't connect that they're the same person.
Yeah, he's not. He's drawing a sharp distinction between the two, and that's why he falls prey to the Protestant and the Hegelian kind of synthesis. You know what I mean? Because he's looking at the, and you could look at Nietzsche as a thoroughly Protestant thinker, and he's responding to German idealism. You know, so I mean, you know,
that's
so
down
I
the
mean,
same line for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So make no bones about the fact that, you know, no Luther, probably no Nietzsche. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, I mean, it's just as easy as that. I mean, when you look at history, I mean, you can't take sides with history. You know, that's kind of the point I'm making. That's why I'm forced to take this approach. It's not that I'm taking a nuanced approach so I could pretend to be intellectual. No, I want to figure out what's going on, and then I want to teach it for free here. You know, so
And
so
I would
that more
add
people
on
can
to
wake
that,
up
I
to it.
would say even more so, you know, every single philosopher is flawed in their own way. That was why, for me personally, just going through as much as I could of Irenaeus's Against Heresies is like, you get to see basically in a glimpse of time how many different belief systems were vying for power, and yet they were refuted, and yet again these same ideas still persist to today.
All right, I see.
Yeah, I kind of covered that last time, how some of the ideas of the Lurianic Kabbalah and these, I don't know what's going on there. I think I'm gonna mute. Was that Cecil? Yeah, that was Cecil. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, some of the ideas of the Lurianic Kabbalah, they kind of look exactly like Gnosticism. You know, and then you look at some of the Protestant ideas of the libertines, and they're going back into this antinomianism, and then you have the occult revival going on at the same time. So they're placing special importance on things like Gnosticism and Hermeticism and the Kabbalah.
Right.
You know, like,
and then also through American
no,
history,
go ahead.
there was literally a political party that was actively against Freemasonry, as far as like American history goes. So like there's a million different things.
But it's a trip because that party was actually made by the Freemasons.
Yes, exactly.
Actually,
exactly, dude. It's
yeah,
like a double, triple. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have things like B'nai B'rith, you know, where they're, you know, kind of espousing this, you know, almost anti-Zionist, pro-Zionist mix of doctrine, you know, and of course we were talking about the Christian Zionists, you know, that B. More Busker was talking about how his mom took him to a Christian Zionist church, you know.
I just want to talk to Stephen really briefly. Hey, Stephen, because you and I came out of the same place, out of Jim Bob and stuff like that. That's where you and I met.
Yes.
And I'm sure you're aware that I'm not really probably welcome over there. And I just want to get your opinion on what do you think of this Christian nationalism, futurism, secular Christianity stuff that we're talking about recently?
First, I want to make it clear, I don't have any hard feelings for you. I like, you know, hazing you, you know, because of the fact that, you know, all the past shit. So
Yeah, don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about it. I'm not even worried about it. I just want to get your general opinion, because you and I think I think whatever our differences are, I think that you and I have a unique perspective on all this, because we take Christianity seriously on a religious standpoint, but when we look at the history and the philosophy and all that, like, first I'll say, like, I think why I run into a lot of problems with people is, like, I see Christianity as something that you can't really use strict philosophy on, because that's a tool, and when you use that tool, it changes the meaning.
Why do you believe that is? Because I don't think that philosophy, as far as Christianity is concerned, does change.
Well, I'll give you a great example. Christian nationalism is parading as if it's religious when it's not. I think that's a pretty good reason why. I can just give an example.
Well, I mean, that in and of itself is a quite vague phrase, and very weighted, as far as we're concerned. I do believe that Christianity should be established as best it can be across the world 100%, because I do believe my belief system is correct, and I do believe that it is the best way for society to function. Proof is through the Byzantine Empire, lasting longer than any other empire. But I do understand that there are gripes to that type of system. So I'm looking for
Well,
more
okay.
specificity.
Let me ask this: how do you feel about the position that Christians find themselves in relation to Zionist broadly? Even though I think it's more complicated than that. Let's just use that as an example.
As far as Zionism as a belief system is concerned, the proper Christian stance should be to be against Zionism, in my opinion.
Right, and if you found that the ideals that people are telling you to believe via Christianity were not in favor of removing that influence from Christians, how would you feel about that?
Sorry, say that one more time.
If you found that people were crypto-Zionist and pretending to be a Christian, how would you feel about that?
Oh, I'd do the same thing that I did with people like Nick Fuentes or others.
Okay.
I'd call them out for their stance. Yeah.
So that's what I'm referring to, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, no, I get that. And you know, I don't oppose your gripes for those types of controlled stances, but I do still believe that Christianity establishing dominance over the world would be the best case scenario for the world. So,
sure. Well, then you got to define what you mean by Christianity, because obviously,
yes, I can do that.
You know, and again, this is not coming at you at all. What I'm saying is, like, I don't see many people defining Christianity. What I see is them defining a political movement and just saying, slapping a sticker of Christianity on it and say, well, I'm a Christian, guys, therefore follow me into the fucking war or what the fuck ever, right? Like, right. I don't trust that very much personally. Like, for me, I
remember the fact that Nick Fuentes had Catboy Cammy as one of his main homies for a long time, which, as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to be a Christian in the public sphere, you need to make sure that the people you associate yourself with also represent those views. Now, there is the caveat of, like, okay, for example, people like Andrew Wilson, who is willingly jumping into debate spheres, and Jim Bob also, for example, is jumping into trying to create dialogue. Those are two different examples of how Christians can actually be in the world, but not of the world. I think we've seen well enough with the things they've done.
Sure. Well, no, and look, here's the thing. I think in principle I agree, but here's what I'm saying. Like, in the act of using a tool, it changes the way you operate. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you use a hammer to build a house and you use like all the modern technology to build a house, it's going to change the outcome. You kind of get what I'm saying?
I don't agree, because I don't think just because our tools are modernized means that we have to change what our goal is.
Well, I'm not going to presup you, but I would say that if I were you, I would challenge my own presuppositions on that.
Go
but
ahead and challenge it.
Like,
no, it's like I'm not, I'm not.
No, and I'm not coming at you. I'm just trying to make myself clear to people like you, because I think that it's kind of misunderstood as like, okay, well, put it this way. As much skepticism as I have of, people who are Muslim or Satanist or whatever, right? I have way more skepticism of people who say, I'm a Christian, guys, trust me. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, personally, I would argue that I actually have a better informed skepticism view of Christianity than you do, because I'm a Christian. However, I do understand that you do have viewpoints that you do criticize of Christianity. I think I can do them better because I am better informed. And that's why I take the stances that I take.
Sure, but also what I'm saying is, being informed can also give you biases that you're unaware of. You kind of get what I'm saying?
I
mean, if you kind of presuppose,
not if you. I mean, like, I would. I don't agree with that. I think information to the. Okay, I'll give you a little bit of credit. Yes. To a person that doesn't know how to operate a tool correctly, a die cutting saw can be very detrimental to a house. Sure. However, that's not what we're discussing. We're talking about people who are informed on topics that are
Well,
going to
sure. Well, here's what I'm saying. When you have someone if you have a rule of experts for your salvation, it opens the door to corruption, right? If you have a rule of
I
experts
don't
for your
believe that.
science, if you
No,
have the
if you have a team of
okay,
experts,
so there's no corruption within any church.
I mean, okay, you're painting with a very broad brush. The point that I'm trying to make is you're saying something that I could actually shoehorn in if I were being, bad faith, and say, I can literally consult the bones of dead saints as far as keeping my historical timeline correct, or different things like that, right? So that's why I don't want to expand to say, like, just because there are people right now that are bending the knee to global homo, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm
Yeah,
going to be
I get it.
restrained on that.
I get it, but here's what I'm saying. Even you ask someone like Posh, right? The Church of Eastern Orthodoxy only survived because the lay persons preserved it when their churches got corrupt. You kind of get what I mean?
Well,
Like,
that's not correct either.
sure it is.
The
Sure it
church
is.
was preserved because of the bones.
Because of the what?
Bones. The literal bones of different saints have been put into different artifacts and spread throughout the world to a point where that is historical validation on top of the theological imperative that Christianity is true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but okay.
The point I'm trying to make is, when people try to argue that, history may be fake, or there may be questionable years missing, etc., that we see in the conspiracy realm.
Okay. Yeah, go, I get what you're saying. Let me just paint a scenario very briefly, just to get your rough take on it. Okay. Let's just say that there was a giant war between a bunch of European people that happen to be Christians, like, let's say, the Germans and the Russians, for example, right? You have, Germans of a certain sect of Christianity, and you have Russians of a certain sect of Christianity. Now, the governments of those countries, I think you could argue, were probably not very Christian at the end of the day. Yet they were marched off and slaughtered each other out of defending, quote unquote, their country. Now, do you think that Christians who found themselves in that position had any moral responsibility before, during, and after that giant conflict of slaughtering Christians among each other?
I mean, to be fair, I feel like you're painting with a very weighted brush, and I will give a counter argument that currently in the Russia-Ukraine war, there are both Russians and Ukrainians that are being given their last communions before they go to war. I do not believe that means that they are signing on to a holy war, nor do I believe that means that they explicitly mean that their cause is just. However, I do believe that they are doing the best that they know how, given their context, their belief system, and their fight for good. Now, on top of that, I also believe that war is never going to be something that can be solved in the world that we exist in, because conflict is innate in our nature. That is why we do debates online, and to an even more extreme degree, we do war, because we have conflicting belief systems, and that will continue, in my opinion, until the end of time. I
Sure.
would like,
Okay. Go ahead.
I would like to believe that the right opinion will play out correctly at the fulfillment of time, because eventually all of this has to end. However, I'm not going to put tally marks on which side is winning as I, scroll through time and see what wars have conspired and try and make judgment claims on the people involved in those
Sure.
wars.
So what you're referring to there, I would say, is probably something like the just war theory, which goes back to ancient Egypt. I just wanted to mention that to you, first of all, and second,
yeah,
which is, so it's not Christian, but that's fine. And then from and from there, I would say, I like to ask people, who do you trust to interpret something like the Book of Revelation to you, right? And I just think that, if we're here as Christians to find salvation, which I rather call it theosis, because I kind of think they're more or less the same thing, then
that's a good point.
We're kind of like being judged, but I think it's not. I think that the orthodoxy version of that is a little bit more, where it's more like we are here to learn and improve, and all I'm saying is, getting marched off to kill a bunch of Christians is probably not the best thing for theosis, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at,
I mean, yes, right. If you're trying to actualize, your best self, yada yada yada. However, given the fact that we are created beings, we live in a existing and dynamic world that is forever in flux, because of the fact that everybody takes an individual decision every single day. It's going to change things. I think that Christians do have an opportunity to establish dominance in the world, like I've said before. And I understand that on the ground level, sometimes violence doesn't look Christian. However, I do think sometimes it is necessary to have violence. There's nothing
I don't disagree with you on
that opposes that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I guess what I'm saying is, I think that we kind of have a responsibility to be pretty fucking sure before we enact violence. That's kind of what I'm saying. But I get where you're coming from. Yeah. So yeah, I yield. I just wanted to tease that out with you for the audience more than just between you and I, just to kind of show the different ways of looking at the situation. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, hey Neuro. Oh, he left?
He's gone.
I don't think he showcased that particular conflict in the proper context, but okay.
Did you have a different perspective?
I don't think he was talking about war too, and I don't think the context was as simple as Christians fighting Christians. I mean, the big part of the reason why the German army was leveraged in that direction is because the Russian army was under. Well, first of all, let me back up. All wars are banker wars. Okay,
correct.
Bankers are some of the most anti-spiritual people that have ever existed. Their whole premise is materialism, right? And so, I mean, you can say that like all the way back to the war that created America, potentially, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so, but the whole premise of that particular conflict was that Russia was in control, was being controlled by communists who ban religion when they take control. At least in that particular scenario, they did. They were like, we do not want anything competing with your worship of the state. which is, that's why they took down, banned church, put up all these statues of Stalin and Lenin and all this shit. So the German army was leveraged in that direction because that's what they believed that they were stopping. And as much as there's all this, I mean, you can't really deny that there was neo-paganism or some level of the German aristocracy to return to their pagan roots involved in the German leadership. Right. They were a Christian nation. Mr. Mustache was raised a Catholic, right? So there was Christian. They were allowed.
He was a lover of speed as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really a point that I'm like trying to. I always that's the most common point that I hear now is, oh, they were all on meth. Yeah, okay, that's not really what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about their philosophy, right? And oh yeah, blah blah, they were all on drugs. Well, you could say that about pretty much almost all the liberals in this country right now.
Right. I mean, realistically, that just motivates a person to get the job done.
And that was their premise. They were like, look, we need to march this many thousands of troops over there. Here's your issue, your freaking energy. They give today, if you stand watch on an American naval vessel, they're gonna issue you some type of caffeine pill or something to make sure you stay awake. All right, so, or at least they did. I grew up in Navy town, but
I mean, I gotta know more about this Bones thing. What's the deal with this Bones thing?
Yeah, I thought that was
sorry.
That came out of nowhere. Is that because that sounds like an interesting take. I've never heard that before in my life.
Yeah, give me 5 more seconds.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, because he was talking about the bones of the saints and how it's related to historical world events.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at near an airport right now, so the plane's coming in. Basically, my whole point about the bones is
the bones.
Something. Yes,
them bones,
them bones,
them bones.
It's like honestly the most major.
That's funny. That's funny. I'm making a song right now called Bones. Yeah,
that's funny.
I'll send it to you because you like music.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got actually a homies like hardcore band from back in the day that has there's a song called Dem Bones, and it was about it was about Isaiah's quote of "Can these bones live?" reference. But
okay.
So but to bring it back to my point for tonight was a lot of times we've seen the conspiracy realm. God damn, there's so many airplanes. A lot of times in the conspiracy realm, there are people that talk about mystery years and missing years and missing people, and this should be this, that, and the other way because of how many people are supposed to exist on the earth, and all these different conspiracy theories about how life ought to have been, considering yada yada yada. The thing that helped actually ground me personally was the fact that you can actually, if you're diligent enough, find the literal bones of different saints in the Orthodox and also Catholic church that properly date time and space, so that you can actually have a proper grasp on reality, which in my opinion is a very valuable thing, considering a lot of people have lost their reference points when they start going into the Mandela effect type of things. For me,
I see what you mean. See what you mean. Like the collection of these bones is a real historical artifact, as opposed to like books and shit that they edited like hundreds of times and shit like that. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying.
Like
the placeholder that the communion is done at my church holds the bones of Saint George.
Okay, because I didn't. Because I didn't want you to sound. Yeah, I didn't want you to sound silly or possibly expose you for sounding
Right,
silly if you did, but no, that's reasonable because it's like, oh shit, the bones, yeah,
right.
you know, because it's
And
like a real, and even the churches or really things that are really set in stone, you know, buildings are a good one, you know, because it's like they last over time, you know what I'm saying? But still
and
they,
even
you know,
if
yeah.
there are
Go ahead.
some buildings that take 50 to 100 to 200 years to build, some of the most extravagant buildings on planet Earth took a very long time to build, and yet they're being undercut by all these different Tartarian bullshits, right? All these different arguments that say whatever about having to have yada yada yada.
I haven't really looked into the Tartarian hypothesis. Can you run that? Or like, what is that really about?
I can do that.
Not missing much.
Yeah. Because I'm
Airtaria.
Yeah.
Bartaria. What the fuck is all this shit, man?
yeah.
Like
So a lot of the,
Beartaria and Fartaria and all this.
It is a lot of bullshit. You're right.
Fucking bullshit.
So a lot of the so there's a little bit of nuance to the whole Tartaria thing. For example, there is a lot of factual maps that show there is an area in Russia that was named Tartaria at one point. However, a lot of people like John Levi, et cetera, Flat Earth British, expound on this and make a claim that there was a global network that is now they shoehorned to call Tartaria that had free energy, had all these different esoteric healing systems.
What time period are we looking at?
Unfortunately, that doesn't exist, dude.
Correct.
1700s
You're right.
is a clear.
Yeah, what time period?
No,
what time period are we looking at here?
Prehistory.
They argue is there was an era somewhere surrounding the Chicago World's Fair, so like near the end of the 1800s. So basically for the predominant series of the 1800s area, that is the claim that this era was taking precedent over the world. The thing is, and it's such a bad argument, I'm not going to try and defend it because it lays over so much of the Byzantine Empire. It undercuts a lot of the Dark Ages and the advancements that were created. And then because the Dark Ages conspiracy theory is also, a farce because of the fact that most postmodernists claim that it's supposed to be the Dark Ages because that was when Christianity took over, even though that was when a lot of modern medical advancements happened. So it's bullshit wrapped inside of bullshit, is my main point. However, if you want me to keep expanding on the Tartaria side, I can talk about, the whole cymatics aspect of how people claimed that there were churches that, because the organs, right, they would call the big orchestral unit that was usually put in churches back in the day, that was a whole bunch of pipes. They would claim, as far as the Tartarian conspiracy goes, that these churches, because of what depending on what thematic pattern they had in their broken or their stained glass window on the front, it was basically a sign of which organ that specific church healed, which is absolute horseshit, right? Is not to discredit the fact that there are frequencies that can evoke emotions in a certain person. I'm a big fan of music, and I understand that, like, you can write the most dog shit lyrics and have the best riff behind it, and you're still gonna cry, right? So it's basically melding a lot of things to try and cobble together a conspiracy theory at the end of the day.
If I can just add a couple of
go for it.
sentences. my whole theory, the short end of my whole theory is I think a lot of this has to do with there have been people who have been searching for ancient technology and ancient civilizations and so on and so forth, and probably have actually found this. And I think the whole Tartarian thing is like they're trying to control the direction the information is going, and like trying to muddy the waters, if you will, before any type of real information gets released, because they know that there are probably people out there who have rock solid evidence of, you know, something that's not in our actual history, what is being the official story that we're being told about our history. There's probably somebody out there that has like proof that that's bullshit. So I think the whole Tartaria thing is like a preemptive disinformation psyop to try to be like, oh, you know, kind of like flat Earth, like, oh, you believe in flat Earth, it's gonna be like, oh, you believe in Tartaria, you know, type of thing. Like, there's probably gonna be some type of information release in the future, and it's people who are trying to
poison
guide information. Sure. I'm sorry, what was that?
I said it was meant to like poison the waters, basically.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's even, look, I don't know, I don't care about flat Earth or round Earth. I really don't matter to me. But when you Google flat Earth, it'll bring you to websites that'll show you like stupidity, like that flat Earth is like a flying saucer disc in space, where the guys that are presenting flat Earth aren't doing that. So they're poisoning it to make people not even think if there's a flatter around, because I really don't. I've never been in space, so I don't give a shit.
Man, the fact that anybody entertains this shit is stupid.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about
why would anybody entertain this shit anyway?
He was giving an example. I was telling him how they're poisoning it. Stop being a Karen. I'm not saying the Earth is flat, so stop being a Karen.
It's all bullshit.
You're full of bullshit.
No,
you're a Karen.
I'm not.
You're an emotional.
You're reading, dude.
You're an emotional pseudo-intellect Karen. Look at you. You're like a little girl crying.
No, you are. You fucking.
I'm not. I'm calm.
Fucking New Yorker.
I'm calm.
All right, New Yorker.
Hey, let's take a 1 minute break. We could all do the pseudo shuffle together and come back together.
Yeah, look at this guy. Look like some freaking redneck smoking fucking meth in his bathroom.
Oh,
yeah. Go take another hit.
Redneck with MS, you fuck.
Go take another hit, Karen.
Fuck you.
Oh.
You don't know shit about shit.
I'm so scared of you.
No, I'm not scared of you, nigga.
Oh,
cracker.
We're using the N-word now?
No, you're a cracker. No, whatever. You're a nigger cracker.
Are you a racist? I'm Sicilian.
Kidding,
are you calling me?
Fucking, dude,
I am black. Are you? I'm Sicilian. Are you calling me the N-word?
You're entertaining, dude. You're cool.
Are you calling me the N-word?
You're cool, man. I'm just having fun, dude. I'm having fun.
I think you're drunk.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've been drinking.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit, and I've been smoking some herbs, some sativas. Yeah,
God bless America.
I have MS, and I'm sitting in my bed as always.
Glad you got that out of your system, more Buster, whatever that was.
Anyway, I agree with you with the poison in the waters. That's all. Not you, the guy that was talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's poison in the waters. I believe in that. I believe that there's definitely poison in waters everywhere. Even in the goddamn Fiji water that I'm drinking right now. Plasticides and all this shit, they keep jamming into my head.
It's a sober Saturday for me.
Feminizers. They got the feminizers and the plastic and the plasticins. They're feminizers.
Plasticides, man. Dude, that's a real thing, dude. Like, when you drink vodka out of a plastic bottle, you're absorbing everything out of that plastic bottle through the alcohol and drinking it. And same with water and Fiji water bottles.
Yeah, because Fiji has to get shipped in those hot containers.
and they blow up like a goddamn bloated fish, man. Yeah.
I have a tendency to try to avoid drinking vodka out of a plastic bottle. I usually all the vodka I ever consume is like in a glass bottle.
Yeah, I'd love that too, man. I appreciate that too. I really do.
I don't drink liquor.
You're drinking water out of a plastic bottle all the time, right? Because everybody don't want to drink.
I'm not drinking it out of the sink, dude. I'd rather drink it out of a plastic bottle than out of my goddamn sink.
I agree with
tap
that.
water. No
That fluoride
difference.
will kill. The fluoride will kill you.
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking of that,
it's not only that, like the shit, the crust that sticks in my faucet. Would I want to drink that along with the fucking other shit?
I just saw.
I prefer distilling my own water and liquor, guys.
Yeah, there you go, man. Fuck yeah.
How do you distill? How do you distill your water? What do you do?
I use my still. I use my still.
Well, what does it suck? The humidity out of the air or something?
No,
you can take water. You can take regular pond water. You can take regular sewage water.
Reverse osmosis it.
No, natural distillation, heat, condensing water.
But if you take tap water and do that, you don't get rid of the fluoride.
Oh yeah, you do.
No,
you can take regular sewage.
Yeah, I don't know who's telling you
So
that.
you're saying
I don't know
that
who you're telling. I don't know who's telling you that, but when you distill water, you remove all nutrients. You remove all solid particles. You end up with H2O.
Wait a minute. Wait. You can take regular sewage water. Who the fuck said that? Who said
that is true?
Yep.
You could take.
I can go and piss. I can go in the desert. I can go in the desert and piss in a little hole in the sand.
Fuck you, dude.
Put a high reflective mirror on it.
Fuck you.
Put a high reflective.
Dude.
Put a high reflective mirror on it with a sheet of plastic above it. That water will condense and leave behind the urine particles, and I'll have clean water.
Yeah.
It's like
joking, man. I'm joking. I'm fucking with you, dude.
Whatever, man.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Alchemy.
Whatever.
When you realize you've got a temperature, what you're doing is your body is out of balance, and it's trying to alkalize itself or balance itself chemically. It's not in balance. That's why you get fevers.
How do you distill the water? Like, is there a machine you bought?
Yeah.
Or you made your own?
Dude, they've been distilling water.
Listen.
Yeah,
I want to do it. That's why I'm asking questions.
Okay, so you go out and you get yourself a 2-gallon pressure cooker. You take the knob on the top off, drill it out to 1 inch, put a 1-inch column in there for a copper pipe for about 6 to 8 inches. And then you take another 1/4-inch copper pipe, and connect it up in a coil that runs into a bucket that's just beside it. You fill the bucket up with ice and make sure that tube runs through the bucket with a grommet that drains into a glass jar.
Do you got a video on this?
I can make one.
There's probably hundreds of videos on YouTube about how to do this.
I'm gonna definitely go look into it now.
It's dude, they were condensing water back hundreds of years ago.
I know they are. I just never really thought about it.
You're supposed to put a little pinch of like pink Himalayan salt in it.
Plastic bottle spring water and distill it. It'll take the plastics out.
Yeah.
All right. I'm definitely going to buy myself a distillery.
Yeah, they got one for like, I think it's like $700. I don't know. They got one for like $700. Stainless steel.
Or you
that
could
was one of
the like Wizard.
Yeah,
just
that.
said.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I started doing as a young adult male, making my own liquor.
Yeah, no, it's the way to do it. Yeah.
Because you could take beer. You could take beer and probably run it through the same process and get a higher grade alcohol, now, couldn't you?
Oh man, I'm feeling good, dude.
And then you could.
How about this shit, man?
Yes, but you would get very little of it. because beer content and alcohol and
Well,
wine even
much.
Be real good for
is a lot
rainwater.
less.
You even get the contrails out.
Yep. I even made my own homemade wines. Tomato wine is one of the best, in case you didn't know.
Tomato wine. I've never heard of that. That sounds good. But how do you do that? How do you make tomato wine?
Same way, any other wine. You mash it, let it ferment in juice with your sugar and yeast, and then let it settle.
You know what my favorite wine to make is? El Perro wine.
Y'all don't even know.
You ever see how they make wine in jail?
Yeah, I bet, man.
I did 3.5 years in prison.
They get Kool-Aid and shit. They put it in a sock and stick it in the toilet. It's like crazy shit.
Oh,
Worked in the kitchen. Worked in the kitchen. Don't need it if you work in the kitchen. You use the jugs that they already give you.
All right. We got a person who can tell us. Yeah.
Ferment everything you can when you're in jail. Oh man. Jesus Christ. That's crazy.
True though.
Yeah, Wizard's interesting. He lived in the mountains, skinned a raccoon. You know, he's like looking at mushrooms and stuff in the woods. You know, he's a wild man. You know what I'm saying?
Wild and crazy guy.
I used to love the woods, man. No more. I can't do anything anymore.
Did you guys know that rocks use 0-point energy?
To do what?
I don't know.
Don't do anything.
They're at rest. You know, true unlimited energy is actually at rest.
And so are rocks. Although there are some stones that move. Have you heard of them? The moving stones that naturally move somehow.
I've seen
That's
people.
because of frost. That's because of ice on the surface.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to rocks and heat, if you've got a rock that's been soaked in water and then you heat it up, you don't need fire, just heat. You heat that up to a.
I heard of ones in the desert too. I mean, like I've heard of that, but I've heard
Yes, in the desert, the
I've
salt
heard it.
dunes. Yep.
I've heard in unfortunate circumstances where people will actually smoke certain rocks and it'll make them move quite a bit.
Now,
all right, yeah. What?
Now, when it comes to those rocks that are soaked in water and have a lot of water in them, you put them to heat. At a certain point, they're going to explode. Now, is it the rock that provided the energy or the water?
I'll say the water.
Because you can heat a rock up and it's not going to explode. But if it's got water in it, it will. Its water is the source of energy, and it either is expanded by heat or it creates its own expansion of energy by heat. Vortical currents, the tighter it gets, the faster it goes. What's that cause? Friction. That means it's creating energy, not slowing it down.
How about the stones that just move in the sand? What is that? I mean, I've been
Sandstone.
wondering about that. Anyone?
I didn't catch the question. I thought you said something about sandstones or something.
Yeah, the stones that move on their own in the sand, or some kind of force moves them, and also like that other man said, he said they move in the ice too. But like that makes sense, but like in the sand, I don't understand that shit.
Are you talking about like the Easter Island?
No, like there's stones that literally move through the sand on their own. and it's through maybe a desert, maybe something like that, right? And also like the guy said, somebody else said they might move around in ice, right? I don't know, right? Yeah, but that makes sense.
And
Ice.
and that is in the desert. It's the salt flats, and they do freeze. And it's the freezing, the expansion and contraction of water that moves them.
And they move like a goddamn like a dancer. What's that translate to?
Well, hey, brother, thanks for having me up. God bless you. I'm gonna go play some poker.
Thank you. Have a blessed night.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
We need women voices on this. Ah! Ah!
Thank you for joining us here on the East Coast. It's midnight out here, man. You know, we got 40 people watching us here.
Yeah, dude.
What's going on? We got B
Hey,
More Buster in the house. We got Reggie.
TML, you're on the East Coast too.
That's right, my friend.
Yeah,
And,
man.
yeah.
I'm in Baltimore. I'm in Baltimore. I don't give a fuck. You all can know it. I'm in Baltimore. I'm in Baltimore.
Yeah, peace to the illustrious panel we've had. You know, we've had Reddington up here. We've had B More up here. We've had, you know, some other cats up here. We've had Neuro Jack, of course. You know, we've had Stephen David made a guest appearance, you know, after a long time. You know, his last appearance here didn't go so hot. But yeah, you know, this time he brought some good questions.
Where'd everybody go? They all ran away.
They all ran away just because I play one fucking Bob Marley cover by DJ Crush. It is what it is.
I guess that's the secret.
Man,
I love DJ Crush. Whoever, man, for bringing that one song into my life, man, and many other brilliant songs, man. DJ Crush, man, shout out.
Yep.
Genius.
Like TML, was that the last song that you played, the tune that you played, was that DJ Crush? It was like
Yeah, that was DJ
horns, with horns and stuff, right?
Yeah, that was DJ Crush. And
It
peace
sounds
also,
good, man. I love it. It sounds great.
yeah, peace also to You Can't Fool Pops and Jack Talcott, the old heavyweights. I mean, the old, and also El Perro. And we had some of my old friends in the house. You know, they like to collaborate on some topics and issues. You know, but yeah, that's the kind of energy I attract.
Jack didn't make music. You're just talking about like the YouTube sphere.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Whatever.
Be more busker, man.
It's all good.
I like that cat. That's cool, man.
That's El Guapo. He lived for 22 years with me, dude.
Wow.
He's half cerebral. He was half cerebral.
Yeah, I never got the story of
His
the
mother
cat.
was a Bengal cat, so he was like 3 cats in one, dude.
Oh, okay.
He was Frankenkitty, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
No
a good
shit.
story. Yeah, bless you. Bless your cat, man.
I miss that bastard.
Yeah, I feel you, man.
But like, whatever. Like, I can look at a picture of my cat and I'd be like, boo hoo hoo. It's not like that. Like, it's just like I'm proud to have an animal like that in my life. Back in the day.
Yeah.
It's now 2024. He died the evening before the new year of 2022. And because he had to be put down, he was so fucked up, and I didn't know what to do but put him down. Like the evening before 2022, man. That was that was crazy. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
God rest his soul. No, man. God rest his soul, man. For real, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
he was a good
Bless that, man.
animal. He was
Yeah.
my fucking best friend, for a long
Yeah.
time. 22 goddamn years. That thing lived 22 years.
Damn.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
I've got pictures from all over those years, man. He's a
Yeah, that's a long time to know a particular person.
That picture right there is from 2003. What you're looking at is from 2003.
Ah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. You know this cat your whole life, dude. That's wild, man.
Yeah, fucking
Yeah, that's
half of
crazy.
my life. I mean, like, I'm 44,
44, yeah, half your life. Yeah,
and
wow.
it was 2003. So I guess I was 23 at that point. Jesus Christ. And he was a nasty animal, but he didn't have any claws because his former owner took them out, dude. That's kind of, but I didn't like at that age. I was like 21 and I got that cat, right? When I was 21. I got him a week before 9/11, right? And fucking I had him for 22 years, but like fucking I don't know what I was getting at, but I don't know, whatever. You go on a TML. I'm sorry, dude. I'm stoned.
It's
I'm
okay,
no
brother.
worries.
Smoking some good sativa.
Yeah, it's no worries. I mean, there is no panel at this point. I'll just go back to my presentations at this fucking point. But yeah.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but in the beginning of the show, if you guys seen, I was talking about Islamic modernism, and the different changes that go into that. Saudi Arabia and Israel, how they formed, and the philosophy, they kind of think of Saudi Arabia as an Islamic state, but it's a modern invention, and it doesn't it's not part of the Islamic State insofar as it's not a caliphate. It's just a state, run by a prince, and a royal family, and oil rich kind of capitalist type of people, so how did they rule, or how did these countries like Saudi Arabia and Dubai and these countries that are oil rich Arabs, and they have all of the Western amenities of Western civilization. They have big skyrise buildings and all that type of stuff. And nominally speaking, the population doesn't follow extreme Islamic values, but they fund organizations, terrorist groups. They get American weapons, and fund groups, like the Muslim Brotherhood. And we're talking about the origins of the Muslim Brotherhood, you know, and how Sayyid Qutb was influenced by all sorts of Western ideologies. And we're talking about just the revolutionary movements, the anti colonial movements in Islamic countries that took on a socialist, revolutionary kind of ideology. So we're talking about how some of the scholars of the Islamic modernist movement, how they studied philosophies, arcane philosophies like German philosophy and all that type of stuff. So it's kind of collapsing this notion of the clash of civilizations, there's a strict dichotomy between East and West, and this notion of Orientalism, because we know that the modern age is really an invention of different things. It's an invention of, on the one end, you know, um, Jewish religion, a Jewish cosmology, if you will, a Greek philosophy, and an Islamic science, and that reaches also into the realm of political science. As we saw earlier, we saw Rousseau and Nietzsche totally despised the separation of church and state. They prized the notion of the theopolitical state within either Judaism or Islam. They decried the notion of the separation of church and state to the extent that Rousseau even said that there could be no such thing as a Christian soldier. Well, he was influenced by the far extremes of Protestant ideology. You know what I mean? They were anti-church, and they were pro-state. This was one of their things. They followed the king instead of the pope. They took natural sides in history. In the battle between king and pope, they went with the king. So that's part of the shift there. So there's all these changes, religious changes, that are sparking secular humanism to emerge and German idealism to emerge. Like I was telling Stephen, if there was no Luther, there'd be no Nietzsche. Well, that's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And of course, when the Islamic thinkers wanted to rebel against Enlightenment thought, they saw this post-Enlightenment rebellion against, the Enlightenment values of secular humanism, in the Romantic movement, in the German idealism, and all of these type of movements. The post-Enlightenment response to the Enlightenment, the Romanticism in the 1800s, and that led to postmodernism in the 1900s. Well, this ideological shift had to do with the collapse of hermeneutics. That's kind of what I was talking about. The collapse of meaning, if you will. The collapse of the use of symbols. And the rise of the use of techniques. We move from the symbolic mainframe into one of technology, right? Anyways, how the fuck do I go here? But yeah, bless this show, bless the chat, and bless the memory of Be More Busker, El Guapo. Bless, man. Thank you, man.
Yeah, brother. Thank you so much, my
For
friend.
sure, man. Yeah, for
I
sure.
miss him, but like he lived for 22 years.
Yeah, man.
Long time for a cat.
Long ass time, for real. Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude. He had 3 cats in one, man. He had 3 cats in one, man. His father was a full serval. His mother was a Bengal. So that's 2 cats. Like the Bengal is a freaky thing, man. Like that's
Freaky Friday.
Like the mother was a Bengal cat and his
Real talk.
father was a serval, and
yeah, this video is so quiet, man. But yeah, you guys read along with this shit. I'm gonna be commenting on this shit too, so it'll just be a read along thing.
Because as many people who watch this show know, many people are suggesting that over the next 4 years, there will be important tests of how the world is shaping up as we enter the next millennium. And as this administration looks for its own effort to leave its impact may very well find that in the foreign policy arena. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be here.
I want to just explore this through your words, the ideas that you
And
said.
that's another thing that Nietzsche predicted. Nietzsche predicted the movement towards large scale politics, towards global politics that would come in
Yeah.
the modern age.
Globalism. That's right.
Globalism.
They
That's right.
talk, yeah.
It's a logical necessity from science, liberalism, universalism, okay, of the style of Kant, you know, world peace through contractual obligation, you know, and you know, the view of the progress of science, you know, that there's going to be a global civilization. You know, there's all of these views of technology and science, and also the culture. You know, how liberalism would totally get rid of culture because of universal values and all these types of things. So they had all these ideologies, okay, culminating in the fact that they're just going to get rid of all traditions.
Yep.
You know, and
That's right.
you know, they thought it was a march of progress, right?
Yeah.
Probably by forming new traditions. Nature abhors a vacuum.
Yeah, you know, and those new traditions, you know, in terms of postmodernism, well, you know, this thing is more about how they try to, well, he's alleging that Asia and basically the Middle East form a ideological and you see a lot of this in the borrowing of Sufi philosophy, you know, and Hindu and Asian and Buddhist philosophy for the theosophists. You know, when they combine, you know, their idea of Lucifer with the perennial scope, they naturally yeah, they naturally turn to, you know, Sufism. You know, you see this in Gurdjieff and Guanan and these kind of guys. They naturally turn to the Far East, you know, for you know, the you know, kind of to fill in the blanks of what's missing in their new collapse of meaning. You know, in this vacuum.
It sounds like a like they're trying to like explode a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
know,
like,
by combining a bunch of shit, you know,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that goes into the concept of accelerationism, you know, which is the creation of new cultures, try to accelerate, because if culture is moving in this linear progression, then you can accelerate these changes.
Yeah, well, some people can. We can't really accelerate anything. We are just mere humans. We're nothing but peons. It's unfortunately true.
Yeah, we talked about that. Analytic versus synthetic, you know, a few days ago on the philosophy of language. Yeah.
Tell me what you are saying here and how the world is now different after the Cold War and what forces are at work and what are we recognize and what the United States has to do.
Well, that might require quite a long speech, but
Okay, so after the Cold War, or after the battle with communism, you know what I'm saying? That's what's going on, right? So this German idealism came to fruition with the communist ideology, with the political revolutions, you know, of the Cold War, you know, and then the Cold War battle, you know, post World War II, and of course that spread into the Islamic world, you know.
The Cold War
During the
was
Cold War.
more. It's more focused on Russia, man. The Cold War. I mean, like that's from
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
remember.
Yeah, in Russia, you have all of these Slavic countries like Uzbekistan and Chechnya and all that stuff. You know, the Balkanized
But it's
states.
not German at all. Russia has nothing to do with Germany.
I understand that. So, what's your point?
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like the whatever you go on, man. I don't understand.
No, no, yeah, because Germans, right? They invented communism. Get it? And it spread to Russia. You get it?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, like
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
both had that ideology. That's
Yeah,
I
yeah, that's
actually
right.
get.
That's right. That's right. The link is the ideology, not the people. I understand they're different people. You get it?
Yep,
That's not the
understand that
focus.
too.
Yeah, yeah, yep. All right.
Or, as we know, the world was divided into three parts, basically. The free world led by the United States, the communist bloc led by the Soviet Union, and the more or less non-aligned third world, where much of the conflict between the other two worlds took place. That pattern of history has disappeared. And the big question is what will be the patterns of association and of conflict among nations in the post-Cold War world. And if one looks at the evidence, it seems to me that it is overwhelming that nations are going to be aligning themselves along cultural lines, that those countries with similar cultures are coming together. Those countries which historically have been culturally different are often coming apart. We've seen the breakup of both the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia along cultural lines, basically. And the lines of conflict will, in this post-Cold War world, will basically fall along the fault lines between the world's biggest cultural entities, which are civilizations.
Okay, name those for me.
Okay, the civilizations are, first of all, obviously the West, consisting of North America and Western Europe primarily, Islam as a civilization, Orthodox civilization, of which Russia is the leading state, of course, Chinese or Sinic civilization, Hindu civilization, in which India is the major state. Most people would classify Japan as a separate civilization all by itself. And then I would also add Latin America and Africa.
You would add those. It's about 7 or 8, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
So the United States, the argument is made,
Yes.
best recognize this in its own interest. That's first. That this is the way the new world is shaping up.
This is the way in which it seems to be shaping.
Whatever we said about a new world order, it hasn't evolved the way we thought it might be.
Well,
whoa. Damn.
This is the way the new world is shaping up.
This is the way in which it seems to be shaping.
Whatever we said about a new world order, it hasn't evolved the way we thought it might be.
Well, certainly the story which.
Damn, son.
I
Bam.
want to bang his head on the fucking table. I want to bang both their heads on that table.
Here, hold on. Here, hold on. Be more. Hold on a second.
This is the way the new world is shaping up.
This is the way in which it seems to be shaping.
Whatever we said about a new world order, it hasn't.
Look at this shit.
It hasn't evolved the way we thought it might be.
Well,
yeah, you fucking.
This is the way the new world is shaping up.
This is the way in which it seems to be shaping.
Whatever we said about a new world order, it hasn't. It hasn't evolved the way we thought it might be.
You fucking nerd.
Head fake.
The new world in its own interest. That's first. This is the way the new world is shaping up.
I wish I was taking acid right now.
Whatever we said about a new world order, it hasn't evolved the way we thought it might be.
What the fuck? Whatever we said about a new world order, it hasn't evolved the way we thought it might be. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Dude,
what a
look at
very
these
strange
old fucks, dude. They're like 50-year-old fucker is like masturbating each other. They're just cocksuckers, but they're carrying on all the bullshit that's going on for ages. And now we're gonna deal with it. Oh my god.
But this is a kind of weird thing. New world order. He's talking about
Yeah,
evolving a new world
exactly.
order and bringing it into fruition through this
That's
cultural
what we have
schism.
now. That's
Through
what we have.
cultural schism. So they're using here. Hold on, real quick. Be more busker. They're using cultural schism to bring about this new world order. But
Yep.
the problem is that it's not evolving in the same way that they want it to. So they have to. And this is post Cold War. We're gonna listen to some of this. Check it out.
Well, certainly the euphoria which
They would like it to be
existed in
easier.
1989 after the Berlin Wall came down has disappeared. And I think there were great hopes at that time that we were entering a new world order, that this is going to be a world in which
Damn, how many times are you gonna say New World Order at this juncture? And then he actually smiled really creepily after he said it. I don't know if you guys actually.
Western ideas of liberal democracy and capitalism would sweep across the world.
Okay, so liberal ideas of democracy and capitalism will sweep across the world. That's what he's
That's correct.
describing
Yep.
as.
Yep.
That's what he's describing as a new world order. In other words,
That's what happened. That's what happened.
What's up, homie?
He knew it. That bald
What's
fuck.
up?
That bald fuck knew it.
Yeah.
And that a new era of harmony would emerge. Well, that hasn't happened. And history hasn't ended. It's in many respects been renewed in a very dramatic and often rather brutal fashion.
Okay, so the new world order is also the end of history in Hegel. Okay, so this concept of Hegel, where he talks about the coming of a new age of this world's historical framework, and the compulsion towards world politics. That is the coming of the new world order. In other words,
Yeah.
You're using another author's notion.
Oh,
It
that's
is
right.
that Diamo said that history had ended because the West had won
That's
the
right.
great battle.
That's right.
And there was
The
no
ideological battle.
the ideological battle, and there was nothing else to do. Therefore, history was
Basically,
over.
that was what Frank Diamo was saying. Yeah.
And he, in reviewing your book in Wall Street Journal, took issue with obviously. I mean, there is a great.
That's right.
You say also the United States has to wake up in the next millennium and do several things. One, make partnership with Europe.
Yes.
Two, limit immigration.
Yes.
Immigration.
Limit, not
legal
stop.
immigration.
Yes.
Restrict.
Well, reduce immigration for a period of time. I would very much support the recommendations of the Commission on Immigration that reported a couple of years ago that was chaired by the late Barbara Jordan, who urged a reduction in legal immigration from something over 800,000 down to something like 500 or 600,000. It seems to me we've had so many immigrants coming into this country since the laws were changed in 1965 that we've arrived at a point where we should pause and concentrate upon assimilating these millions of new immigrants who have come in.
Several criticisms have been made, and you've heard most
indeed.
of them, but let me go
Indeed.
after them.
Okay.
One is that those parties that react to, when you look at what's happening in the Islamic Revolution, you say it's driven by a kind of cultural and civilizing force, a civilization force. B, there are others, though, would say that most of the states that you suggest are in one camp or the other are simply acting out of national interest in the way that nation states have always acted.
Well, that's absolutely true. Nation states have always acted out of national interest and will continue to do so. The important question is, how do they define their national interests? And what my argument is that they are defining their national interests now increasingly in cultural terms and seeing those countries which have very different cultures, often as threats to themselves, and aligning themselves with countries with similar cultures. Look at what's happened in the Balkans, which was divided during the Cold War.
Oh shit, that's exactly where I was going with that. Is that the Balkans, predominantly these Muslim countries, you know what I mean? And they're kind of not following into the post Cold War framework, they're getting split up and they're having all these wars between the Orthodox and the Muslims. So he's saying that the Islamic cultural influence didn't allow, and at one end, this communist, ideology to take root, but that's why they had to invent something like Islamic modernism, especially in these type of, areas where they had this pan-Arabist movement, because they were going into, suppressing the kind of Islamic, aspect of things, in order to promote this liberal or modern aspect of things,
You know, the communist ideology is being pushed on all of humanity now. You know that, right? I mean, like, look at America. It's been gutted by communists, and I mean, like, whether they have a face or not, communism has gutted America. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it's corporate socialism. That's what we live by, because government funds
socialism. Yeah, but that's
right.
Bulgaria,
right,
and Romania in the Warsaw Pact, Greece and Turkey in NATO, Yugoslavia non-aligned, and Albania off by itself, an occasional friend of communist China. But what has happened now?
And they want to move. We talked about on this show how they want to move from corporate socialism more to stakeholder capitalism. They want to move more to that direction.
Yugoslavia is broken up. Serbia, and along with Bulgaria and Greece, have formed what they describe as an Orthodox entente. The Catholic parts of Yugoslavia, Slovenia, and Croatia are knocking on the door to get into Western European institutions. Turkey is resuming its role as the protector of the Muslims in the Balkans, in Bosnia and in Albania. Greece and Turkey, allies in NATO, and of course they were allies in NATO because they saw a common threat from the Soviet Union.
NATO.
Now that threat is gone, are more teetering on the brink of violence against each other.
In your judgment, Yugoslavia split up along cultural lines.
Right.
Others will argue that it was not cultural or even religious lines, that it was, in fact, driven by nationalistic lines.
Well,
those were the forces that
you can put any label you want on them. The fact of the matter is that Yugoslavia divided up along lines which were you can call nationalist, you can or religious or civilizational, but it was basically Orthodox Serbs and Catholic
supported
Croats,
by Russians.
Supported by Russians, Catholic Croats, supported by several of the Catholic countries of Western Europe.
And Muslim Bosnia supported by Judeo-Christian United States.
Exactly, which, as I point out in the book, was the anomaly. But as we now know, it wasn't the United States that provided most of the help to the Bosnian Muslims.
It was the Iranians.
It was the Muslim world generally. It was the Bosnian Muslims became a very popular cause throughout the Muslim world, and it was the Iranians, the Saudi Arabians, Turkey, Malaysia, other countries which furnished arms and poured in hundreds of millions of dollars, probably close to $2 billion to support the Bosnian Muslims.
You also make...
I wonder how old he was.
Tell me how you look at the idea of sort of...
You think he's in his 40s?
As a vehicle.
He is. I feel good.
As a reflection of the triumph of the Western...
Hey, chill out for a second, B More. We can't hear the video if you keep talking over it. Chill out for a second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But it was basically Orthodox Serbs and the Catholic
supported
Croats,
by Russians.
Supported by Russians. Catholic Croats, supported by several of the Catholic countries of Western Europe.
and Muslim Bosnia supported by Judeo-Christian United States.
Exactly, which, as I point out in the book,
Okay, look at that. He just used the term Judeo-Christian United States. What the fuck does that even mean? See,
Yeah.
these ideologies and divisions, I mean, they're coming from this thought police. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just interesting that he used that term. You know what I mean?
Chimerical term.
Yeah, chimerical term, really. In order to support his cultural, schism that seems makeshift. I mean, they're planning conflicts. I mean, if you want to call it that, or is he talking about preventing conflicts? Well, that's how he's styling it. But these policy decisions from the CFR, they have an interesting way of making it on the world stage after they make these so-called predictions. So I mean, you call it whatever you want. They're either gatekeeping or agenda setting or pre-programming, predictive programming. Whatever you want to call it. They're setting the stage.
Label you want on them. The fact of the matter is that Yugoslavia divided up along lines which were you can call nationalist, you can or religious or civilizational, but it was basically Orthodox Serbs and Catholic Croats, supported by Russians, Catholic Croats supported by several of the Catholic countries of Western Europe.
And Muslim Bosnia supported by Judeo-Christian United States.
Exactly, which, as I point out in the book, was the anomaly. But as we now know, it wasn't
What's the anomaly, huh?
The United States that provided most of the help to the Bosnian Muslims.
It was the Iranians.
It was the Muslim world generally. It was the Bosnian Muslims became a very popular cause throughout the Muslim world.
Oh, it's the Muslims. Oh my God. Listen to this talk.
And see, he said it's the Saudi Arabians especially. So whenever the Western world provides aid to the Muslims, and they say, it's the Muslims doing it, it's through their Saudis and these basically lapdog like house Negroes of the Zionists and the U.S. is these Saudi Arabians. I mean,
yeah, man.
So it is what it is.
This guy is a fucking racist motherfucker, dude. I mean,
he's a Jew. It is what it is.
I know, but he's still a racist motherfucker. He's still a racist motherfucker. Oh, yeah, man. Maybe. What an asshole.
Turkey, Malaysia, other
Sorry, go ahead.
Furnished arms and poured in hundreds of millions of dollars, probably close to $2 billion to support the Bosnian Muslims.
You also make, tell me how you look at the idea of sort of Western culture as a vehicle, as a reflection of the triumph of the Western model.
Well, I don't know that I exactly look at it that way. I think Western culture is quite unique, and one can trace the emergence of the central elements of Western culture and civilization back 1,000 years, and they have made the West quite different from most other civilizations in terms of our.
I think he said it's 1,000 years old, whatever he's describing, that makes Western culture so unique. I mean, what's 1,000 years old that's quote unquote Western? I mean, he's talking about Christianity without trying to say it. He's talking about this thing that he was talking about, Judeo-Christian.
You know what he's talking about, dude. He's a fucking dipshit. You don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about this. I mean, 1,000 years ago. I mean, what happened 1,000 years ago? That basically set it off. And these guys are, doing this interview like in the 1980s or whatever. So it is what it is.
Yeah. That was a long. Is this guy dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I
Separation of
might have asked
church and
that. Yeah,
state,
he's
rights
probably
of the
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. We mentioned that before, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, probably
of
sorry.
the rule of law, separation of church and state, rights of the individuals, the pluralistic nature of Western society historically is quite unique, and that makes Western culture very different. And I think it is the reason why 500 years or so ago, the West took the initiative in modernizing the world and in conquering a good part of the world in the process. And other civilizations are now trying to catch up. And of course, the East Asian civilizations are well on the way there.
And Western modernization.
Well, I think one has to draw a distinction between what is modern and what is Western.
What's the distinction?
Well,
Oh shit. Here we go. One has to draw a distinction between what is modern and what is Western. Okay, here we go, guys. This is gonna be crazy shit. Let's hear it.
Well, I think one has to draw a distinction between what is modern and what is Western.
What's the distinction?
Well, all peoples virtually wish to become modern. They want to be wealthy. They want to have modern technology, modern science, all the benefits of the existence of existence in the modern world. But that doesn't necessarily mean they want to import Western culture. In fact, in most of these other societies and civilizations, they very explicitly don't want to. Now, whether they can separate the two all that well is uncertain. They are certainly, however, making
that is the question, though. It's like he answered the question without answering it, because the question is whether you can separate neatly what is Western and what is modern. He said you can, and then he said that they don't want to import the Western culture, but they want modernism, but quote unquote,
It's like
still,
trying to have his cake and eat it or something.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day, he doesn't really present how they're successfully doing that. So he just kind of says, "Oh, well, yeah, there's no neat way to divide what is Western and modern." But you started with the presupposition that these are not the same thing. So it's interesting that he wants to lean into that, but not too much. And the host seems, I mean, he seems thoroughly convinced that modern, Western, and also progressive all kind of mean the same thing. I mean,
great efforts to do so.
and he also seems convinced that this is linked to Judeo-Christian, and that's how you get to, the more miasmic the thought process becomes, the less, striations there are in encountering these actual belief systems. Because one makes no effort to do so. They just kind of blend into this miasmic fucking web, because you don't actually have any information on it.
Yeah, this video was like fucking like what back in the 70s, so like, it really doesn't apply to now.
I actually don't know. I gotta look into this. Like,
This is
when
probably
was
the 90s.
Yeah, when the fuck was this made? Yeah,
Like
it's a good
80s, 90s, 70s, something
You're just
like
talking
that.
about the Berlin Wall falling, so it
Yeah,
had to
talking
be
about
post
Bosnia,
91.
which is
I
like
wanna
92.
I want to
Right.
look up, the Clash of Civilizations. When was that written? Just to get an idea of when the work was written. That'll get, because I think it's like in let's see. Clash of Civilizations. It was proposed in a 1992 lecture, so it has to be in the 90s. Foreign Affairs. So
I missed the 90s, goddamn it. I
yeah, and it's
missed it.
interesting. The cover of the book.
Wiki is saying Wikipedia is saying 96, I believe it was published or whatever.
Yeah.
The work.
So consider that, guys, as you're listening to this shit.
It almost looks like an 80s video though.
It does, yeah. It looks very shittily made. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, like
And of
80s.
course, we
Yeah,
have countries.
totally.
Yeah, for sure.
especially with that dude with the glasses are so 80s, dude. Like for an old fart. Those glasses are old fart 80s, dude. That's old fart 80s. Well, I mean, it could be young Zoomer glasses too.
Right. Right. That's funny. Okay, chill out for a second, Busker. Yeah.
They are certainly, however, making great efforts to do so. And of course, we have countries such as Japan, which are thoroughly modern. But I don't think anybody would call Japan Western.
But it has adapted much of the Western culture, and the Western culture is a predominant part of, is a significant part of that the economic base, isn't it? It's
That's interesting. I think he's trying to say that because they're capitalist, they're Western. Isn't that interesting? You know, because you incorporate an economic philosophy, all of a sudden you're considered quote unquote Western. Is that true?
Well, that pretty much sums up westernized society, dude. We all consume everything and we make capitalism. That's westernized society, dude. Unfortunately, that's what it is. But like, for good or bad, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit what Sayyid Qutb was saying. You know, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood type of stuff. You know, he was kind of saying the same thing. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Japan, I would say Japan is modernizing and in the process
has accepted.
It's imported elements of Western culture, but it's hard for me to think of Japan as being Western, and I don't think the Japanese think of Japan as being Western. They recognize the very fundamental differences between their.
Yeah, go ahead, Firestarter.
I think when they say Western, it basically means that it's controlled by let's say the bankers and their religious group. And he says Japan is not controlled. It's not Western because it's not controlled by the New York bankers yet. That's also why Hollywood sucks and why everybody likes anime, because those people don't control anime yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Damn, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah.
So, Russia is not Western because they don't control Russia anymore, at least.
Russia's never been Western, and westernized society has always been the demon of every society is the demon. That's what I think.
What's
going on here? What is going on here? I'm in the same room with a bald man. Holy shit.
Laying down over there. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, thank you for joining us, guys. Yeah, that is an astute observation by Firestarter for sure.
Their society and culture and way of life, and that which exists here in the United States.
Do you think those that look at the power of global capitalism,
yes,
overemphasize its impact? In terms of its impact on the world. For example, as you know, Tom Friedman wrote an interesting.
What the fuck is this noise? Yo, are you making noises, dude? Chill the fuck out, bro.
I'm just imitating that man with his hands.
Yeah, he is making interesting Illuminati hand gestures here.
He's just doing things.
That's what I thought, especially with the chin thing.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like, do you get the code here, brother? Like he's like, do you understand what I'm saying?
He's probably just nervous as shit.
Yeah, this is fascinating. It seems like they're having a minor disagreement, but it is a fascinating one.
Emphasize its impact. in terms of its impact on the world. For example, as you know, Tom Friedman wrote an interesting piece, partly tongue-in-cheek, in which he said, there are no two countries which have a McDonald's franchise that have ever fought a war against each other. Well, suggesting the notion, he said tongue-in-cheek, that in fact, having a McDonald's franchise represents a certain level of economic development.
Well, it may. Whether it represents a certain level of cultural development is another question.
And having a McDonald's franchise may very well be a source of some antagonism within cultural elements within a nation state.
But I guess I don't think we want to equate Western culture with fatty foods or fizzy drinks or faded pants, and that's what people tend to do. They say, "Look at all these
Schwarzenegger movies or whatever."
Exactly, but that's superficial. It's not really getting to the heart of a society. And when one looks at other civilizations, one has to remember that Chinese civilization has existed for thousands of years.
Guys, sounds like fucking Jesse Davis, dude.
Muslim civilization for
Yo, chill out, bro.
years. These aren't phenomena that are going to disappear.
Where do you think we're more likely to have a clash?
Yeah, hold
I
on.
mean,
Give me a
I've had
second. I'm
people
gonna
on this
mute you for a
program
second.
say, that they concern themselves about a coming conflict that might.
This Hindu civilization and Japanese civilization and Muslim civilization for 1,300 years. These aren't phenomena that are going to disappear.
Where do you think we're more likely to have a clash? I mean,
Okay, 1,300 years. You said. Okay, that's key. All right. He's saying 1,000 years, 1,300 years. Okay.
Has existed for thousands of years, and so is Hindu civilization and Japanese civilization and Muslim civilization for 1,300 years. These aren't phenomena that are going to disappear.
Where do you think we're more likely to have a clash? I mean, I've had people on this program say that they concern themselves about a coming conflict that might exist between Japan and China in competition over Asia.
Well, I think that if Chinese economic development continues for another decade or so at the same rate that it has for the past 2 decades, China will become increasingly assertive and will increasingly want to reestablish its position as the hegemonic power in East Asia, which
its hegemony over Japan and South Korea and
hegemony,
Indonesia,
meaning not that it's going to conquer them or invade them,
but it means sphere of influence.
It means a sphere of influence, and it will. And this historically was what existed for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, down until the middle of the 19th century. And the Chinese feel that that is their right. And you talk to them, they will say, we want to reestablish that.
And does the author of The Clash of Civilization and the Remaking of World Order believe that will happen?
Well, as I
take
said,
note of the assertiveness.
Right.
Do you believe the assertiveness will lead to a Chinese hegemony in that area?
Yes. Now, but on the assumption that the economic development of China continues, on the assumption that China remains a unified entity, which I think is very likely, reassert its hegemony. And you mentioned Japan. A key question is, how will Japan react to this? An even more important question is, how will the United States react to it?
And what can you contribute to that idea, that question, how the United States will react to it?
Well, historically, we have always opposed the domination of either Europe or East Asia by any single power. And in this century, we have fought 2 world wars and 1 Cold War in order to prevent any single power dominating those parts of the world. And the big question is, are we ready to confront China?
Well, Richard Bernstein, who gave you a good review in the New York Times, essentially has a book coming out along with Mr. Monroe, in which he says the title is The Coming War with China.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily coming, but I think it's going to pose a major problem for the United States.
There is also the assertiveness that you take note of, I think, I mean, I may be reading your book wrong, of Islamic civilization in its
Islamic
own area.
peoples, yes.
Islamic peoples, whether both in the Middle East and in the Aegean area.
Yes. Right.
And is that likely to lead to a conflict in which the United States cannot stay out of?
Well, I don't think it's likely to lead to any major conflict. One of the distinctive characteristics of Islam as a civilization today is that there is no single dominant core Islamic state. Islam is very divided. Muslims are fighting themselves. They also are fighting most of their neighbors off and on. And
Well, doesn't
I
that
wonder who did that.
erode your theory
what?
that there's conflict within the Islamic community?
No,
Yeah, I know. It's interesting.
today is that there is no single dominant core Islamic state. Islam is very divided. Muslims are fighting themselves. They also are fighting most of their neighbors off and on. And
Well, doesn't that erode your theory? There's conflict within the Islamic community?
no,
And that there is
it's a refinement to my theory. Yeah. Because if you look at the political evolution of civilizations, and scores of scholars have done this, and they have come up with a model which
Yo, Cecil, Apocalypse Fetish. That's Cecil's channel. I don't see him live. I don't know. You said you went live, but I don't see it there. Maybe they're shadow banning your shit, bro. I don't know. I don't see that shit.
suggests that civilizations evolve through phases, warring states phases, times of troubles, and then a universal state for the civilization emerges. And this process may be repeated. And Islam had something like a dominant universal state with the Ottoman Empire, which disappeared, and it is now in a warring states phase.
Yes. Everybody says this is a provocative book. I mean, and everybody, whether they agree with everything, always say it's an important contribution to make people think about the way the world is reshaping itself.
So, yeah.
Well, they do. I mean, you know that better than I do. And from Kissinger and other people who think about these issues a lot, and people at the Council of Foreign Relations, and a lot of other people in academic environments. They all, many of them, because the thesis is so large, suggest that there are places in which you had to move, you had to make a very tight squeeze to make facts fit your theory. They will say, for example, that there are a number of countries of, let's say, within the Islamic world, which have nothing in common.
Oh, well, sure. I mean,
And you can't make an argument that they...
Well, first of all, Islam, as I said, is very divided.
Right.
And there are sub-civilizations within Islam, Arabic, Malay, Turkic, etc. And there is a competition going on for leadership in Islam. And this is one of the destabilizing forces at work today. You mentioned earlier that Iran and Saudi Arabia were furnishing arms and support to the Bosnian Muslims. They were competing with each other doing that because they're trying to assert themselves as leaders of Islam. And those two countries, Iran and Saudi Arabia, have furnished support to many other Muslim groups fighting non-Muslims.
You also say it's none of United States should not get involved in the question of human rights as a part of its trade policy with respect to China. There seems to be the United States ought to keep, I'm using layman's language, keep its nose out of other nations' business.
Well, I believe that the United States should do what it can to promote our values of human rights and democracy. I think we have to recognize that there are great resistances, obstacles to doing this in many parts of the world, both cultural obstacles and economic obstacles. During the past 20 years, close to 40 countries in the world have shifted from some form of authoritarian rule to some form of democratic rule. Most of those countries are countries which have either Western culture or have been heavily influenced by the West. Now, I am not arguing that a country has to be Western to be democratic. India and Japan are two notable examples. That's not the case. All I'm saying is that in some non-Western cultures, and Islam and Confucian culture are the usual examples, there's great resistance to accepting Western values of human rights and democracy because these countries come from totally different cultural traditions.
Are you saying to all Americans and all Western Europeans, wake up, your time is over? the influence of the West is only going to decline in the future?
I think the influence of the West has been declining for some while now during the current century, and it will continue to decline because other nations are modernizing and developing and are acquiring economic wealth and power. And after that will come military power and political influence. And this is, of course, as I said, most notable with respect to East Asian societies. If I may, there was this a wonderful meeting last year of the heads of government from Western Europe and from East Asia in Bangkok, in which Prime Minister Mahathir of Malaysia got up and told Kohl and Chirac and Major and their colleagues, and I quote him now, European values are European values, Asian values are universal values. That was turning the tables on the West, which loves to think of its values
as universal.
As universal, yes.
It's a provocative and interesting book. Samuel Huntington of Harvard University, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of World Order. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a book people are talking about, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of World Order. Samuel P. Huntington from Harvard University. We'll be right back. John Cleese is here and also Lauren Bacall. Stay with us.
Oh, I flashed that 666 at the end there.
Fucking weird. Yeah. Accurate. Yeah, I mean the CFR, you know. You know who used to be president of the CFR is Alan Dulles.
I personally thought that man was one of the most trustworthy individuals I've ever seen on the internet. It is interesting, though, to listen to them, because even in their babbling, they'll still tell you certain things that do make sense while they rub each other's hands. And at least this time, the guy kept his hands above the table for the interview.
Yeah, this guy here was in the was in the CFR too. Alan Dulles. You guys know who Alan Dulles is?
I don't.
Name's vaguely familiar. I think maybe you've mentioned it in your book.
Yeah, him and his brother John Foster Dulles. You know, they were heads of the CIA during the MK Ultra project. You know? But yeah, look at this. It says director of the Central Intelligence Agency. You know, during the Cold War, during the early Cold War. So this is exactly the period that they were talking about. He oversaw 1953, and thank you to Be More Busker for joining the panel. Bless you guys for being on the panel here. And yeah, 1953. Oh yeah, also rest in peace to Be More Busker and his beautiful cat that he had. But yeah, 1953, Iranian coup d'etat. Project MK Ultra. Look at this. The Lockheed U-2 aircraft program. Bay of Pigs invasion. He was fired by John F. Kennedy for that. And John F. Kennedy went against the CIA and he ended up dead. It's an interesting story about that. You know.
So just chilling.
Just learning.
Yeah, you know, with JFK, there's all kinds of theories about why what happened. But
it was Israel.
Yeah, there's always, dude. There's like all these different ones, you know. But my theory is that he didn't even get shot, and that what we saw was just a mock-up of him. Because if he had actually been shot in the head with what they're saying, like there wouldn't have been nothing left, right? It, you know, they, yeah. So that was just, you know, and they just like said, okay, well, we're gonna, and then the whole trajectory and direction of the Secret Service after that changed, and they started doing they stopped that's when they stopped doing public appearances of American presidents to that level, really. They usually use fakes or dummies, or I mean they've got technology now and stuff like that. But yeah, it probably had something to do with him pissing off people inside of our own government. And they always want to try to use the Teamsters Union as a good, I highly doubt people way more powerful than that. I mean, freaking IRS, he was like trying to go and print, uh, go back to gold, or what the hell was it? Use non-federal notes, use money that was not the redbacks. I mean, he was trying to do a bunch of stuff that was not kosher, if you know what I mean. But yeah, anyway, I got some videos up on my channel over here at Apocalypse Fetish, and it's what I'm doing for right now.
Fetish, yeah, I got that open somewhere. Let me see this shit.
Yeah, I saw that you sub. Hey, I was gonna ask, dude, is it possible to see exactly who your subscribers are on your channel, other than like in the notifications?
Yeah. No, yeah, but I don't personally know how to do it, but I know that it's possible. Yeah. Yeah, my baby brother told me that it was possible, but I don't know, yeah, how to exactly look it up. But it's probably somewhere in the studio you could actually look up what these subscribers are. Yeah.
Like under analytics or something like that.
Yeah, analytics or community or something, and settings or some shit. I don't know, you know. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this guy right here, he was in a conflict with this man and his kind of hyper Hegelian. This guy goes into the Hegelian aspect of this shit, and he worked in the Bush administration. This guy. So it's interesting how these members of the Council on Foreign Relations, you know, they slide into the administration of the president all the time. I mean, right? So they're always, you know, so Council of Foreign Relation and the State Department, if you will, they have a lot of, you know, links. You know what I mean? You know, honestly, you know, it's just fascinating. You know, that this, you know, well, obviously, you know, that a private think tank organization, you know, I mean, everybody already knows these things, you know, because of things like World Economic Forum and shit. You know, that they have all of these types of, you know, NGOs and you know, what do you call them, lobbyist groups, you know, controlling the government that aren't actually part of the government. They're, you know, part of private organizations, you know. But anyways, you know, this shit right here is about Francis Fukuyama, his kind of disagreement with these kind of people. And you also see the disagreement of people like Noam Chomsky with people like Walt and Mearsheimer and these types of people. You know, Mearsheimer wrote The Tragedy of Great Power Politics. You know, Noam Chomsky, you know, is kind of talking about you know, he's an anarcho-syndicalist anyways, you know. So it's interesting how their ideologies bleed into their political frameworks that they espouse for the, you know, new generations and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, he's drawing on this concept, these two concepts, you know, the last man of Nietzsche, you know, the epitome of the modern slave, kind of, and the end of history, this notion of the march of progress, and it coming full circle with the liberal Western universal values that they've kind of culminated in this, final notion of like freedom and liberty and, these types of things, that's from Hegel. So he's combining Hegel and Nietzsche. He's using these two concepts of, basically the response of German idealism to the Enlightenment in describing modern politics. Okay. So, I mean, it is what it is. This is why we talked about Nietzsche and Hegel and all that stuff, because you guys weren't going to understand any of this other shit that comes afterwards if I didn't explain all of that. When I put it all together in the series, which is going to have to be a 3-part series at this point, and maybe even a 4-part series, because I've just condensed hours and hours of materials for these explanations of, world history. But the thing is that the concept of world history, relates to these concepts of nationalism and stuff that come out of the Bible, really, so they come from thousands of years ago, Rome, the Roman Republic, the church, and also the Jewish nation or people, that brought forth this kind of universal ideology, culminating in the fact of this kind of universal cosmology, how these 3 religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, kind of developed into these universal values, where they cast aside pagans and traditions and all that type of stuff. That was the first step. But then it goes from there, so this notion of the modern man emerging through that, is really comes in the 1800s. 2 key figures are there, Hegel and Darwin. That's what we got, but yeah.
1992 Encore Book Notes interview with Francis Fukuyama, professor of public policy at George Mason University in Virginia. He'll discuss the issues of human society and destiny, raised in his book, The End of History and the Last Man. It's about an hour.
Francis Fukuyama, author of the book, The End of History and the Last Man. What's it all about?
Well, it's an imposing title. The book is about the question of whether there exists such a thing as what I would call history with a capital H. We usually associate history with just the routine flow of events, the war in the Persian Gulf, the fall of the Berlin Wall. But my book tries to ask a larger question, whether there is such a thing as a history of human society taking into
Yeah, the thing that most vehemently rejects the notion of history is the notion of idealism. And the notion of idealism itself lends itself to the notion of progress. These are all interrelated concepts. It's like a stepping stone. You move away from history, you go into idealism, these universal values, these timeless values, and voila. Once you learn to apply those universal values, you get progress. It's just like 1, 2, 3. Okay, easy as 1, 2, 3, motherfuckers. Yeah.
to account the experiences of all peoples and virtually all times, and whether there is a kind of coherent evolution in the nature of those societies as they progress from very primitive agricultural tribal societies up through various monarchies and aristocracies up to the kind of liberal democracy and technologically driven capitalism that we have today. And the end of history refers to what I think still remains a question of whether that process is one that can terminate, whether that evolution finally culminates in a certain kind
Okay, central to the process of this evolution is quote unquote technologically driven capitalism. His words, not mine. Right?
kind of civilization that in a certain sense will be the the last civilization that mankind will achieve, because in a certain sense it's the it's the right one, it's the one that fits human nature in an appropriate way. And what I argue in the book is that liberal democracy comes much closer to fitting human nature in that sense than virtually any type of prior form of government or political organization or social organization.
You can't pick up a review of your book or some other books. As a matter of fact, the reason I say some other books, I'm looking at a book review of Graham Fuller.
Okay, so I mean, I just want to get into that. What he just said. He said that liberal democracy most realizes the concept of human nature. Okay, so therefore you get universal values from that. Okay, but I wonder if he's gonna make the case that liberal democracy is Western, quote unquote. Like the other guy kind of alluded to. He didn't say it necessarily had to be Western. But it's
Well, this
interesting.
guy is Japanese, so
Yeah, but he's
at least
I think the video could go up
there's
like
a 50%
25%.
chance he's telling the truth.
Oh wait, what was that again, Farser?
You know, the other guy, the Western quote unquote, he's lying to you, but because this guy's Japanese, at least he is convinced of what he's saying, whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah. What was that? Lanza, what did you say about
The video volume it could go up, I would say, at least 25%.
I can't turn it up more, but it's as up as it gets
Gotcha.
on my end. Yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. Let me just put these little subtitles up. But yeah, it is what it is.
Maybe turn down the stream voice volume.
I'm not even sure how to do that. Stream voice volume. Yeah, I have no idea how to do that. Yeah, I'm not very tech savvy, and I'm doing this on my own. It's just I just spur of the moment just ended up doing this. I only paid money for the StreamYards, to get set up for a year and see where this goes for a year. So far, it's going pretty good. Just got like hundreds of subscribers. I guess that's some type of demand for this show. But yeah, man, thank you guys for being here. And sorry if you can't hear the video, but yeah,
we can hear it.
First book, The Democracy Trap: Perils of the Post-Cold War World, and Paul Johnson, the historian, writes about you instead of Graham Fuller at this point. He says, "I doubt if." Let me jump that sentence. The Francis Fukuyama thesis about the end of history was one of the silliest ever propounded, and the fuss it caused was inexplicable.
Okay, so Paul Johnson, this notable writer, from he's kind of taking the more take of the Paul Berman type of folks, saying that they're kind of more into Leo Strauss and those kind of things, and a Machiavelli and those kind of things. They think this is retarded. The notion that Western progress is going to go ahead and end history, meaning that it's going to end like, all of this pattern of people conflicting and changing cultures and changing states and, figuring out what the appropriate model is for civilization. That's going to keep on going. That the cultural framework is going to remain in schism, as the previous fellow asserted. You know what I mean? So so Paul Johnson just goes ahead and says, no, that's bullshit. It's not gonna work. Western progress. That doesn't work, right? But yeah.
What was the fuss all about? Where did it start?
Well, I think part of the problem is simply a matter of misunderstanding or misinterpretation of what what the end of history represented. The book that I've written grew out of an article that I published in a small magazine called The National Interest 2 years ago, just prior to the fall of the Berlin Wall, when all of these great events were happening in the Soviet bloc. And what I was referring to was really the growth of a kind of universal consensus on the justness or the rightness of the principles of liberal democracy. That was really the remarkable fact about our world, and certainly not that events would somehow cease to happen. But I'm afraid that what happened was a lot of people, perhaps including people like Paul Johnson, simply saw the title and they said, "Well, what's this? It's absurd. History's not going to end. We still have wars and poverty and a lot of struggle in the third world and things of that sort." So, prima facie, it's an absurd thing. And there's a lot of controversy simply over, I think, the misinterpretation. But underneath that, there really is a more serious question that, it used to be that there were many alternative forms of government, monarchies and fascist dictatorships. And, for many years, we thought communism was our, major rival, an alternative, type of civilization. And one by one in this century, every one of those has collapsed. And not every country is a liberal democracy. There are many dictatorships of the right and the left remaining. But as a systematic idea that has some dynamism and some real vitality, liberal democracy is really all there is now. And we've seen that now in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, that communism was in a sense undermined by the fact that people did not believe, that was a viable form of government, that it had no legitimacy, and that in fact democratic ideas were, the primary ones that people found, exciting and just and worthy of emulation.
When you say liberal democracy, what do you mean by liberal democracy?
Well, it's an important distinction. I mean, democracy, we have a good sense. It means something like elections, multi-party, secret ballot elections. But the kind of society we live in is a liberal democracy. It's elections plus guarantees of certain, fundamental rights of individuals, like freedom of the press, freedom of religion, freedom of political association, and most importantly, the freedom to participate, in the political system. And so, a true liberal democracy has to have both, the election side of it and the constitutional or legal guarantees of individual rights. And when those are brought together, I think you have the essence of contemporary political systems.
Can you name a democracy that you wouldn't put liberal in front of?
Oh, sure. In fact, there are a number of them now appearing in the Islamic world. And for instance, Iran now, Khomeini's Iran, or the post-Khomeini Iran, I think can claim the title to being a more or less democratic country. They have elections of the sort. They're not the fairest elections, but there are elections. But, it's absolutely an illiberal country. Women don't have rights. They can't participate in the political process. There's no freedom of religion. There's certainly no freedom of speech. It's a real problem in many parts of the Arab world. For instance, in Algeria right now, you're having the struggle between a fundamentalist Islamic group that really, I think, is very likely. I mean, it was expected to win a majority in the election that was taking place. Now, democratically, they were elected, but their program is not liberal. I mean, they have no intention of guaranteeing things like freedom of religion and freedom of speech. And it's a real problem in that kind of society. If they're elected to power, the first thing they're going to do is to disenfranchise a certain part of the population. And so it's very important that democracies be liberal democracies as well as simply based on popular sovereignty.
Where were you born?
So Islam is a problem, and then look, it's funny how he's like, I say, where were you born?
You a Muslim?
wait, what was that, Neuro?
No, just like he's like looking at him like, are you a Muslim?
Yeah, it's funny. It's just like he just, it's how, where were you born? It's just
He's
kind
like,
of
are you one of them
almost
nits?
robotic.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, he's like saying to him basically like, you think you're one of us?
Yeah, kind of. It did kind of come out like, because he's like, wait, how
Look at his
did you?
face.
Yeah, like, how did you come to this conclusion?
He's like
'Cause
us. He's like, who is we now? Who? What's this we shit?
Yeah, or maybe he's trying to emphasize the point that he's a sort of a
Japanese.
non-Western,
He's a
especially
Shinto Judeo-Christian nationalist.
His nose is too small.
Your nose must be this size to ride this ride.
You don't even have a tunnel under your house.
Your hat must be this small to come on this broadcast.
You have a tunnel. Yeah.
Based.
That's fucked up. I feel free to continue playing this. I put for some reason, everything you've been talking about reminded me of this Giorgiani thing, of this like particular segment of he has a more private channel that he only has for, I think.
Are you talking about the Prometheism?
Yeah, and
oh shit, yeah, that's
he kind of lets his guard down a little bit more on that one, and what everything you've been talking about reminded me of this like 5 or 6 minutes of this interview he did with this Iranian dude talking about how, like, I mean, I think you got to read between the lines, but he seems to be saying something to the effect of I say one thing to the to the whiteys, and I say another thing to the others. It seemed like this like very interesting double, triple layered message he was trying to get across.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Approach or something.
Say that again, sorry.
Like some kind of agent tactic.
Double speak, like speaking out of both sides of your mouth, like type of. Yeah, and a lot of this Islamic modernist stuff is like that. They kind of one way for it's kind of a bait and switch between different positions. And in one sense, they'll claim as science and liberalism and universal values and Islam are all the same thing. And in another sense, they'll sharply distinguish these things. And the key is universalism. That's what'll unlock all doors. That's the bridge between liberalism and what have you. Liberalism and the religious worldviews of monotheism. So between monotheistic cosmology, universal philosophy, okay, and liberal and technocratic and capitalist, ideology, that's the bridge.
I was born in Chicago.
Let's go back because that's too awkward. That's too awkward. That's too awkward. He said I was born in Chicago. Damn well that's not what the fuck he was asking you. Well, yeah, it's funny. Let's go back.
As well as simply based on popular sovereignty.
Where were you born?
I was born in Chicago.
Oh no.
Democracies, liberal democracies. Simply based on popular sovereignty.
If he was Jewish and he said Chicago, there would be no problem.
I know. That's so funny.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If he was black and from Chicago, there would be no problem. Mexican in Chicago, no problem. But Asians are always from Asia.
Damn.
You think an Indian guy could pass for being from Chicago?
I think they probably just assumed he was a Mexican. Honestly,
His name is Francis.
Yeah. Yeah, really. Yeah. Yeah, if I go to certain parts of the country, people just assume that I'm Mexican. You know, it is what it is. Um, what's this comment? All different forms of control. We don't even control when it's time to poop. Yeah, we fantasize about order. That's right, Void. Good shit. Thanks for watching.
part of the population. And so, it's very important that democracies be liberal democracies as well as simply based on popular sovereignty.
Where were you born?
I was born in Chicago,
What year?
1952.
How long did you live there?
Only
What the
2
hell?
years. I really grew up in New York City, and then at that point began wandering to various places like a lot of Americans. I went to school at Cornell and graduate school at Harvard.
What did you take? What was the subject matter?
Well, as an undergraduate, I had a very unusual major. I majored in classics. I spent 5 years learning Greek, essentially to be able to read Plato and Aristotle in the original.
Oh, check that out. We got the major culprits, Plato and Aristotle. This is what I was trying to tell Stephen David when he was inquiring about that section of the book. You know, I said, yeah. That is when I really and I'm glad that Yurt in a thought experiment picked up on that, because that is one of my major that is when the rubber meets the road, as he said. You know, he said that's when the rubber meets the road in terms of the book presentation. And yeah, the third part of the book, that's when I majorly start addressing the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle and their influence on the modern age, which is substantial, if you guys don't know.
And studied a great deal of political philosophy at that time.
You got a master's and a PhD at Harvard?
No, I got a PhD at Harvard, but at that point I had switched fields, and so I was in political science in the government department there.
What was your dissertation on?
Well, it was a very unphilosophical subject. I wrote on Soviet foreign policy in the Middle East.
And you were born in Chicago, moved to New York. What
About that Soviet foreign policy in the Middle East, from everything we've been discussing about the Cold War, the Balkans, states, and their preoccupation with Islam and their rejection of the kind of Soviet experiment. Very fascinating stuff, how that ties in here, and then he's a specialist on that. And just today, we have this whole, idea of Asia, Russia, presenting some sort of threat in terms of technology, especially. I don't know if really there's some notion of an economic threat as well, but economic and technological, sort of matrix is the same, obviously.
did your mother and father do for a living?
Well, my father worked for many years in the National Board of the United Church of Christ. He is, by background, a minister. And then later he became a professor of religious studies at Penn State, and then went on to the Chicago Theological Seminary in Chicago. So he had gone to the University of Chicago originally and then returned for full circle in a certain sense towards the end of his career. And my mother, met him originally at the University of Chicago, but at that, later.
And from everything we've been learning about Paul Johnson, Paul Berman, Milton Friedman, the fucking libertarian shit, dude, the fucking all this shit, the libertarian philosophy, Leo Strauss. I mean, University of Chicago, Jesus, all these motherfuckers coming out of the University of Chicago, guys. You know what I mean? I mean, how many times have we heard this? You know what I mean? This
Doesn't
is
James Lindsay come out of that too?
yeah, exactly. James Lindsay too. So it's very, very fascinating. All right, this libertarian philosophy coming out of the University of Chicago. Okay, presenting this sort of modern synthesis. You know, Mises. You know, Ludwig von Mises and all this type of stuff. These guys are from and Hoppe. You know, and all these guys. These guys are from, you know, that part of the world as well, you know, Germany and that sort of thing too, you know. So it's just interesting, you know, that they're postmodernist thinkers, that they're connected to postmodernist philosophy, really, you know, these types of thinkers as well, you know. So it's just very, very fascinating, very, very fascinating indeed, you know, that all of these ideologies are mixed in, you know, and that they're really coming out of the same place. You know, that's even more shocking. You know,
The housewife.
Where do you live now?
I live in Washington.
What do you do now?
Well, I've spent the last couple of years writing this book. I'm a resident consultant at the RAND Corporation, which is one of the oldest think tanks doing, foreign policy.
oh shit, Rand
Oh
Corporation. See
shit.
what I mean? See, this is all. See, this is all interesting, right? CFR, Rand Corporation, Bush administration. I mean, you know, these guys get in where they fit in, if you know what I mean. Right?
The national
I
security
think
kinds of
I think
studies.
I think
And that's where I
Yeah. Go ahead, Neuro.
oh no, I was just saying I think this guy's a crazy conspiracy theorist.
What,
He
the
should have his mental
Japanese
health
guy?
checked. Yeah, he should have his mental health checked, I think.
I mean, he's not crazy. He's just
No, I'm being facetious because
hired to write something.
no, I'm saying like if you bring up stuff that this guy is like saying on public television as a, PhD scholar, you get called a conspiracy theorist by people who want to deny that there's uh bureaucracies running the government with, private think tanks and stuff like that. Like, it's like literally admitted for 30, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, and people say that you're a conspiracy theorist essentially.
I mean, he hasn't mentioned Jews yet, so they wouldn't call him a conspiracy theorist yet.
Well, yeah, it depends on how you interpret what he's saying. But yeah, I get you. See, he's doing the little nose scratching and stuff,
I think he's just pointing.
one eye symbolism.
One time for the one time.
I worked before I moved to Washington, where I did studies of Soviet foreign policy and Middle Eastern politics, that sort of thing.
Besides your PhD in political science at Harvard and working for the RAND Corporation, what else have you done?
Well, I have worked in the State Department. I was there twice. I was there in the early 80s on the policy planning staff, which is
Okay.
Oh, that's a high level group right there. When someone tells you the policy, what do you say? Policy advisement staff or something?
Policy planning staff, the
Yeah,
Secretary of State. You know.
Those are the people fucking running the country
During
right
the
there.
Reagan administration.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the people who are like, making the fucking moves. You know what I mean?
And this also in 92, it says 1/17/92. So this also, interesting. Almost 20 years old here. More than 20 years old interview here.
30 years.
foreign policy ideas. So I was there in the early 80s, and then I returned in 1989, and I was a deputy director in that same policy planning staff. But my second State Department career was cut a little bit short by the publication of the original article in the End of History, which led me to write the book.
Was it cut short by your decision or by the decision of the State Department?
No, the State Department had nothing to do with it. It was a completely voluntary decision. I simply thought that writing the book would be an opportunity in a certain sense that would be very hard to pass up. Whereas you can be a bureaucrat anytime you want.
When you wrote the article, The End of History, and published it, were you still a member of the State Department staff?
Well, I had written the article actually when I was at the Rand Corporation before coming to the State Department, and it was in the works when I came to state, and then all of a sudden in the summer of '89, when I was serving official, it was published, and then all the the hoopla and reactions to it started. So I was in the department at that point.
Did you have any pressure when you were in that department and said, look, this is too hot a deal, it'd be better off if you weren't here?
No. I was working indirectly for Secretary Baker at the time, and he took a very, I think, tolerant attitude, as did my immediate boss there.
Is Fukuyama Japanese by ancestry?
By ancestry, yes.
How far back do you go before you have people that were born in Japan?
Well, my mother was born in Japan, and she came to this country in 1949, and my father was born in Los Angeles, and his father came in 1905. So it depends on which side of the family you go back to.
Back to the book, you have a chart. I don't know if we can get a close-up on it or not. I should have waited till the camera was on you so they could get real close.
I wonder if
This
they
chart
ever asked that of a
basically-
Jew. How long has your family been in America?
Yeah, right.
Do
Yeah,
you
they
have
definitely
any?
didn't ask Huntington these questions.
Do you have any other passports?
Yeah, I don't think Fukuyama even has a Japanese passport.
I can almost guarantee you he doesn't. He may have diplomatic immunity, but he probably is not a dual citizen.
Showing the growth in the number of liberal democracies around the world all the way back to the 18th century, and it really
Yeah, there's no way we're gonna be able to see that.
shows a kind of long-term and I think a very widespread, spread of democratic institutions.
Right here, this line long here is 1990.
That's right.
And all those countries are now liberal democracies, and you can see out here in this area they were not. You can even switch the page here and see some more of them on this page.
Yeah, and maybe one could link this to the spread of international trade and also the rise of international media corporations. You know what I mean? Definitely there's, British companies that own satellites and American companies and that are owned by who that are basically spreading media to all parts of the world. They're controlling news agencies within, really, within a lot of Muslim countries, really, so
Well,
they get to, yeah.
I just want to say, there was a mean dude in the 40s, so none of that is relevant. Okay.
Well, one of the things they funded, like for example, in like I was born in Pakistan, and over there they funded, the CIA actually funded Sesame Street, in Pakistan, so that, and Elmo, obviously he speaks Hindi and he has a Christian friend. He goes over his friend's house who's a Christian. So they're teaching kind of religious tolerance to children through the CIA, through Sesame Street, through American TV, American children TV programs. So
That's
this
wild.
yeah, so it's like a way to like spread the culture, spread like democracy. Yeah.
No, and this is happening in real time right now too, in different ways too. Like I'll give you just a very, very, very small but illustrative example of something like that now. Like I know people in foreign countries who work for NGOs. Like I don't know them well, but I know them like through mutual friends, and they work for an NGO promoting sex positivism in third world countries, right? And so they fly all these young kids like in college to these like lavish locations in Asia, and indoctrinate them into saying, all the policies they want to advocate for quote unquote women's rights. And the more you look at it, it's like, okay, it's like textbook social engineering of women, and in effect their society. And if you look at the plans that they're doing in these third world countries, they are basically trying to quote unquote modernize them. And it's basically like carving up their natural resources for, mega corporations all around the world. But of course, they want to have all these young people sitting around at conference rooms labeled the United Nations Institute for Policy on Women or something, like whatever the fuck they call it, right? And so you just have all these young students sitting around supporting each other in these ideals, and then they go out into public and private partnership companies and like promote this ideology on the ground level, like community activism, like you know um community organizing, like Mr. Obama. You know what I'm saying? Like this kind of stuff on the ground level all over the world right now. And so I just mentioned, like, they have like their social media, they have their NGOs, they have young students that are getting indoctrinated. They have, it's like they have like they hit every single point of like how to get this promoted.
Yeah, this shit is crazy and wild. Crazy and wild. I mean, you know, just the fact that it would be that pervasive, and just in terms of the kind of things they're promoting, that's also very interesting.
Yeah,
And the
well,
kind of things they'll let people have, like computers, vaccines, and pesticides. They'll give lots of those for infrastructural changes. They'll give lots of technology. But in terms of education and food production and teaching the people how to manage that for themselves, they really don't get into that. But yeah, go ahead, Neuro. What is it?
oh no, yeah, and it's like it's basically like, let's get the women to stop reproducing. Let's get them in the workforce. I mean, they have women wearing hijabs talking about the value of sex positivism.
That's
Um,
right. That's right.
uh,
Yeah, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. Yep.
So the Marxist playbook, isn't it?
Yep.
Basically, yes, but they're doing it under the guise of liberalism and freedom for and rights and reproductive rights. And here's the thing: is like a lot of it is promoting some things that are good, like reproductive health care. And I don't mean like the kind that we're against. Like I mean like getting women to want to go and get their bodies checked for certain things. But that's the thing, is they have to put some good stuff in the thing and like
Of
mix
course.
it up. They have to like sell it to you like, oh look, you're going to get all these benefits. It's like when you go buy insurance, oh, here's all the benefits you're going to get, and then you start reading the
So
fine print, and it's like, well, because of this you won't get your money in this case, in this case, in this case, in this case. But they don't want you to focus on that. They want you to focus on, well, the benefits. Of course.
yeah, it's always a Trojan horse.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really liking how this show is going. I mean, it's pretty chill out here. There's 40 people like watching like the whole time, and I think I went over a significant amount of information. Eventually, there will be almost if not 1,000, almost 1,000 views possibly on this video. So, I mean, some of this information is going to reach a lot of people because you can watch different parts of this video and attain to a lot of different dynamics of world events. So I'm actually very proud of this one video I've made. We're 5 hours in, and it's actually gotten into some substantial topics. But the thing is that I'm going to continue presenting some theories on Islamic modernism at the beginning of the next show. So we're going to continue on with this topic again. You know, I did 2 shows on Christian nationalism. I did a lot of shows on the concept of Zionism, you know, 4 or 5, you know, really. I did shows about Gnosticism. I did shows about Islamic medieval philosophy, you know, so this series is turning out to be pretty substantial. And also I did some on German philosophy. Yeah, so yeah, it's been some real shit, man. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. You know, it's been dope, you know, honestly. Cover all this material with you guys and really bring out a different perspective, you know, on how we educate ourselves and some resources, you know, brought forth tons of resources for you guys, you know.
Again, almost all of them are liberal democracies. What's left?
Well, what's left is most of Africa, most of the Middle East, and the southern 2/3 of Asia, and then you have China and Russia.
Okay, so same things that the other guy said. He said Africa, Middle East, Asia, you know, China and Russia. Okay, so these are the main regions, you know, and he's taking it a different. He's like it's just really just that. Whereas Samuel P. Huntington's looking at it like, no, no, no. These cultural modes are gonna remain. You know, they're even so that they're gonna accept the economic and technological basis for Western society, but not accept Western culture. You know, so it's interesting.
For the former Soviet Union, which is going through a very traumatic process of democratization. But altogether, I count something in the it depends a little bit on how you define a democracy, but something in the order of 60 to 63 democracies in the world, which is about something like 2.2 billion people, about 40%, a little more than 40% of the world's population. And that compares in 1790 to only 3 democracies, France, the United States, and Switzerland. So the progress of the spread of democracy, if you take a sufficiently long-term view of it, has been really, quite remarkable. And it's a progress that has not been linear or uniform because we've had, tremendous setbacks, like in the 30s, under the impact of the Depression and the looming, outbreak of fascism. Many democracies were overthrown in Europe and elsewhere. And again, in the 1960s and 70s in Latin America, you had many democracies that were overthrown. But what the table, I think, shows is that, we tend to take a short-term look at the little, peaks and valleys. But if you take a longer-term view that looks at the last 200 or 300 years, it's very clear that there's a worldwide trend towards democratic government.
Now, what's causing that?
Well, I really have 2 very separate explanations that I go into in the book. The first really has to do, in a way, with economics. But if you look around the world, there's an extremely high correlation between, stable democracy and prosperity and the highest levels of, economic development. So if you look at Western Europe,
I just want to interrupt right there.
North America.
Just, if I could, just for 1 second. Like, I just love how people, like, this is kind of like what I see all the time. It's like, whoa, we see there's a high correlation of prosperity with liberal democracy. It's like, okay, let's define what you see as prosperity, right? Like, it's like, how do you measure that, right? There's no methodology to show the work. See what I mean? It's like, if someone comes up and says, well, 2 + 2 = 4, you kind of have to, like, I mean, we all know what that means, but if you come up with like a complex, like, scientific method, in theory, people should say, well, what's your methodology to find that, right? So I can see if it checks out, and that's why they have peer reviewed. But when you make like a social science or sociological claim like that, like, well, we see a correlation between liberalism and prosperity in the world. It's like, well, by what metrics are you doing that? And then I think if people, they'll never have someone go and start like pre-supping or asking like first principles, like, well, when you say that sentence, what do you mean by, like, what does that mean, right? Like, let's quantify it all. You'll never ever see that on anywhere really. Even in the wild west of like the of the internet, you don't even see that. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fascinating claim. He just comes out with it. He just says, well, there's a correlation between prosperity and, liberal democracy. And that's a fascinating statement because it goes into this kind of Steven Pinker type of stuff, but then it goes to this idea about uh, the tragedy of great power politics, world wars, the collapse of meaning and traditions within this, matrix of universal values that kind of causes these ideologies, incredibly schismatic ideologies like communism and fascism to, you know, spring up inside of the society, these revolutionary ideologies. So what is the premise for, saying that, well, we're in a global environment now where world events that happen on a world stage can cause global catastrophe, but we're safer than we ever were before. Yeah, but we're the same people. It's the same human nature. See, a lot of people will assess it to be, no, it's just, you know, same shit with more advanced toilet. Now it's just, it doesn't really matter how much progress you have. You still have to contend with cultural traditions, and yet people are gonna keep their cultural traditions and move on with the progress of technology. They're not gonna assume that just because you have a better technology that you have a better culture. They're not gonna connect these two things. But see, he's kind of connecting these two things. You know what I mean? Together, and we'll kind of see in because we're gonna watch a little bit of Trad Culture's interview on the missing link of Jesse. So it's gonna be interesting because he's gonna bring about a radically different assessment of where we're at. From looking at anthropological data. But yeah.
These are all areas that are both, highly advanced technological capitalist countries, and they're also very stable democracies. And that indicates that there is some kind of a correlation between, a country's ability to industrialize in in an advanced way and its ability to sustain democracy. And I think you can account for a lot of the underlying cause of many of the recent transitions to democracy in Spain and Portugal and in many parts of Latin America, certainly in the Soviet Union. It does have to do with the fact that as economic development occurs, as a country industrializes, as it becomes more urban, it becomes therefore more educated. You create a certain
Yeah, and this is why people like Paul Johnson call him a duffer, a dunderhead, a goober, the gubernatorial candidate, because basically what he's saying is that no, you're not gonna get rid of power politics, because you have technology now. No, it's just gonna be techno fascism, baby. We're in for a new treat. It's not gonna be back to everything's gonna be soft. We create fucking pillow world. No, we're not gonna nerf the world with technology. That's not gonna happen. What's actually gonna happen is, steel sharpens steel. We're gonna get, everything's gonna become sharp, metal, hard. Right? You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna move on with what we're doing. We're just gonna be numb to how we're destroying ourselves and each other.
kind of middle class that is raised and trained, to be literate, to take an understanding of their own affairs, and ultimately, I think people like that, a middle class society like that begins to demand a certain degree of democratic participation, and you can see it in a variety of countries around the world. In South Korea, the military dictatorship was finally overthrown in the late 1980s, and that came at the end of a period where it had gone through a remarkable, period of economic development. It developed, it's, say 10, 15 years behind Japan in terms of turning itself into a modern, consumer society. And I think at a certain point, people increase.
Did you see that? He said, say 10, 50 years. Say 10. He said, say 10.
Yep. No, this dude is
You
like
guys
a
go
high
back.
level. This dude is like a high level, like, I wouldn't use the term propagandist, but this dude is like a high level, like, I'll just say social engineer is what I would call him. Yeah.
Francis Fukuyama. Francis Fukuyama. Interesting.
No, even what he said right there, like what that last sentence he said, we're going to turn people into a something consumerist economy or something. It's like as if consumerism equals good, double plus good, right? Like, it's like it's very neurolinguistic. I know that people are going to say, oh, that's not NLP or whatever. To me, it's like using a bunch of big words that you never qualify is NLP to me. Okay, like I know that's not correct, but I'm just going to use it anyway.
They say in this great evening time, man, I can't believe it's 2 a.m. right now. Man, I did start this show almost an hour late. My bad, everyone. Sorry about that. But yeah, there was a lot of other shows on. I noticed you guys, getting up in these other shows. So, you guys, it's not like you guys didn't have anything to do. Yeah, let's be honest. You guys don't really like to get into these topics anyways. Most people, but some of the people be rocking with me. I see Gary Baxter out there. He's a deep thinker. Obviously Reddington is a genius. There's a lot of people out here, that are rocking with the real stuff. I mean, but yeah, man, there's a lot of gossip channels. I mean, the thing is that it's Saturday night. I was thinking about calling in, but I'm like, am I really gonna subject my audience to just pure gossip again? So I don't know, man.
Well, I want to say, like, I missed your past two Friday shows, and I thought those were really.
Yeah.
I didn't finish either one, but I feel like I missed out not being in those conversations. But I think they were good conversations, probably because I wasn't there. But just to see how everybody there was like very into the topic, and it was in the morning and stuff. But like no, but and I think that we can inject a lot of this into other things, but it just gets too chaotic because people are creating drama in lieu of creating drama by addressing these kind of issues. That makes sense.
Yeah, and if you guys want some of that other type of energy, I will be calling in to some shows, so we'll get up in that. Yeah. Yeah.
And if you don't mind, if you want to watch just a couple just like 2 or 3 minutes of that Giorgiani, I would greatly appreciate
Oh
it.
yeah.
I just wanted to get your take on, because he says like every buzzword in like a 2 or 3 minute period. I'm like, whoa, like how this dude is using all these buzzwords, but it's like 10 times like more like boom, 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 just like right in your face. I was just like, I just wanted to see your take on when he says all that, like this dude is.
Yeah, they do say all. Yeah, it's interesting. They say all the key words. I mean, it's interesting in that Francis Fukuyama, he says like New World Order, and the dude and they cut to him, and he's got this like weird smirk on his face all of a sudden, and then they say it like 8 more times, like concurrently, and it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, it's like, I don't mean to think like this is weird or anything, but they're like, yeah, progress, yeah, Judeo-Christian, yeah, Western, yeah, technological, economic, like they say all the words like that are like relating to, these, kind of, I guess in a way, it is a way to mask ideology. And that's why it's funny when he comes into it and he says, no, 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 no. This is Hegel and Nietzsche, this conflict between Hegel and Nietzsche, which is like, oh shit, now he's understanding. Like, it's like, yeah, it's right there in the title of the fucking book, but people don't know how to read between the lines. I mean, that's the problem, what is, Nietzsche, what is fucking Hegel, what are they? Why are they? Well, it's like I was telling Stephen David, they are nothing without Luther. Martin Luther, the Protestant Reformation, and the birth of German idealism, and the birth of modernism. Okay, what is modernism? See, I could talk all day, talk my head off about Islam and Islamic philosophy, and that's what these motherfuckers think is going on. They turn on the news, they say, "Oh yeah, Muslims," or non-Western. Well, that's only part of the story, isn't it? What does it mean to be modern? I mean, it's so fascinating.
Well, like for me, when I read Nietzsche, like I know that this is an inaccurate interpretation, but the way I like to characterize my understanding of Nietzsche is to say, when I read Nietzsche, I pretend he is a Christian, but he's attacking a straw man version of Christianity that was presented to him. See what I mean? Like it's almost like he got caught up in the psyop of post Reformation, and this is what I was trying to get across to David. It's like, okay, the Catholic and the Orthodox Church had a problem of corruption and
Yeah,
not.
this one. Yeah, Dr. D. It's Jason Reza Giorgiani. That's right.
Yes, correct. Yep. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, you're kind of like have a problem, you create it, you create a new problem, and then you try to fix the problem that you created to fix the first problem, and then it's like, okay, now where are we going? You know what I mean? Like, and it's similar to technology to me. It's like, and you're helping me really understand that it's philosophy is the same thing. It's like you're building a house on, flawed grounding, right? And then you try to fix everything on top of the thing, but you never get down to the foundation and like decide, like, is this really what I want to build my house on or not? And it just snowballs, right? um from a human
Yeah,
perspective.
yeah, and that's how he's framing it. He's framing it modernism. It's modern solutions to age-old problems, whereas Samuel P. Huntington's phrasing it as modern solutions to modern problems. Whereas what's actually going on is that, the problems remain the same, and they're inventing new solutions for problems that don't even exist. False ideologies, perpetuate, you know, fake blame. And this is all that's happening is just that they have to uproot this fake ideology, which is Western, liberal, Judeo Christian, technocratic, whatever the fuck it is, because that's the thing that's sapping, energy, creating universal values, but what they don't see is that, what is really going on is that the solutions are worse than the problems themselves. That's what modernism actually is. That's what progress really amounts to, is that they're creating solutions that are worse than the fucking problems. It's not, you know, solutions to age old problems, no.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
I apologize to interrupt you, but you just
No,
reminded
no
me.
worries. I'm done. Yeah.
No, you reminded me of something I've been meaning to get across, and this is something I'll probably touch on many times in the future if I remember. But it's like I see all the people who are in our circles, and they are like, saying that you can fight against the court systems in order to do stuff. And I do think that that is worthy of attention in a lot of ways, and it's something that I do think that if you're serious about trying to address a lot of these problems without very bad solutions, then it's not the worst thing you could do. But what I would say is, what I see as a big thing is like people are forgetting about the court of public opinion. And like, you see guys like this and, even YouTube channels and all this. It's like these people are manufacturing frameworks for people to look at the world through, right? And they use all these big words that people just assume they know what it means, and they say, "Oh, I'm a Western. Oh, I'm a Christian." And so you just empathize with that word that they're using. Oh, I like modern. I like modernity. Oh, I like you know technology. Of course, I like my iPhone. But you're not looking. But because of the way it's framed, you're not, unless you really, really, really feel some urge to do so. You're not. It doesn't invite you to actually go and start trying to understand what that means. And even when, like, if you go buy the guy's book, right, he's giving you a limited version of what he's actually talking about, right? Like, this dude is not going to sit here and say, well, I work with the Policy Institute of the State Department, and we're trying to socially engineer a bunch of people to do what we need them to do in order to carve up the resources of the world, for example, or something else, right? Like, he's not going to say that directly. He's going to put it in code in a very lawyer way, and unless you got like a 5th edition Black's Law dictionary or something next to you, and you know how to read that shit, you're not going to really comprehend what the dude is saying, in my opinion, right? So I just wanted to say that as much as I could. I mean, get that out before I forgot it.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that complicated. It's just the populace today is like on TikTok, shaking its ass, lighting themselves on fire. The people Fukuyama is talking to is like his classroom students that have to listen to him so that they can get a job. That's pretty much it. Like, if you want a high paying job, you got to read this stupid guy's book and, regurgitate whatever he says.
Yeah, I know some people too.
Yeah, no, and I don't disagree with you, Firestarter. I guess what I'm saying is, like, even if you're interested in this topic and you get to his level and you can comprehend what he's saying, like, how are you going to go to the common man and describe what we know to them? Like you said, like, they're looking at TikTok and all this. Like, you can't even really get them to look at the situation, because they'll say, well, he's the expert. He works for the State Department. He knows what's going on. I trust him. He's an expert. Like Jeff says all the time, he's an expert. I trust him. It's like, okay, well, unless you're really trying to comprehend what the dude is saying, then you're just say, oh, well, I like democracy. The words he's using is like black holes of whatever definition you want to put on it, right?
Real. Thank you for joining, John. Feel free to jump in whenever you feel comfortable.
I just wanted to throw a stone word into the pond.
For sure.
And you guys are kind of in a spot that we all get into, and we all indulge this over analysis. But what you're talking about is advertising.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it shouldn't surprise you that we tell each other, like, get up and do something, change the world. Why are you just sitting around? Go and do something, right? Well, it shouldn't surprise anyone that those people who have success in their lives that are measured by the standard standard metrics of success, income, wealth, asset acquisition, fame, social status, whatever markers you use, shouldn't surprise anyone that these very same people get a taste for success and continue to do exactly what we urge one another to do: get involved, make your mark on the world. So
Convert to
it shouldn't.
Judaism.
Machine, I don't understand why you and endure things like that. I mean, people reach for low-hanging fruit to satisfy low appetites, just like people rely on experts to do all their thinking for them. So beyond that, if you think a single controlled block or ethnic group controls or dominates anything in the earth, you are not as learned as you pretend to be. Nor am I, of course.
I think he was just joking, but
I don't think it's joking. Not on
I
a certain
mean,
level.
it is true, but
What is true? What concrete assertion are you making?
well, where do I start? Oh man.
Don't you start with the first step? Like, encapsulate it simply for me. We're probably on the same page about a lot of things.
Well, yeah, were you here like what 30 minutes ago?
Yes, I've been listening for quite some time now on this occasion and others.
So the guy with the glasses, he was a Jew.
What does that mean? He was a Jew. He's ethnically a Jew. He's a religious Jew. He's an observant
Ethnically,
Jew.
I assume.
Is he a Sephardic Jew, an Ashkenazi Jew? Is he?
He's a Jew,
Well,
ethnic Jew.
well, that doesn't mean
His
much.
parents were Jews.
Yes, but when you say Jew, what constellation of ideas do you believe are being communicated that exist in your mind that other
The
people
Jewish
should pick up on?
culture and their bizarre behaviors.
Is Jewish culture like any other culture on earth? Is it
No, it's
uniform? Is it
Jewish.
monolithic? It's
It's
Jewish.
Jewish.
Yeah, okay. I don't sense you're an honest interlocutor, so
So when I say Fukuyama is Japanese, do you understand what that means?
it can mean more than one thing, which is why I'm asking you to clarify what you mean. So there's
He's Japanese. His
less.
parents were Japanese.
You're still not telling me what that means when you say they were Japanese. In what sense were they
If I say
Japanese?
the Japanese dominate the animation industry, would that be true or false?
I don't know enough about the animation industry to offer an opinion about that,
Oh,
so I don't
because
know.
you have a lack of knowledge. Therefore, I cannot say the knowledge.
That's not what I said.
So if I say Jews control banking in the United States, is that true or false? And then you would say, "Oh, I don't know, but I don't
Well,
know enough to say you're right or wrong, but you shouldn't say it."
No. We are not communicating clearly with one another. This word
I think
Jew,
I'm very clear.
well, perhaps others could maybe jump in and offer a word or two about clarity here. Clear and precise language and communication help in understanding, and if you want to help foster understanding, you would be able to apply somewhat normative definitions to the terms you're using. Do you know the difference between a Sephardic Jew and an Ashkenazi Jew? Be honest. It's not a challenge. I'm not trying to get you gotcha. If you don't know it,
The Ashkenazi are from Russia, and the other guys are also from Russia.
Incorrect. So,
I mean,
when
I
you
don't
say,
care.
okay, then we get to the point. So,
I
as I
mean, would
said,
you
I don't
care
believe
what
you're an
kind of
honest
Japanese
interlocutor.
Fukuyama is? Is he from Hokkaido? Is he from Honshu?
Well, do you know anything about the Ryukyu Islands and the people there who are ostensibly Japanese, but have a suite of ethnic and genetic features to Polynesian Islanders and how their culture differs from the mainlanders? Do you know anything about that?
Sure.
You do. So when were the Ryukyu Islands conquered by the shogunate Japanese? What period of history?
300 years ago, 400
Okay,
years ago.
correct. That's good. So you do know a little bit about history. So when you say Japanese, are you including the Ainu people in
Sure.
that category? They are? Really? Do you know who the Ainu people are?
From Hokkaido.
That is one of the geographic regions they still exist in now. But do you know anything about their culture, their way of life, their
They're like the
religion?
Indians of Japan.
I don't know what that means.
They were there before the Japanese were in Japan.
Okay, but I'm asking, do you know anything about their culture?
I just told you. They're like the Indians of Japan.
Okay.
They have bows and arrows. They live in the forest. They hunt.
The head trauma convention is in another building.
The what?
Exactly. Anyway, neuro or machine, I'll gladly interact with you, but I won't interact with people who.
Oh, so you don't want to talk
Um,
about the Jews. You're just going to obfuscate with the Indian Japanese.
That's exactly right. Your analysis is spot on. Not only is it discerning, it's
You have
also
a confession
resonant. Pardon me. You have a confession? What's
from
that?
you.
Is the confession that your parents were related by a little bit more closeness than they should have been?
Oh, are you calling me a Jew now?
You should be so lucky.
Yeah, I wish I was a Jew. I'd own a bank.
Wow. Anyway, machine, I don't know why you would sabotage things with literal intellectual. I shouldn't even use that term. Nonetheless, yeah, someone else take over. I can't interlock you with that fellow. I'll use my fancy English.
Well, let me try and salvage whatever is left. Firestarter. If people said, "Well, I don't like Vietnamese people because
I didn't say I didn't like Jews. I just understand them.
sure," but what I'm saying is, if somebody generalized something like that, and then said,
Well, I'm not
"Well,
saying all the Jews own banks. I'm just saying
okay, well, that's
all the
what he's
bank
trying to ask
owners are
you. Like,
Jews.
what is the connotation, or what is the inference that you're wanting to convey? Is what he's trying to get at.
The Jews control the banks in the United States.
Okay, but not all, obviously, right?
Yeah, they kind of do.
Do you know anything about the Guernsey money experiment in the 1970s?
Don't care.
Okay. Do you know anything about the Corporation of the City of London?
They might be Jews.
So that's a no. All right. Machine, you're slacking, my friend. Not. I shouldn't say my friend. I'm not going to cheapen that. I hope to
Why are
become
you
your
talking
friend or
to
to earn
machine? You're
friendship.
talking to me.
No, I talk to people.
Oh, I'm not even a person.
I wish you would comport yourself like one.
No, anybody who considers themselves a friend of mine is a friend of mine for good, so bless you, brother John.
Thank
You can, yeah, you're welcome to consider yourself a friend and to reach out to me anytime for any reason, possible, so yeah, dude, no worries, bless you.
Firestarter, it's light. It's late, and I'm being unkind to you, and I shouldn't be. I'm indulging my darker nature. I hope you're able to kind of expand your horizon of view. The trope of Jews and banking, they're just one faction, but by focusing your attentions on that, it's like a magician. There's a distracting trick
Well,
that's
it's not
part of
just
the act.
banking. It's Hollywood and the music industry.
Yes, but it's not only Jews, but
Of course, it's not
there's
only.
it's not only. There isn't any doubt in any reasonable person's mind that
It's
there
just
is a predominant.
what's in America. I'm pretty
Yes,
sure the
I can't
problems
do
of
this
Japan
tonight.
are not Jew related.
Well. Let me ask this, Firestarter. Do you think that Jews, as you call them, are some
I mean,
Ubermensch
I
that
don't call them Jews. They call themselves Jews.
right? Okay, but whoever we're talking about, do you think that they are an Ubermensch that just by nature, by their very nature, can with 1% of the population of the United States or the Earth, can just rule over people with no cooperation from 99% of other people?
Yeah, sure. They have slaves.
Wow.
Okay, so what is it about them that is particularly special that makes them better than everybody else in order to do that?
They work together to steal. It's like the mafia, but more bigger.
Sure, but somebody along the way must be cooperating with them, right?
Well, yeah, that's the slaves.
Right. Well, how do they
It's
keep
like
people in?
India.
How does
They had
1% of the
Indian
population?
slaves enslaving the other Indians for the British. There's not enough British to occupy all of India, so they had Indian slaves to do it.
Well, if people
Same thing the
choose to
Jews do
work,
to
if people
America.
choose to be in that system, is that slavery or is that something else?
Well, you have the middleman that enslaves other people.
So are they the middlemen or are they the top dogs, top G's?
No, the Jews are on top. Their slaves are middlemen to enslave everybody else.
Are you quite sure that you have that correct?
Well, if you don't want to call them slaves, I guess you could call them, I don't know, police, the CIA, the FBI.
Well, I
call 'em
mean, are
slaves.
you quite sure that it's like that order of operations and there's no other like useful complexity to add into it?
You can make it more complex if you want. This is how I understand it.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify, make sure that you guys aren't straw manning each other, right? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I am guilty of straw manning it because it is it's an old canard that holds a lot of
I
people
mean, it's like
back.
saying the Italian mafia has nothing to do with the Italians.
It's not. I don't interpret it that way. I can't see how anyone would see it that way. That's far too simplistic. You're doing not only yourself a disservice, and I don't mean that as a cat's paw or a swipe at you, but if you're going to help anyone else in your life, in and around you, your brethren, you know, people that rely on you for sound judgment, you've
You can't
got to
talk about the
consider.
Jews.
Oh, why I'm trying to be conciliatory to you, and you're just barbing back with interruptions like that. I don't understand.
I mean, you say, if I want to help people, if I want to be a good person, I can't talk about Jews.
That isn't what I said, and you didn't even allow me to finish my statement
Well, you
before
say
you.
I'm not helping people when I talk about Jews, right?
That isn't what I said. Again, my instincts, I believe,
Can I
were
help people
correct.
while talking about Jews?
Goodbye, Firestarter.
Well,
Well,
let's. Yeah, go ahead, Neuro. Yeah.
sure. Well, okay. I was just gonna say, okay, Firestarter. Given your worldview, what is the best way that we could address the problem of what you see as the leadership of the world, and
Well,
not
Jews
just
don't rule the
replace it,
world.
and not
They
just
rule
replace it,
America. And
and
then
not just
America influences the rest of the world.
okay.
I can say one thing that's true. I think we're all looking at the same thing, whether or not we're describing it the same.
Machine, did you ever attend kindergarten?
Well, it was in a foreign country, you
Okay,
know.
but
So, according to Fukuyama, you know, it wasn't the same type of kindergarten, but you know,
I mean, more generally, did you attend a kind of a public school setting where you were socializing with other children, where adults, of course, were trying to indoctrinate you culturally? Indoctrination isn't always bad. It's always kind of used as a negative word, but that's how culture is transmitted from one generation to the next. So you were socializing with little kids. Did you ever, you know, tell a secret to a friend? You know, don't tell so and so this and tell so and so that. Did you ever join a clique that excluded other kids or tell a secret?
nah, that really wasn't me. I was more the kind of person that was talking to the retarded kids, you know, or like the kid who like picked his nose or like kind of talked funny that everybody else excluded. I would be kind of in the corner with that kid, you know, having a very strange conversation.
Then growing up as a kid, you realize that there are kind of primate troop dynamics that are expressed
Oh
rather
yeah,
honestly
yeah.
among children.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why I was interested in talking to those people because I thought I could understand the primate group dynamics. You
Well,
know.
those social behaviors are rooted in our pre-human origins. So a lot of normal people, when they grow up, they figure, you know, the fairy dust of childhood melts away and has no place in adulthood. The wonder of a child's perceptions, allowing your mind to unfocus and just perceive instead of think about things actively all the time.
But that sounds depressing.
It's not depressing. It's like switching to a different zoom magnification on a microscope in your own mind so that you can, kind of triangulate your own
Well,
thoughts.
what about like William Blake? You know what I mean?
What I can't go on a little tangent like that. What I'm trying to ask is those primate troop dynamics, right? The resources that children are competing with each other about while they're learning about dominance hierarchies and how to establish territory, how to defend it, how to take it away from someone else. In other words, how to survive in a world of predators in a state of détente, right? That exists in a different series of circumstances and consequences for children than it does adults. When we become adults, we somehow imagine that what is poo-pooed as a conspiracy theory somehow disappears when everyone who's grown up with a number of siblings or a number of classmates or competitors in a school or status environment, you realize that conspiracy is just two or three people getting together to increase their competitive advantage over people who can't coordinate as well. And then you get circles within circles within circles. So it shouldn't surprise anyone that CFR members or University of Chicago money funded think tank members, they are perpetuating their intellectual or their idea DNA into new generations because they believe so much in the accuracy or power or utilitarian quality of their approach that it's worth expending enough energy and resources into to risk, right? Risk assessment, risk management, that kind of strategizing is what drives a lot of these folks that thrive in the socioeconomic paradigm we exist in. And one of the reasons they thrive in it so well is because they've had enough time to do their own very specific kind of gardening.
Yeah, like I know in the automobile industry that when I uh, when I looked at it, I saw what I seemed to what I seemed to see in that was that competitive drive you were talking about. Like that's not just self elevation. Another element of that is pushing others down. So in the automobile industry, they actually created their own competition. So they're not even competing in a way, but they're able to hold humanity down on energy levels or yeah, things of that nature.
What do you mean they're able to hold humanity down? Do you mean the moneyed interests behind the hydrocarbon industry?
What I it's transportation and people being able to move themselves around in a more free capacity does not serve overly people who take uh, people who are interested in taking more than giving. It's not even a race to me. It's just a hyper competitive nature of people. I've seen it with my own eyes where they'll and it's like what are they going after, what's the prize, sometimes the money isn't enough, sometimes the power isn't enough. They have to push people down, period. There are people out there that seem to fit in these positions that know they may not know, they may not, all of them may know that that's what they're doing or that they are a part of something like that, um, but are more than willing to look the other way for various reasons that have to do with falsehoods and not with truth.
That's a lot. I really can't respond to anything in there because it was so much. That's a lot to pick apart.
Well, like the automobile industry, for example, uh, so basically it has to do with suppression. It's not just oppression; it's suppression, uh, and false elevated levels of like their risk is lower for a higher return, and they've said it in some main industries. I would argue there are no free markets.
Yeah, what you're talking about is corporativism or even the cartelization of certain industries. In the United States, the robber baron era in the early 1800s through that century resulted in vast fortunes being made. And slowly, as more and more economic and political power is distributed, from its concentration to an educated capital owning class and kind of spread out throughout, tradespeople and laborers and independent ranchers. The era of merchant princes became diluted now into common merchants and common storekeepers. But these these barons of industry, these rail tycoons and then the oil barons, they engaged in such ruthless, predatory, completely laissez-faire capitalistic um, practices that slowly the nascent industry of antitrust laws and anti-monopoly laws were developed. But of course, that was very quickly corrupted, because anywhere you can find a way to shave points off, you're going to do it. You're incentivized to do it by, a money incentive, a status incentive. Um, we as citizens, unfortunately, have been really, really lax in allowing ourselves to take easy credit, to indulge easy distractions, so that our sense of urgency, vigilance, and civic duty and responsibility has all been dulled. We've been allowed ourselves to be distracted. We've slept in one day too long. So it's should be no surprise to anyone that those human beings among us, regardless of what ethnic group they come from, what generation they belong to, those with predatory instincts, unrestrained otherwise by social connections or uh, a set of principles that include the well-being of others, those who realize it isn't a zero-sum game, in other words, um, they dominate new fields and they try and monopolize it. Look at all the crypto scams recently. It's the same thing. Um, it shouldn't surprise anyone, but allowing ourselves to become more distracted, allowing
I
ourselves to
wonder who's behind all
easily,
this.
human nature, quite simply. Anyone else that tells you anything else doesn't
I
know
would.
for a fact.
I mean,
It's human
I could
nature.
agree with you on human. I could agree with you on human nature, or we could even say like human biology. But those are exoteric hierarchies. Those are external hierarchies. They're not based in truth. They are man-made, and some of those people just believe that they can make truth, dude. And you cannot make. I mean, I guess you're gonna need some supporters.
Certainly, that's how the fighting male that isn't the alpha in the troop becomes the alpha in the troop. It wins supporters and it backstabs its way to power, like the Klingons in Star Trek, like the mafia in all our romantic crime movies here in the West. It's mafias all the way down. I gave the secret away early on. Primate troop dynamics. Everything is arranged about resource acquisition, propagation of your genes into the future, and then when you have a mind, propagation of not only your genes into the future, the substrate in which your mind is based, in part, right? Your genes came before your mind, if you believe in evolutionary time and those forces, but then the propagation of your mind and ideas into the future as well.
But if there's nothing new under the sun, are they your ideas?
To say there's nothing new under the sun, I think is an oversimplification. There's little new under the sun, and that which,
How would you know if they're your ideas?
do they have to be my ideas in order for them to have benefit to me or my kin or the efforts I wish to exert upon the world? Why do they have to be mine alone?
Because your idea has to be based with oh shit, I just had it. Your idea so the idea does not have to be yours to have benefit.
No, of course not.
But your idea of benefit is yours.
Why would it be solely mine? It seems to me you're implying that it would
I mean,
only
it
be
could be
mine.
imaginary.
Well, I guess that would depend on one's mental health. It would also depend
It's
on
in
your
this
kin structures and who you're cooperating with, who you're beholden to, who you can cheat, who you can dominate.
it would be
So
your idea then.
I myself, I don't mean to denigrate you or the point you're trying to make, but I don't understand why the the
I'm not a
origin
moral
of the idea.
relativist.
Nor am I. I'm not a moral relativist either.
Okay, so what if the idea does not have to be yours, because I would argue that really there's not. I mean, I don't like identifying with ideas too much. You know, like an idea can come and an idea can go.
Yes, being static in any aspect of your life will lead to an inefficiency that will lead to you eventually losing some conflict, and it could be an important conflict. So yeah, remaining static, you can't use the same strategy or set of ideas unless you grow. You're
But
going to be outdated.
to say there's a benefit means that there is a personal connection there of either just ideas or of your genes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
The primal stuff you were talking about, like it's either your idea, someone else's idea, or it's in your genetics.
I don't know what you're asking or saying to me. I'm not trying to be difficult with you. I genuinely
No,
I
you're
don't
fine.
understand.
You're fine, man. You're fine. You don't got to
You're
apologize.
not trying to be
see where you're
difficult. You
coming
just
from.
are.
Just not really. He's not being difficult. He's being
Well, he's not being
observant.
easy.
Well, anything worth having doesn't come easy. So I think we could talk about it for sure, but I don't know. Machine Lies is a listener as well, and always gives good feedback as well. So I don't know.
There are timescales involved here, I suspect, that I'm barely aware of, like just fingernails breadth aware of, that most of us maybe should take into account, right? There are instincts and social forces that I think are based in our origins as earlier primates, right? We've been relatively modern human beings in terms of anatomy and nervous system and so on for maybe a quarter of a million years. We've had culture for a huge span of that time without the invention of writing. So knowledge and information was passed on through, family tribe units and through culture, right? So there is a kind of a sociological time frame that is in operation, as well as a personal time frame. And sometimes those two waves intersect and amplify one another, maybe cancel each other out a little bit. The model I used to think of them as is very, very fuzzy and imprecise, but I picture a pond, right? The entire universe is just as a pond of liquid or water, some ripply medium, and stones that are thrown into it, kind of like a game of Connect Four. You can anticipate, if I throw a rock here, these ripples will kind of cancel out the ripples from over there. But eventually, a little further down the line, like curling, they'll actually break and impact that set of ripples over there. So I'll be able to do this. I think that shit happens not only in our own lives on the time scales that we can perceive and operate on, but I think it kind of happens in kind of like a nested, recursive, maybe algorithmic like feedback loop at a sociological level, which is what Fukuyama and what's the other guy's name? Collins, is it, who wrote The Clash of Civilizations? They're kind of alluding to that in many, many ways.
Collins is a black nobility family name. The Colonna.
What
okay, is
Cohen?
every Collins like I've got
No,
a
I
full
didn't say every.
closet.
Yeah, I know it's
I know.
Collins, man.
I've got a full closet full of tinfoil hat and gear. Like I joke about
Wait,
it.
is Collins the same thing as Cohen?
I'm deep
It
down the
probably
rabbit
is
hole,
close.
but every Collins
Ah,
doesn't
they're
necessarily mean
Cohens.
they're tied in with the black nobility. Now, if you look at Christopher Mellon, who's involved with the UFO disclosures,
So
he's part of the Carnegie Mellon family and foundation. That's a lineage and a tracer you could definitely kind of scribe in concrete.
yeah, I don't want to get too because here's what I think, man. I think that biology is human biology is definitely being messed with uh, for the purposes not of us in senses that a lot of people are aware of, and in other senses that they're not even completely aware of. And the reason why I know this is because my friend actually became the world's first human biologist. Um, but
What does
so
that
I'm just
even
kind of,
mean?
huh?
What does that mean? He became the world's first human biologist. That sounds completely nonsensical to me.
Well, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I
Well,
guess
Wait,
I
what's
thought that too
make
when I heard
him
it.
the first
I
human?
had a biologist. I had a biology teacher in high school, and he was a human. So and he was a biologist. So that your buddy isn't the first human
Yeah.
biologist. I
That
don't understand what you're
it's
saying.
like it's okay. Are you familiar with? Okay. I guess I'm trying to say I don't want to get caught up on the names of those people, but
Okay.
um, you know, there are things that we know that we know. There are things that we know that we don't know, and then there are things that we don't even know that we don't even know.
Is that a
Yes,
Boondocks quote,
that was
Yes, it
Donald
is,
Rumsfeld, I believe, speaking at
or
one
at least a
point.
reference.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Like, if your car could run on water tomorrow, would that be beneficial?
Sure.
All right. Well, there's people out there that don't let that happen.
Oh,
Now, what I'm saying is that's based in falsehoods, and actually, it's inferiority, because they have to dig a hole under somebody to feel higher, and that's some falsehood stuff that I don't get down with, and so I just want to point that out.
You're describing human nature and pack dynamics.
I guess I ain't human.
Neuro, I guess you can take over. I don't think this is going to be fruitful.
Neuro left.
Oh, Neuro's gone. Okay.
No, why don't you take it, man? If you want, you could take it. I'm not gonna fight you.
No, thank you.
Wait, were you both against me?
I was just talking about things that I'm aware of.
Well, we mentioned the black nobility. I mean, it's real. What's wrong about knowing about the black nobility?
It's a point that doesn't really get anything done other than give awareness, but no solutions.
What is the solution then?
I mean, it's not really a problem. Like the King of England is one of the black nobility. Like, I don't think anybody cares to get rid of him. He's just kind of there.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. But I'm not arguing for anything because I can only do so much. But I'm not down for pushing I'm not down for like the human nature aspect of I just dug a hole underneath you, so now I'm above you. Like, I just think that's so repetitively stupid.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I say. And then I said I wasn't human, apparently. But that was just a joke. I think I'm more human than most people.
It depends. Would you say you have an inner monologue?
No.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Fucking shit, dude.
You can't hear your voice inside your head without talking?
If I could, I mean, I don't get where's this going.
You know, the NPC meme, no inner monologue.
No.
You never heard of the NPC meme?
I don't. I'm not even sure if I can hear what you're saying right now.
The NPC meme.
What is that?
Oh man.
Like, what kind of inner dialogue do you have then? Explain to me.
It's just the ability to hear things without hearing them in real life. It's just having thoughts in sound form.
Of course. I mean, I just think of it as like phonetics, though.
Yeah, about 30% of the population doesn't have that.
Well, they actually, I would argue that they may, but they're just not aware of that. I would even argue that it's been co-opted to certain degrees as well through
No, they've been
IoT
studying.
technology and, huh?
They've been studying. Commonly, people with no inner monologue can speak multiple languages very easy because they're not thinking the words in their head.
Yeah.
And
Well, a picture's worth a
they don't
1,000
have
words.
depression in the same way normal people have depression. You know, it's very interesting, the NPCs.
Yeah, I'm not very aware of that. I don't really study any of that stuff. Just do what I do.
Well, it's a meme, which means it's a unit of cultural information.
But it is true.
I mean, I've heard varying numbers between 30% and 85% of the population are NPCs. Depends on who you talk to.
Well, I know it's at least 33%.
But yeah, it's just another way of saying like normie or whatever.
Well, I would say the normie and the NPC are different. Like the NPC is like mentally different. The normie is just a guy that doesn't care about politics.
I'm sorry this wasn't fruitful for Canuck. I was actually enjoying when he was speaking because it was helping me to see different angles other than just my own. So I appreciate that.
For sure. Thank you guys for joining the panel. Yeah, I was having an interesting discussion with Gen X Jeff in the chat about romanticism. I don't know. I always kind of considered Shelley and Wordsworth and Blake and all those guys to be part of the romantic age of poetry. But yeah, I could be wrong. Of course, these ideological and cultural movements are kind of they don't have a clear breaking point or starting point either way. But yeah, and that's part of the understanding. But yeah, Hegel and all these guys, they kind of influence these thinkers, their post enlightenment response, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's where German idealism really comes in, but yeah. But yeah. Who has the rings of power? I mean, these are important questions you guys are asking for sure,
It's, say 10, 15 years behind Japan in terms of turning itself into a modern, consumer society. And I think at a certain point, people in Korea started to say to themselves, well, it's ridiculous that we have this kind of, military government. We want to be able to participate and to, be a democracy like the rest of the developed world. And, there are other cases of that. So that's one explanation that, forms one of the pillars in a sense of my argument. But, the other one is in a way a more philosophical one and somewhat more difficult to understand. These economic explanations for democracy, I think, are ultimately not really satisfying because, in the last analysis, people don't want democracy for economic reasons. I mean, you can have, a high growth society without a lot of political freedom. I mean, there are a lot of countries in Asia, Singapore and Thailand and so forth, that are like that. And I think that, if you look more deeply at what it is that drives societies to want democracy, you always end up with a non-economic cause. And for that reason, in the book, I go back to the German philosopher Hegel rather than, to Karl Marx with his
Hey,
economic.
there it is, Hegel. okay, instead of Karl Marx. Well, as we learned earlier, Hegel is the particular starting point for Marxist philosophy. And for Hegel himself, his starting point was Kant. You know, so yeah. Um, yeah, sorry, Jeff is still saying some interesting stuff. Romanticism is post facto designation. None of the writers themselves thought of themselves as romantics. Yeah, but they did think of themselves as responding to the Enlightenment thought, nonetheless.
He
In
could
this,
say it on panel.
yeah, yeah. You're welcome to come up, Gen X, if you're free there. But yeah, yeah, the Bible. I don't understand this. People saying that people were influenced by the Bible. Everybody's influenced by the Bible. I mean, who's not influenced by the Bible? Is it somebody just live on another planet? I mean. But yeah, what about Christian futurism? Well, we tried to cover that subject last two shows. So if you guys are looking for the Christian futurism section, we went into that on the Friday show and also on the Wednesday show. And before that, we kind of tried to cover Jewish nationalism, and yeah, we've been getting into some things here. Uh oh, he's gonna be mad at that one. That's funny. The dialectic, specifically, the pattern draws on M.H. Abrams. Did a good study on it. Oh, okay. Natural supernaturalism. Huh, that's a good word for it. That kind of sounds like hermeticism and alchemy in general, though. I have to, I
That
have
sounds
to.
like Christian atheist or something.
Yeah, yeah, it sounds like Christian atheist. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, for sure.
Theories of history. And, the reason for going back to Hegel is that Hegel had a theory of history, theory of how human societies progress.
Okay. Hegel had a theory of how human societies progress. Okay, see, Darwin believed in evolution, but his evolution doesn't exactly signify progress. The evolution could be based on random mutations, if you will. So it doesn't necessarily have to progress. But Hegel thought that world history is a cycle of progression. This is because the sort of coincidentia positorum, the coincidence of opposites in his sort of, engine of history, which is the synthesis, which is also found in the negation of the negation, this process that just keeps moving forward. The master slave dialectic, this constant push and pull of power dynamics, leading to alienation, abstraction, and then solution, within mediation of two opposites, polar opposites.
And evolve into higher, forms of organization that was based not on economics but on what.
Okay, so dissipative structures, okay, through this chaos emerges higher orders. Okay, that's Hegel's theory in a nutshell. Dissolution leads to change, which leads to progress. All right.
The struggle for recognition, that is to say, a completely non-economic goal that we as
Right. The struggle for recognition, self-determination, aka nationalism. Okay, the state, the apotheosis of the state, another Hegelian concept.
human beings want to be recognized as, as human beings with a certain dignity and human freedom. And it is that, search for recognition that leads to the relationship of masters and slaves,
Okay, the master slave dialectic, which I just kind of explained more in a philosophical level. But yeah, it's 3 a.m. now. 45 people watching. Thank you for watching the show. We're 6 hours in. It's 3 a.m. on the East Coast. I'm gonna I'll grab a coffee. I'm gonna let this play for a second. But yeah, if you just joined us, it's Francis Fukuyama from the Council on Foreign Relations. He was also a member of the Bush administration. He's been a member of an advisor to 2 different State Departments. And actually he is one of the member of the Rand Corporation as well. So he's part of all of these organizations, and he's telling us about world history. We just looked at Samuel P. Huntington. Him and Fukuyama have kind of a different opinion on world events, and it's based on some interesting notions about world culture, which we've taken a look at, because we started out trying to look at Islam, how Islam relates to modernism, because we see that there's over 1 billion Muslims in the world, and yet they live a distinctly modern lifestyle. Is that lifestyle Western? As Michael Shermer, I think it was Michael Shermer, who said that Islam is the last civilization on earth to reach the Enlightenment. And so it's an interesting comment. What does he mean by that? That Islam requires its reformation. People have said that too. Islam has never been reformed. People have stated that too. So it's very interesting, the conflict between Islam and the modern world. Or is there one? We've seen all sorts of hyper modernist ideologies like communism and fascism be linked to the revolutionary movements in the Islamic world. That's one aspect of the theory that disagrees. Okay, so people like Paul Johnson and Paul Berman, are disagreeing with people like Samuel P. Huntington, who are in turn disagreeing with people like Francis Fukuyama. And all 3 of these views are shaping world policy. Okay, is what I'm trying to tell you guys, what I'm trying to explain to you guys. All right. But thank you for joining us, Canuck, Sarum, aka John. Bless you, brother. And he just fell out there, but I don't know if he's gone for good or if he's gonna come back. But yeah, bless you, brother. Thank you for contributing your views here.
It's that lies behind, in a certain way, religion and movements like nationalism, but that ultimately, that's also the way to explain democracy. That's why we want democracy. It's not that it creates capitalist prosperity for us, but that it is a political system that, by giving us individual rights, recognizes our dignity as human beings, and that this is the essential driving force behind democratic revolutions, whether they take place in Eastern Europe or in Asia or in Latin America.
When did Hegel live?
Well, he lived in the early part of the 19th century, and eventually rose to be a professor of philosophy in Berlin in the 1820s. But his life really corresponded to the period of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars.
French Revolution was when?
1789, or it began in 1789 and culminated finally in Waterloo in 1815.
You mentioned it a lot in the book.
Mm-hmm.
For what reason?
Well, the French Revolution for Hegel really represented it was the coming of the end of history, so to speak. Now, by the French Revolution, we don't mean just a limited historical event. What we mean is the emergence of what we understand as modern liberal democracy, because in the French Revolution, ultimately, what it was about was a revolution in favor of the principles of liberty and equality. Now, you could substitute the American Revolution for that, because I think, in a kind of ideological sense, those 2 revolutions were equivalent. I mean, they were both, revolutions to create, what I earlier defined as a liberal democracy, as a political system based on popular sovereignty with, guarantees of individual rights. And for Hegel, the coming of the French Revolution was, the event that heralded the end of history, because it meant that the principles of liberty and equality on which, modern liberal democracy is based had finally been discovered and had been implemented, only in a small corner of Europe back in the late 18th century, but at least the principle was established. And I think, modern Hegelians would argue that what's happened in the 200 years since the French Revolution is, simply the implementation of those principles around the world. And in other words, we haven't progressed, in any fundamental sense since the French Revolution.
At some point, you decided that you were going to write this book and tie it around a lot of historical figures in philosophy. Historians, Kant, Hegel, Plato, Aristotle, Nietzsche, Hobbes, Locke. For someone like me, I'm scrambling back to the old days when I first read all this stuff. Why did you decide to do that? And who are all these people?
Well, the reason I decided to do that was that, it all began really with the real world. I mean, we had these remarkable events, that we've been living through in the last few years. The collapse of communism, but before that, you had a whole series of democratic revolutions in in Latin America, in Southern Europe, and so forth. And it raises certain fundamental questions about whether there is such a thing as a direction to history, and whether there's some larger process that somehow the newspapers miss in their day-to-day commentary. And it turns out that these questions have all been addressed in the past, and they've been addressed by the greatest minds or the greatest thinkers in the past. And a philosopher like Hegel has thought about the question of history. He's thought about the question of whether there's such a thing as progress. Whether we can see human society evolving through a series of stages. And it's for that reason that I thought that now in 1992 it's appropriate to go back to a dead philosopher from a couple hundred years ago, because he's the one that really posed the question most acutely and provided a certain answer to it.
Did you have to go refresh yourself on what they all said, or that you have it all tucked away up there?
Well, of course, in the course of writing a book, I had to go back to the original text. A lot of them I hadn't really read since I was in graduate school.
So, I mean, it's just interesting in terms of his exploration of these topics, and how a figure like Hegel came to idealize liberty and progress, especially in the French Revolution, even though he was a German thinker. So we see that these ideas were kind of, spreading all around the world at the time, so they weren't uniquely American or anything like that. Even in the 17th century, these ideas had reached Germany and all that type of stuff. But, even in the preface of the Critique of Pure Reason, you see an interesting, a very interesting kind of understanding. Actually, the preface of the second edition, I meant to say, you see an interesting understanding. He says, and I'm just reading from a different part here. He says, logic has been following the secure path from earliest times. This is evident from the fact that since Aristotle, it is not needed to retrace a single step. Okay, then later he says, mathematics has been following the secure path of a science since the earliest times to which history and human reason extends. It did so already among the admirable people, the Greeks. Okay. Then he moves on to different people, down the list. He talks about the Greeks and the Greek sciences and natural science, and then he mentions Bacon, Francis Bacon, a British thinker. And then he mentions Galileo, an Italian thinker. Okay. So he's talking about all of these ideas. So he's talking about the progress of human knowledge from the Greeks to scientists to natural sciences to Copernicus. Okay, this is all the type of shit that they teach kids in school. Okay, about it was the Greeks, and then they had Homer, and then they had, first they had cavemen, and then they had the Greeks, and they had the fucking, the Galileo and Newton and stuff. I mean, all this shit they knew 400 years ago. They used to teach people this. Okay, about progress of human knowledge. All right. Okay, okay, now look at this. He says this. He says this. Interesting. He says, hence freedom, and with it morality would have to give way to the mechanism of nature. But in fact, this situation is different. All I need for morality is that freedom does not contradict itself, and hence can at least be thought. I do not need to have any further insight into it. Then he says later, he says, thus the doctrine of morality maintains its own place, and so does natural science. Okay, so the bifurcation between ethics and science, the political world, okay, from the scientific world, you know, and the development of the social sciences, okay, and also how the postmodernists, who are the kind of very vehement patrons of the social sciences and the liberal arts, are all kind of very much into Hegel's thought. Okay, it's all interrelated. Right? Why the fuck wouldn't it be, folks?
When I was a graduate student.
By the way, um, you know, Hegel said that Kant's philosophy was like the greatest thing to ever happen to German philosophy, you know. So I mean, what did Hegel think of Kant? Well, he thought he was like the greatest philosopher who ever lived. Like he summed it up. Like he finally solved the problems of epistemology and all that type of stuff. You know. Anyways.
And I was very much interested in political philosophy, and these were all very live authors, for me in many ways. And so I had lived with them in a certain sense, in all the years when I was doing very, day-to-day, policy-oriented things, the sorts of things they do here in Washington. But really, one of the pleasures of writing the book was the opportunity to go back and reread some of these political philosophers, and indeed to read a number of books that I hadn't read previously, and to actually learn something in the process.
Besides Hegel, who of that list that I gave are the most interesting to you?
Well, I think the other towering figure that is really by far the most important was the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, and it's from him that the part of the title "The Last Man" comes, because he, in a certain sense, was the philosopher that argued that, well, yes, if there's been historical progress.
Yeah, so people are talking about, oh, you're talking about here Hegel and Nietzsche and stuff. Who gives a fuck about this stuff other than philosophy nerds? Well, we're simply just reading the things that these people are interested in. That these policy makers and kind of people from these think tanks and organizations. Well, it's not that I'm interested in these things. It's just that I understand the influence of these thinkers on men like this, essentially.
Perhaps, but it's led not to, greater human happiness, but to a total disaster. And in a way, the book is about, you might say, a dialogue between these two philosophers as to how we ought to evaluate the goodness, and how satisfactory is our society at the end of history.
How about your own political philosophy at this stage? What would you call yourself?
Well, I call myself a liberal in the classical sense. That is, I believe in liberal democracy. I believe very firmly in the need for human beings to govern themselves according to the rules of constitutional government.
See, nobody realized how nuanced of an approach that is until now. To be a classical liberal, ha ha ha. I'm not a liberal in the modern term. I'm a classical liberal. I believe in rights and sovereignty and these types of things, but I don't necessarily believe in, freedom and justice and equality across the board. Okay, so what the fuck are you really saying then?
I think
You're
classical liberal just means like if liberals control the government today, they want to pseudo think that they are the liberals before they took control.
right.
They're saying like, yo, I was a cool kid before being cool was cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So like a hipster.
Yeah, exactly.
Political hipster.
Yeah, intellectual and political hipster and shyster, is what that is, a liberal and, classical liberal clothing, really, I mean, what are you now decrying the progress of liberalism to its hyper modern stance? Well, you reject, Marx saw his understanding as a conclusion of Hegelian thinking. So, I mean, you want to talk about Hegel, the importance of Hegel. Marx saw his thinking as, as the apex of modernity. So, just what are we talking about? Are we going to say we're classical liberals? We're fleeing from the hyper liberalism of hyper modernity and hyper reality of post modernity.
And in contemporary American politics, in a sense, we're all liberal Democrats, but I would say that I tend to.
Right. Then what's the problem? If progress is going to happen, then shouldn't you just let it happen? You know what I mean? I mean, everybody's already a liberal Democrat. What do you have to enforce? What's the problem here? I mean, if it's just a world movement of history, how are people causing it to happen? In other words, it's one of the paradoxes of progress.
To favor a kind of strict, sense of that the power of the state ought to be limited in both, politics and economics.
In your acknowledgments, you mentioned a number of people that the audience may recognize, and I bring them up to ask you if there's a certain thread of philosophy here. Alan Bloom from Chicago, John M. Olin Center for Inquiry into the Theory and Practice of Democracy at the University of Chicago. You know who Olin?
Okay, Chicago. All right, and University of Chicago again. Alan Bloom. Okay, who's a Straussian. Okay, he's also interested in classical philosophy. Okay, one of the things he translated is the Republic of Plato, one of the major works of Plato. One of the most popular translations is by Alan Bloom. He's a Straussian from the Chicago school. I mean, this is just how it goes. We're talking about the return to classical liberalism.
I think I might have that translation.
Yeah, yeah, I have that one too. Yeah.
Haven't started it yet.
Oh yeah, that's an excellent one. Yeah, yeah, that's excellent. That's one of my favorite books of all time, honestly. The Republic of Plato. It's such a well written work. You hardly get to read writing on that level. But yeah, it's definitely one of the top works. I mean, I disagree with tons of things that he says, though. That's the problem. It's a very dangerous book.
I think I realized why they asked "fuck your mama" where he's from. I think it's because he's Asian, and it's like people in America see Asians as not laborers, because if a black guy says he's from Chicago, there's nothing weird. But the reason why Asians say they're from Chicago and that's weird is because Americans don't see Asians as laborers. And because Asians aren't laborers, they don't belong in this area, because like it's the peasant mentality. Is like you only belong here if you're a peasant, because the peasant can't move around. See, this Asian guy, he's not a peasant. He doesn't belong here. And same with Indians, because the Indians, they don't really do that much labor. So that's why, Mexicans can be wherever, and black people can be wherever, and nobody questions it, because they see Mexicans and black people as slaves.
Yeah, that's a funny point. Honestly, that's hilarious. Libertarians are classical liberals, and classical liberals are the commies now. Yeah, for real. Yeah, that's funny too, man. John Locke on perfect freedom in the state of nature. Are you talking about the two treatises of government? I have that work too. These fucking things, man. I mean, shit. Political philosophy is such an important topic, guys. I mean, it just is. I mean, you want to really, really. I mean, I'm not talking about all this fucking New World Order, the Illuminati stuff, the fucking reading the Bible, all that shit. Come on, dude. Read political philosophy if you want to know how they fucking control you, sir. Don't fucking fuck around with all that other shit. Okay, go read The Republic. Go read Machiavelli. You'll really be cooking with fucking, you know, Greece at this point, because you're getting the schemata, of the thoughts and the ideologies that compose, the plans that they make. You're the underlying structure. What's the foundation of how they approach these issues? You can only get that by studying the political theory. Not political science, not facts and statistics and news stories and historical events. That's part of the picture. Okay, history is part of the picture. But the other part is understanding their idealistic sort of map. Of course, idealism, okay, as I mentioned before, is a departure from the historical understanding. So you can't let go of the historical understanding, or else you're just into idealism. So you can't let go of that. But yeah.
It's like studying the effects without studying the causes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
vice versa.
Yeah. Yeah, philosophical justification for natural law. Yeah. Yeah, from John Locke. Yep. You know. And I mentioned some of that earlier, when I broke down, I gave a couple lectures on classical liberalism too.
Well, he was a philanthropist, and there's a foundation that that was established in his name, that has funded the Center for the Study of, essentially, it's the relationship between political philosophy and real world politics at the University of Chicago, that's headed by Professor Bloom.
You also think Owen Harries, the editor of the journal The National Interest, who owns the National Interest?
Well, the National Interest is a very small magazine devoted to foreign policy that is published by Irving Kristol. there are two companion, journals of public interest and the national interest. And the public interest deals with domestic policy questions, and the national interest deals with foreign policy.
And how would you describe Irving Kristol's philosophy?
Well, it's, I think he's generally thought of as a so-called neoconservative. That is someone that became conservative in a certain sense, I think largely for foreign policy reasons.
That's right. Neocon, and now they're moving into paleocon, and libertarians, also coming from the University of Chicago.
In the course of the 60s and 70s.
And also the Chicago School of Economics.
And that's largely the perspective of national interest as well.
You also say most important of these has been Abram Shulsky, who will find many of his ideas and insights recorded here. These are people that you've had conversations with. Who is Abram Shulsky?
Well, he was also a student, like I was, of Alan Bloom's back at Cornell, and then he went to the University of Chicago, and he's a close friend of mine who currently works for the U.S. government here in Washington. But there's in a certain sense quite a few of us here in Washington that have this kind of common background where we're involved in nitty-gritty policy issues in our quote-unquote real lives. I mean, that's what our jobs are about. But we've had a background in political philosophy, and we think that those issues are very important, and we want to, and it's very good having that kind of a support group in a certain sense, because you have people that you can bounce these more philosophical ideas off of.
You dedicate this book to Julia and David.
That's right. We should be doing the same thing. We should be making support groups, quote unquote, for political philosophy. Who's in? Who's in with me? We have to compete on this level, right? Why not? Because you guys want to get up in the understanding of what these guys are doing. Benjamin Franklin went around creating book clubs, writing subversive pamphlets that didn't have his actual name on them. This is the these sort of political engines of statecraft. You know what I'm saying? They knew about this stuff back then. Even Sun Tzu knew about this stuff, and so did Machiavelli. And that's why me and Reddington and other people are reading these types of things. Going into Machiavelli, going into Sun Tzu, getting into those things, because it's about that time, folks. They bank on the fact that you won't be able to read these things for yourself. You won't go to the primary sources. You'll watch YouTube videos on fucking Machiavelli and Hegel and these things, and that'll be the end of your fucking research. And that you're not going to go and read the primary sources. You're not going to open up, critique of pure reason like I just did 5 seconds ago. You're not going to open up lectures on the history of Hegel like I did in the previous times I presented this information to you guys. You're not going to read or quote the lines of Thomas Hobbes or John Locke. When they talk about a mortal God on earth, a wise ruler as a mortal God on earth. And the artificial man, the sovereign, the state, the machine that speaks for man. Try to imagine these things, my dear friends.
David, who are they?
My daughter and my son.
How old are they?
Just 3.5 and 1.5 at the moment.
And who did you write the book for? What level of understanding?
Well, that is a very that was a very hard thing to do in writing this book, because on the one hand, I wanted to address the very difficult philosophical issues, the question of whether there's a universal history, whether history has a directionality, whether we can say that there's such a thing as the end of history. But on the other hand, I had wanted to, make the book accessible to a, general reader who was educated, broadly speaking, but not especially.
Okay. History has a directionality. Okay. It's based in this thing called progress. And the progress of what? Liberal and democratic values. Okay, folks? So here we have the pseudo eschatology of progress brought forth from Hegel. Okay. Persisting in the mind of this Japanese Fukuyama man. I mean, it's a crazy fucking life, man. And this guy made it all the way into the Bush administration. Reading and pushing, these ideas of Hegel and Nietzsche, who he says are towering figures. Towering figures. This is why we read Nietzsche the other time, circular directionality. Yeah. What are you doing reading Hegel from 200 years ago if there's a such thing as progress? Why and why do you think Plato and Aristotle and why is Alan Bloom translating the Republic if there's progress? It's the same ideas from 2,000 years ago. What progress? What progress do you speak of, sir? I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? One could say that. One could say this is based on a pseudo eschatology. History ebbs and flows. Especially Machiavelli thought that. He thought history is nothing more than the actions of great men. Now, there's no fucking progress. He thought that's idealism. The kind that Marx believed in. That eventually the whole world would follow Marxism. Is that inflation of the ego? Or is it a theory of history? Which one? Is that a modern theory? Or is it the death of modernism in its hyper modern extremity? As according to some conservative Western intellectuals. It's fucking mysteries, folks. Fucking real mysteries, man.
Either philosophy or political science or any of the topics that I cover. And so, in a way, I had a rather schizophrenic sense of my audience that, on the one hand, it was this general audience, but on the other hand, I knew that there would be a whole battery of specialists, specialists in Hegel and specialists in development theory and economists and sociologists that would also be, there with a microscope analyzing the different parts of the book that dealt with those specialties as well. So it was a very challenging thing to do. I think one of the ways that I tried to deal with it is simply by putting the stuff for the specialists in the footnotes, so that the general reader doesn't have to be bothered with references and complicated counter arguments and that sort of thing. So there's a big apparatus as far as that's concerned, but I tried to stick more to the to the broad arguments that are more generally accessible in the text itself.
Let me ask you, this is off the wall, but Paul Johnson criticized you in that review. Paul Johnson, do you know him?
No, I don't. I know his books, but I don't know him personally.
Okay. I remember reading the Broder Woodward series on the vice president, and the vice president said the book that he has spent the most time with is Paul Johnson's Modern Times. When you hear that as someone who pays attention to words closely, what is that?
By the way, Paul Johnson's Modern Times, son of a bitch. That is a fucking excellent book, guys. Paul Johnson, Modern Times. Fuck, dude. That's a good ass history book right there. Paul Johnson, Modern Times. He goes through all modern history, Soviets, Japanese, fucking all this shit, man. No, that is an excellent book. I'm trying to look for my copy of this over here. If I could spot out where I put it right here. But I'm not seeing it. It's somewhere around here. But yeah, Paul Johnson, Modern Times. That's a key work, you know. And it is a historical text, but it's a historical text about kind of the beginning of the 20th century, like, you know, Einstein and all that type of stuff, the Bolsheviks and all that kind of stuff, you know. So he gives a very fast Cecil Rhodes, you know, colonialism, the spread of all these things. So he gives a fascinating breakdown of these things, you know.
What does that say to you? Paul Johnson's criticizing you. The vice president is reading his book. Is there a philosophy there that Paul Johnson has that we should know about?
No, I don't think so. I must say, I mean, from the moment my article was published, it was criticized, virtually by everybody. As I said, some of it on the basis of, I think, simple misunderstanding, but there was no particular, political bias to the criticism. That is to say, conservatives and liberals and people in the center all, took issue with different aspects of it. Back in, with the original article, I think conservatives tended to say, well, you shouldn't count communism out, prematurely. There's still a powerful force in the world, and that sort of thing. And liberals or people more on the left tended to say, well, this is an inappropriate self-congratulation of, the United States or of liberal democracy or of, the West in general, and it's not really such a perfect society, and, we have a lot of problems yet, and that sort of thing. So it's very hard to, to overinterpret the fact that, the vice president is reading, someone like Paul Johnson and drawing different conclusions because, there are all sorts of political standpoints from which you can come at it.
Yeah, here are two works that are fucking essential if you want to understand, like modern politics and history. This is, Paul Johnson, Modern Times. You can't really see that one, can you? Modern Times, Paul Johnson. You know what I mean? This is such an interesting fucking book, Modern Times by Paul Johnson, and also this one. I can't really hold this one up. Fucking shit. Try to hold this one up. What I'm trying to hold up is Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville. I'm not going to fuck around and turn my camera off, but Democracy in America, Alexis de Tocqueville. Look into these works. Modern Times, Paul Johnson. You guys could look up into these works,
Does someone like you, who is steeped in political science and history and philosophy, sit back and watch the world go by saying, well, that's not a surprise, that that was written about 212 years ago, and I remember where it was, and there's nothing new in the world?
Well, I wish I could say that, but the course of world events has been just absolutely remarkable and totally unpredictable in the last 5 or 10 years. If you had asked me 10 years ago, when I was training as a professional, Sovietologist or specialist in that part of the world, is it possible that communism could collapse by the year 1992? Not only communism, but the Soviet Union itself, I would have said, absolutely ridiculous. It represents a viable, legitimate, alternative form of, of government. It's very strong, internally strong, and I expect it to be around the rest of my lifetime, and I think virtually everyone else did.
Yeah, that's just a fascinating critique. When he was himself studying Sovietology, he never predicted the failure of it. Yet people are saying that these things have came and gone, never been tried, in fact, and gone to waste. And yet other people claim that we're moving into a new world of international socialism, of global corporations and what have you. working as pseudo governmental entities. So if this is the expression of the pseudo eschatology of progress, and look at what this guy says. He's working for one of these NGOs, Rand Corporation. So he should damn well know how much influence they have. Yet it's interesting. You know what I mean? You know. And man, I wish we had trad culture out here, but we will be watching his breakdown of some of these issues too, because it's just interesting. You have we looked at several thinkers. We looked at Paul Berman, Terror and Liberalism. His disagreement with Samuel P. Huntington. We looked at Samuel P. Huntington, his kind of idea of the cultural schisms in the world, his disagreements, with Francis Fukuyama. We're looking at Francis Fukuyama, his idea of Hegel and the eschatology of progress, and finally you get to a thinker like Trad Culture, and he's thinking of these ideas as moving back all the way, rejecting modernity. So this goes even past postmodernism to a sort of neo-tribalism, or what have you, anarcho-primitivism, or something like that. You could even get to that, whereas they're looking at it from a collapse mentality, that a sort of hyper Rousseauian philosophy, that history is going to come to, what goes up must come down. So we're reaching a crest, as the Elon Musk character said, we're reaching a civilizational crest here. Scary stuff, but stuff that's laid out in Rousseau. Every action must have its equal and opposite reaction. This Hegelian synthesis, Newtonian physics, brought to its fruition, through progress, that this ebb and flow of history, that once things peak, then they're ready to fall. And then out of that fall creates the new peak, which is much more magnificent, and the collapse of that peak is much more violent. This is another theory of the progress, if you want to call it, of history. Ordo ab chao, if you will. You know what I mean? Who's to say? And through that you can have an idealism of progress through that. These violent shifts, there's violent ebb and flow.
And that's one of the wonderful things about the world right now, is that all of these developments are happening that nobody really anticipated would happen, and as a result, world politics is just careened off in new directions. I mean, right now in the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, you're seeing a very major geopolitical transformation. I don't think anyone can really predict what's going to come out at the other end of that.
You write a lot about something called the struggle for recognition. What's that all about?
Well, the struggle for recognition is, in my view, the motor that drives this process of human history. And it's a concept that comes from Hegel, but I don't think you really need to read Hegel to understand it. Because
Okay, so he's kind of taking like will to power, the idea of nationalism in Hegel, and combining it with this concept of alienation in Hegel and the slave master dialectic, and coming out on the other end with this, struggle for recognition. Us versus them creates a new synthesis. So it is fascinating. You know what I mean? But yeah. The struggle for recognition, it kind of sounds like self-determination or nationalism, but it also kind of resembles the will to power from Nietzsche, which was a post-Nietzschean conception, really, by the Nazi party. It was kind of how they finagled, Nietzschean philosophy. Mainly through his sister Elizabeth. She kind of dropped the ball on that. I think she married somebody in the Nazi party or some shit, and then she like let them edit Hegel's notes or something. I mean, not Hegel, Nietzsche's notes. Sorry.
Commonplace, way that it can be understood. That is to say, all human beings, want to be recognized. That is to say, they want other human beings to, affirm their value or their goodness or their dignity or, their freedom. And, according to a philosopher like Hegel, history starts because of a struggle. It begins with a battle, a conflict over recognition, where, in a sense, one caveman gets up and says to the next caveman, I want you to recognize me. I'm greater than you.
Yeah, Hegel was a contemporary of he's a contemporary of Darwin. So I don't know if he would have came to the conclusion that they were cavemen just yet, but it's still interesting. He's projecting his own view of history into Hegel's philosophy now. It's fascinating.
I'm your lord and master, and they fight over that. And according to Hegel, the result of that is a relationship of master and slave, because one of these early men submits and the other, wins the victory. And so you have this very unequal relationship of lord and master that on the one hand and slave on the other that grows up. But all of the major phenomenon of human history can be understood in a certain sense as a form of recognition. I mean, we all want recognition of our own value. For instance, something like contemporary nationalism is not driven by any kind of economic motive. It's driven by the nationalist desire that his nation, his group, his ethnic group, whatever, be recognized as a nation among others. So in Lithuania, for example, we've just seen a very vivid recent example of this, that the Lithuanians didn't want greater wealth, or in fact, their struggle for national independence cost them a lot, in terms of their wealth and their economic development. What they wanted was recognition of their status as an equal, among other nations. And it's an extremely powerful force. I mean, you can see it, tearing apart Yugoslavia today, that the Croats and the Slovenes, want national recognition. The Serbs in those areas want, recognition for themselves. And so, I think you can see much of the 20th century, all these, nationalist wars as in a way, a manifestation of the same basic desire.
Again, the mystery of balkanization, Samuel P. Huntington says it's based on cultural schisms. I have no idea what Berman would say about it. I'd like to ask him about that, because it kind of conflicts with his theory there about, Islam not, being resistant to some, modern ideologies. But then we have, the view of, this guy here. He's kind of taking a different, a radically different view of this progress. Why did this balkanization happen? Well, it was for self-determination. It wasn't because of the cultural schism. It's because they wanted their own national identity. Whereas Berman would say no. It's a host of ideological factors. Mainly having to do with the lack of receptivity, to Western culture and these types of things, and that these things don't reach all across the world. There's always going to be divides between people, and there's not a predominant culture in the world. I think he would take that kind of view, a sort of a Machiavellian type of view, of just, the Machiavellian view is essentially just no progress. It's the same thing with Nietzsche. Nietzsche doesn't really believe in progress. So the concept of the last man is in opposition to the concept of the end of history. And the last man is a man of intellectual and spiritual and physical flabbery. He's impotent in every way. Right? Oh, I guess Cecil's sleeping here. Let's get Cecil. I'm like, what is that sound? It's Cecil snoring. But yeah.
For recognition, for human recognition, and so it stands at the core of a lot of what's evil and unjust, and leads to violence in our world. Or religion, in a certain sense, can be understood as a form of recognition, because a religious believer wants other people to recognize his gods and his idols and his sacred practices.
Does everybody want to be recognized?
Well, I think that is the argument, that it is at the core of our humanity, that in a certain sense that is what makes us human beings, much more so than...
Yeah, that just kind of seems like a Captain Obvious. Yeah, recognition, yeah, thumos, yeah, it is what it is.
Other aspects. For instance, we have an animal side. We need to sleep, we need to eat, we need shelter, sex, we need a lot of biological sorts of things. But what makes us uniquely human is our desire to be recognized by other people. And, this is ultimately, what leads us into political life, because politics is really about recognition. It's a struggle for recognition.
You've got a paragraph talking about the end of history, and I'll read a little bit of it. The end of history would mean the end of wars and bloody revolutions. Agreeing on ends, men would have no large causes for which to fight. They would satisfy their needs through economic activity, but they would no longer have to risk their lives in battle. They would...
Okay, so if anybody thinks this is a new concept, this is a concept that's been there since German idealism. And really the notion is there in both Jewish and Christian eschatology with the kingdom of God and tikkun olam and these types of things.
In other words, become animals again, as they were before the bloody battle that began history. Dog is content to sleep in the sun all day, provided he is fed, because he is not to sleep in the sun all day, because he is not dissatisfied with what he is. He does not worry that other dogs are doing better than him, or that his career as a dog is stagnated, or that dogs are being oppressed in a distant part of the world. If man reaches a society in which he has succeeded in abolishing injustice, his life will resemble that of a dog. Finally, human life then involves a curious paradox. It seems to require injustice, but the struggle against injustice is what calls forth what is highest in man.
Well, that's right. That is a central paradox of human life, because in a certain sense, if we can achieve what we all want, a perfectly just society where all men are recognized, and treated equally, in which there's great material prosperity, in a certain way that robs us of, a very important side of life, which is the side that wants to struggle, that wants great.
So there's there's universal values and progress, and they say, well, what about the constant injustice in the world? That's actually, it's getting worse. And he says, yes, well, that's part of the struggle. So I mean, he basically just says that with a shit-eating grin. I mean, there's no other way you could put it. I mean, it's just, he can't justify the injustices in the world, based on his pseudo eschatology of progress. He just has to say, well, the shifts are going to be more violent, which points to that other idea. These chaotic shifts.
Causes, that wants to act and to live and to die for ideals, for higher causes, or that somehow wants to transcend, just the satisfaction of the body and its needs, and that sort of thing. So I think that's, the essential paradox of the end of history, or the good life, the good society at the end of history. That by its very success, it robs man of something that's very important to him.
Do you examine?
Okay, so there goes this other concept now, the Nietzschean concept. That this hyper liberalism, it leads to nihilism. To a total lapse in meaning, a hermeneutical death, as we were referring to earlier, in terms of the work of Sayyid Qutb. As my friend Chad Haig from India put it. Yeah, bless.
Yourself, as you, I mean, you're talking about human beings in this, and as you're going about your task, do you say, I fit in there?
Well, sure.
I mean, what's your need for recognition?
Well, it's as I said, it's universal, and of course, it applies, to me as well as anyone else. Now, I don't struggle for recognition by getting into, battles, literally violent battles. I mean, we're at a different stage of civilization than that. But you can struggle for all sorts of things. I mean, you can struggle to write, the most serious book on politics and philosophy, or the struggle for recognition, I think, permeates everything. And what makes it important is it's really the basis for any kind of human excellence. That is to say, you don't become, a great pianist or an opera singer unless you, in some sense, want to be recognized as that. That's really the underlying motive that drives people to, to spend all that time in disciplining themselves and practicing and doing things that are extremely difficult.
When you wrote the
So the paradox of collective progress is the sense that it has to come through the temperance of the individual. And the individual is basically the cost of this collective progress. So I mean, this, so the paradox is that only by creating, these individuals, so we're back to the actions of great men as the engines of history, not this kind of collective ideal, which culminates the end of history, but instead this concept of the last man. You know what I mean? Mitch is fighting somebody, I suppose. I don't know.
I think it's the freak.
Who you fighting in the chat? Mitchy. Man, Mitch always fighting somebody in the chat. Yeah, he's a fighty guy. Yeah. Mitch is interesting, man. But yeah, he's got to hold people accountable. That's his thing, holding people accountable. I dig it. I can dig it. Let's do it. We got to have somebody holding people's feet to the flame here, asking them tough questions. You know what I mean? Yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me, man.
The original article that got everybody interested a couple years ago, did you like that? Did you like the reaction? I mean, here you were getting recognition for your talent.
Sure. Well, that gets into another complicated issue, which is the quality of recognition, because you can be recognized for all sorts of things. I mean, you can be recognized as a pop star, you can be recognized as the greatest serial killer in North America. I mean, there are all sorts of forms of recognition, and in the end, you have to ask the question: are there certain forms of recognition that are inherently more pleasing or more satisfactory than other kinds? And I think that of course, it's gratifying to be recognized, in the popular press or by the media, or to go on television of that sort.
See, you never know what you can find out from government access television, folks. You know what I mean? It's just fascinating stuff. But yeah, let's go on.
That sort of thing. But there's really a higher form of recognition that comes from a recognition by people that really understand your argument, that can interact with it, that can appreciate all of the nuances and the structure and the detail and that sort of thing. And I think that's really the form of recognition that if you're writing a book of the sort that I've done, I mean, that's what will be important, unless the the kind of immediate sort of pop culture media kind of recognition.
What do you think of the reaction to the reviewers and the press and all about the book so far?
Well, it's still, at this moment, a little bit early to say. I think that there, at least, one thing I've been happy about is that there has been a certain recognition that what I'm trying to do is not, simply rehash arguments from a couple of years ago. The question of whether democracy is really breaking out all over the world and that sort of thing, because that's, I think that's a somewhat old argument. But to, move the discussion to, the question of what is the meaning of our democracy now? I mean, should we be happy with it, and what is the reason that we desire democracy? And to move to questions like the struggle for recognition, is that an appropriate way to understand what's going on in the world, and why there have been these democratic revolutions in different parts of the world.
How do you like this cover?
It's not bad.
Do you have any sense of why they decided to do a black cover with red letters and
black and red?
Was that it would simply be a striking jacket that would be quickly recognizable, and it has a certain seriousness to it.
Oh.
Here as to how to continue the discussion on what you're writing about?
Well, I not really a plan. I'm going to be talking about this book, in this country, and then it's being published in about 14 foreign countries, at the same time, and so they're going to be little. I mean, that's one of the interesting things about this particular idea, is it stirred a comparable degree of debate and controversy in a lot of places outside the United States as well. And I think that's going to preoccupy me. But I will be continue to be interested in this general problem of democracy and where it fits into our contemporary world.
Tell me if I'm pronouncing this right, because you use this a lot. Is it thymos?
Thumos.
Thumos.
Yes.
Thumos.
Megalothumia.
Megalothumia. What is it?
Megalothumia. Thumos. Okay, this is a very important concept. Thumos. Spiritedness. Love of one's own. Okay, these guys at the University of Chicago, they love this concept because of Leo Strauss. Leo Strauss really emphasized this thing, love of one's own, defense of family, country, tradition. They thought that this was a real factor in the engine of history. Because they did not believe in political idealism. They cast that aside. Okay. They're kind of Machiavellians. Okay. But yeah. Yeah. Sorry about the volume on this. You guys are going to have to read along with me. But yeah. Thumos, they're kind of totally butchering it on this. What do you call it? Closed captions here. Thumos, Thumos. Thumos. Okay, that's how you spell it. It's a Greek word meaning spiritedness. Okay. Okay, guys.
Well, thumos is it's a Greek word that comes from Plato that represents a certain part of the soul. That it is a part of the soul, or to put it in modern terms, it's a part of the personality or the part of the human psyche.
Right. Eros, thumos, and logos. Eros is the pleasure-seeking soul, part of the soul. Okay. Thumos. Okay, that's the part that pertains to courage and honor and these types of things. Okay, then there's logos. Okay, logos pertains to the higher values, is what Plato thought. Okay. And he said that logos is the charioteer pulling thumos and eros. They're following behind the logos.
That precisely demands recognition. And, according to Plato, there are three parts of the soul. There's the desiring part, so we understand what that is. It's like, the part that desires food and water and so forth. And there's reason, human capacity to calculate and to make decisions based on fundamental logic, this sort of thing. But Plato says that there's a third part of the soul, which is thumos, which essentially is, in a way, it's the source of self-esteem. It's the valuing part of the soul. It's the part of the soul that says, yes, I am a human being. I have a certain dignity or worth, and I am proud of that worth. And it's impossible really to reduce, any understanding of human psychology simply to desire and reason alone. And, there's a very important assertive side of the human personality that, that wants recognition and demands, that other people recognize me at my worth, at my understanding of what I'm worth. Now, megalothumia is a word, it's another Greek word, but one that I made up myself. Megalos in Greek means great, and thumia refers to thumos. And megalothumia is a word meaning the desire to be recognized as greater than other people. And in my view, this is, in a way, the sense of both things that are good about politics and things that are bad about it, because a tyrant is, in a way, a prototype of the person that wants to be recognized as greater.
You get specific on page 316 here, and you're talking about capitalism, and you say at the level at which entrepreneurs like Henry Ford, Andrew Carnegie, or Ted Turner operate.
Okay, so this is interesting. He's saying that thumos, which is functioning as love of one's own within a group, okay, or protection of oneself or identification with one's own inside of a group or a family or a nation or that type of dynamic. There's a megalothumos that is the symptom of hypermodernity, kind of the fascist, okay, and the despotic kind of understanding, or which is this hyper individualism of megalothumia, wanting to be greater than others. Okay, interesting. Okay, kind of sounds like megalomania, in a way. He's just talking, but yeah, it's interesting. He's kind of pathologizing this, and that kind of might be another postmodern, a hallmark of his own postmodernism, the Freudo-Marxian thinking of postmodernism.
Consumption is not a meaningful motive. One can only have so many houses and cars and wives before one loses count. Such people, of course, are greedy in wanting even larger amounts of money, but the money is more a token or symbol of their ability as entrepreneurs rather than a means to acquire goods for personal consumption.
That's right. I mean, I think, when you understand, these great entrepreneurs or founders of big industrial empires, what's going on is not, simply, as is commonly portrayed, greedy people wanting more and more. I mean, it really comes out of this part of the soul that's called thumos. I mean, they want recognition. A guy like Ted Turner, at this point, I mean, in his career, he has all the money that he can possibly use. I mean, what he wants is, I don't know if it's being Times Man of the Year exactly, but, he wants people to think of him in a certain way, that, he's the man that founded CNN, that created an entirely new media business that, has done something that the networks could never do. I mean, that's pure recognition.
You also write later on, it says, it is in the very design of democratic capitalist countries like the United States that the most talented and ambitious natures should tend to go into business rather than into politics, the military, universities, or the church. Why?
Well, I think that's right, because, if you say that, we are potentially threatened by would-be tyrants that have this megalothumia, that want to be recognized as greater, it is much safer if they become Ted Turners than if they become, let's say, politicians or military, people that will, turn their desire to be recognized as greater into, some political, movement or cause. In a way, it would have been much better if, if Hitler had stayed out of politics and gone into the sign painting business and then become the Ted Turner of house painting in Germany in the 1920s, I mean, he would have made a lot of money. He may have gotten quite recognized as a very innovative, house painter or whatever, and we would have been spared, a lot of the fascist politics of that period. And I think that, part of the wisdom of the American founding was an under.
Yeah, I think that'd make a good like show on Adult Swim, like Hitler as a house painter, or something like
It's
that.
kind of vacuous though. What he's saying, like for like me, Mr. Mustache guy, as Neuro say, go into any of those other spheres because they're. It's almost like a revolving door for a lot of certain, like going into business. You can easily just influence politicians to, write the rules that favor your company, and then you can just do whatever the hell you want, and not have a positive impact on society with some of these products that get pushed out on everybody.
There's a little bit of irony to what he's saying because he's studying political philosophy. He's talking about the impulse towards global politics. He's dealing in these global corporations and these businessmen that are more ambitious than politicians and that are really causing this world of global politics to emerge because these global corporations are working as pseudo governmental entities and usurping the political design. So it's almost like he's not noticing the irony of what he's saying.
Right.
It's like weird. It's like, oh, or I mean, he's a smart guy. I'm sure he gets it, and he's part of the Rand Corporation. So I mean, I'm sure he's just,
So perhaps he's misdirecting.
yeah, misdirecting a bit. Yeah, exactly. You know,
Well, I think he has a point. He might be talking about that phenomenon where you want to say something, but you can't because you might get fired. So he's saying,
yeah.
if only, Adolf, you know, if Adolf kept his mouth shut, he would have made a really good business in painting clown signs, but he decided to, yap, yap, yap.
Yeah, but it's all hypothetical.
I mean,
Yeah.
I see it every day. Like guys
I mean,
at
who's
work
to
don't
say,
want to say what they
you
want to
got
say
bored of the
because they might get
painting and
fired.
then just go right back into politics, It's like we
I
can
mean, people that work don't do politics.
he can make as many hypotheses as he wants.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
They control you by owning your job and then making an economy that forces you to have that job.
Pathos, ethos, logos. Yeah, pathos is basically eros in one way. Ethos instead of thumos. Interesting. Pathos instead of eros, and then logos. Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating stuff. Trivium and quadrivium invented by Boethius and Isidore. Is that all right? Yep.
Understanding that this kind of business activity would be able to absorb the talents and ambitions of people that were inclined in that fashion, but turn it to a kind of public good so that they produce wealth for the rest of society. But the main thing is that they're kept in an occupation that uses their ambitions and talents and gives it a certain outlet without creating a political tyranny and as a result.
Later on, I'm going to leave something out here, and you may want to fill in the blanks. The result is that modern leaders seldom rule, they react and manage and steer, but are institutionally restricted in their field of action so that it is hard for them to leave their personal imprint on the people they govern.
Well, I think you can see that, in our country, that we have a constitutional system that is essentially designed to constrain ambitious people. It's designed to constrain people with megalothymia, the Napoleon or the Stalin or the Saddam Hussein.
I don't know if he's getting that correct. You read the Federalist Papers, it says they want ambitious people to rise to the top. It's to constrain the tyranny of the majority, as they say. That's why it's interesting to read Tocqueville and these guys, so.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's more like psychopaths that rise to the top.
Yeah, and it kind of sounds like Madison and Hamilton are wanting that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I read the Federalist Papers, it sounds like, at this point, I'm starting more and more to think he is misdirecting, because how could he be somebody who works in the government, reads political philosophy, and not understand Hamilton and Madison were not wanting the common man to rule, generally speaking. But yeah, I don't know, that's just me right here. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. I don't know,
Would enter American politics and want to, turn it into some kind of a dictatorship. And that's why we have this system of checks and balances.
He might be
three
talking
branches
about
of
like
government.
whatchamacallit, the technocracy.
Yeah.
And to, like, you need scientists and shit, and you want to have like a big pool of scientists, so you can take the poor scientists or the rich scientists.
Yeah. Yeah,
So he's
Saddam
like an
Hussein.
IQ maximalist, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit, and that makes sense from people who are scholars. They tend to believe that sort of thing. Um, Human nature is more conservative than we are told. But it's interesting, when they go into the label of classical liberalism, they escape being either liberal or conservative. It's two things they collapse into. They either collapse into postmodernism on the left, and on the right they collapse into this classical liberalism. Either way, they're liberals. They're just saying it in a different way now. They're just picking and choosing from liberalism what they choose to adopt. But they're either conservative or liberal based on their, one or the other, either, postmodern or classical liberal. But either way, it's a response to liberalism, either going into the, near past or the, more. When they go into the label of classical liberalism, they escape being either liberal or conservative. It's two things they collapse into. They either collapse into postmodernism on the left, and on the right they collapse into this classical liberalism. Either way, they're liberals. They're just saying it in a different way now. They're just picking and choosing from liberalism what they choose to adopt. But they're either conservative or liberal based on their, one or the other, either, postmodern or classical liberal. But either way, it's a response to liberalism, either going into the, near past or the, more, distant past.
It's like the endless revolution. Even after the revolution has taken over, like the next generation has to revolt against the revolution.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh, it's we can't say it's different, but it's new.
that's kind of what he's saying, isn't it? He's like, you have to like rise up, like there has to be political strife, because that inspires individuality, that inspires the it crafts these really interesting individuals, that caused this change to emerge, but then there has to be progress, so there has to be
It's just
constantly
more of the
this,
same.
yeah, more of the same. Yeah, I mean, it's
How else
fascinating.
they gonna make money?
It's like Zoomers, they make up words that already have a word for. Like flirting is Riz, lying is cap, thought is slut. Like, why don't you just use the normal words? They want to use their new special word that means the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, Dr. D's, this is uh, a G that we have here in the chat, out here. He's been hitting them hard in the chat out here. So blessings to Dr. D Head in the chat, doing it big.
And that sort of thing to constrain political ambition. First of all, ambition is pushed into the area of business and economic activity. And for those that are not satisfied by it, they have the system where they have to go around as they're doing in New Hampshire, kissing babies and promising voters that they'll deliver on certain goods, but completely constrained by a system of law that forces their political energies into certain very safe and well, perhaps not productive, but at least not terribly harmful directions. And that's in a way the genius of our political system.
When you got into politics back here, and why did you get into politics?
Well, because I was really a foreign policy specialist, and it seemed to me that the gravest issues, at that time were those of war and peace, U.S.-Soviet relations, the arms race, instability in the Middle East, that sort of thing.
How close did you work to George Shultz?
Well, I worked, several bureaucratic layers down from him, but I was a member of the policy planning staff. Worked on, at that time, mostly on Middle Eastern issues.
What about Jim Baker?
Well, I was one level up, but in a way, in a more central role, because I was working on U.S.-Soviet relations and German unification and a variety of issues like that.
Do you have any desire to take another couple jumps up? I mean, are you going to stay with this stuff for a long time?
Well, I don't know. When I quit the government to write this book, I had always intended to go back into government, when it was over. But in a certain way, I've had such a good time writing it that, I think that maybe that, I'd like to do more of it.
And he did.
Well, I forgot my train of thought. I had a question I want to ask you. I want to go to another.
And it's fascinating how these guys, like, recently Peter Thiel, I read that Straussian moment. We looked at that work here for a little while, and it just seems like they love to wax political about Plato and Aristotle and Hobbes and Locke, and it's just fascinating. These guys, that they're all about Hegel, and it's just fascinating. These guys love to talk about these highfalutin philosophical topics, the kind that you see these all these channels online with these fucking dumb asses like Slavoj Zizek and fucking Jordan Peterson and fucking Mencius Moldbug, and the throwing together their philosophical scraps, and people are pretending like these guys are like the the fucking philosophers of the age, when they're actually pop philosophers. They're intellectual fronts, basically, psyop level shit, that are just put in front. What they're reading these guys like, what they're waxing philosophical about Sun Tzu and all this type of shit. I mean, it's fucking sad to see. That's why I say stick to the primary sources, guys. You know what I mean? because that's gonna get you out of this mess, you know.
Chapter. Why the chapter titled "A Vacation in Bulgaria"?
Well, that is a
Creepy.
You know, it's a chapter that is in the section that describes what the struggle for recognition is, and the important point that I was trying to make in that section is that in a way the real problem with communism, communist societies, was not that they were economically inefficient or didn't produce a West German standard of living for East Germans. The problem was a kind of moral one, that it forced people to make compromises with themselves, with their thumos in a way was compromised. They could not rise above themselves, precisely because these communist governments dangled a kind of consumer culture in front of them. It wasn't a very rich consumer culture, but they dangled things like a better apartment, or a refrigerator, or possibly a car, or a vacation in Bulgaria. I mean, that's their equivalent of the Grand Bahamas, in front of people. And it said, look, if you people want to be parts of this system, if you want to have a successful career, if you want to get along, if you want your vacation in Bulgaria, then you have to sign this petition denouncing your colleagues, or you have to shut up, when you see someone being, unjustly persecuted by the party, that sort of thing. And I think if you look at the writings of
That's a fascinating perspective. The way that communists come to powers by, uh, you know, essentially offering their followers consumer goodies of the capitalists. So, yeah, I mean, this kind of divide between large scale industry on the one end and the monopolization, and mass corporatization and corporate socialism on the other end, that we say is naturally going to lead to, you know, pseudo governmental entities, like NGOs and global corporations, usurping the reign of the government, which he gloriously um, just sort of glossed over, even though it can't remain unapparent to him at any fucking level whatsoever. So
I have a theory that communism and capitalism are the same thing.
right.
It's like
Yeah.
communism is just conservative industrialism, and capitalism is just liberal industrialism.
Yeah, that is a good way of looking at it, isn't it?
Like
Yeah.
the communist is gonna make one bar of soap and market it for everyone, and the capitalist is gonna make a strawberry soap for middle-aged women hitting menopause, on the East Coast who are Mexican.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
someone like Václav Havel, you'll see that that's precisely what he identifies as the real evil of the system. I mean, it wasn't that it produced shoddy goods and no food on the shelves. It was that morally it was a bankrupt system, because it really made people accept this Faustian bargain, in a sense, to trade away their souls for the sake of a few meager consumer goods.
You used the greengrocer story with Mr. Havel to make a point. What was it?
Well, he tells this very amusing story in an essay that he wrote while he was still in jail, called "The Power of the Powerless," in which a greengrocer hangs a sign in front of his window that says, "Workers of the world unite." And Havel goes into some of the psychology behind why he should do a thing like that. And he said, well, does he really believe that the workers of the world should unite? And he says, well, no.
I don't know what's going on with Lindsay there. I think that's alien speech, but yeah, that's computer code, right? Yeah.
know, the real reason that the greengrocer did it is that he's afraid. He's afraid that if he doesn't put that sign in his window, then the communist authorities will come. They will harass him or you know, threaten him with jail or various other, you know, terrible things that they could do to him. And Havel says, you know, what the sign really says, if you look beneath the surface, is not "Workers of the world unite." It is, "I am afraid. You know, I am a humble greengrocer living in this political system, and I know that if I don't go along, you know, I will suffer the consequences, and therefore I'm obedient, and I want to show my superiors that I'm obedient." And so, in a way, I mean, this is a way of his demonstrating, you know, the moral complicity that was required to, you know, live in that kind of a society. And he said that, you know, people could avoid facing up to that because they put up a high-minded slogan like "Workers of the world unite," and they, you know, because of ideology, they could tell themselves, well, I'm not really compromising my moral worth. What I'm doing is, you know, saying some high-minded slogan, but nonetheless, that compromise existed, and that was the real, you know, that was the evil of the system.
You said that you learned a lot of Greek and you were able to read Greek. Can you still read it?
No, I haven't. You know, I haven't used any of my Greek in probably 10 years now.
Could you speak it or just?
Well, it was, you know, what I learned was not modern Greek, but Attic Greek, which was the Greek that they used in 5th century Athens. And today, nobody really knows how that was pronounced or spoken. And it's quite a bit different from modern Greek, but I could read it pretty well.
How many languages can you speak?
Well, I can speak French and a bit of Russian, and then I know, you know, a smattering of other languages.
We're about out of time. Given your knowledge of Russia, what do you think is going to happen? What's your guess?
Well, you know, I think that they are in for a terrible time, not on a political level, because I think that, you know, with the
What the fuck is this?
Technical
Now,
difficulties.
a January
Oh, I think that was their
1992 unquote,
commercial.
interview with Francis Fukuyama, professor of public policy at George Mason University in Virginia.
Well,
He'll discuss the
shit.
issues of human
Yeah, that's how
society.
they skipped the commercial break, I think.
Book, The End of History and the Last.
Yeah, I guess.
We usually associate history with just the routine flow of events, you know, the war in the Persian Gulf, the fall of the Berlin Wall. But my book tries to ask a larger question, whether there is such a thing as a history of human society, taking into account the experiences of all peoples. And
Okay. And we're going to ask the same question here with our friend Trad Culture. And if you're watching Trad, feel free to join us. You know what I mean? We're just looking at your interview because I didn't, you know, actually, you know what? I think it might be more healthier to just sleep on the floor for your back. You know what I mean? I don't know if sleeping on a bed is actually, you know, good for your spine, but you know what I mean? Who knows? But yeah, he's old Fred
Cecil's on
Flintstone.
the floor.
Old Fred Flintstone over here. I mean, Cecil Drake. You know, blessings, man. You know, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. I don't mean to call his name out. I might wake him up. But yeah, you know, but yeah, bless him. You know, for being out here with us on these panels. But yeah, let's check out Trad Culture, our friend J.R. Busk. Let's see what he's got to say about world culture, world history. You know, I'm sure there is a study of this. what it is. I don't mean to call its name out. I might wake him up. But yeah, you know, but yeah, bless him, for being out here with us on these panels. But yeah, let's check out Trad Culture, our friend J.R. Busk. Let's see what he's got to say about world culture, world history. I'm sure there is a study of that. It's called anthropology, it's not? So let's see what's going on. Let's go to my friend Jesse of the Missing Link. He's been very supportive of this show. Jesse of Missing Link, by having me on the show there. It's been a good time talking to him that one time and having him on the panel and talking to him on the other panels. Although I've never met Jesse, I'm sure he's a spirited soul and he's a good friend in terms of being a supporter of the panel dynamics here, and on other shows, on the Jack Talcott show, and also on his show. We're set to do another interview on the content of my book here, that I just wrote. But yeah, I'm about to present some information for Jesse Howe. Man, I'd love to go to one of his parties, man. That'd be dope. Go to a High Vibe Love Tribe. Take some Molly. Papa Molly, I'm sweating. Yeah. Should be funny. Yeah, let's kind of just skip this intro. I know he's got a interesting intro to his show, but yeah, we'll go to this here.
Almost looks like Busker.
Yeah, Busker. Be more Busker. Yeah, but it's funny because he's from the Appalachian region too. Peace to our friend of the show, Be More Busker. You know what I mean? Hopefully he didn't get mad at me when I was trying to calm down earlier. But yeah, he kept yelling over that Samuel P. Huntington video.
Yeah, I think there's a level where he gets to where he can't just restrain it.
He gets to the drunk level. Yeah,
starts getting wilding out.
Yeah, he's been wilding out on this show before. So
At least
yeah,
he's not dead, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's what we always say. It's good to see him. He's coming in strong, and actually, he is an actual good interlocutor most times. Well, today he was able to talk about some interesting things.
To StreamYard, so anyone that's commenting.
Oh shit! Let's go a little bit further. See, okay, there's our friend there.
Oh,
shit.
Our
Rumble account. Traditional Culture Preservation Society. Who's a huge friend of the show. If you're listening, I know he usually is not up at this particular time, but he probably will be awake soon. He's no longer on our Discord, so. And I'm too lazy to send him an email. So it is what it is. But yeah,
So, welcome all our Rumble members. So welcome to the Missing.
Yeah, nevertheless, I'm happy to promote his work as he's a friend of this show. And it ties into what's going on. It says traditional societies had adaptive cultures which met psycho-emotional needs of their members. Modernity has destroyed the necessity of adaptive societal structures. Okay, this brings us full circle. Okay, we looked at a critique of modernity. Okay, from Syed Qutb. We moved into some of the critiques of that through the Pan-Arabism. Some of the ideas of, how, obviously Pan-Arabism is directly a response to Jewish nationalism or Zionism, but yeah, what can traditional cultures tell us about this global politics? Can it help to find the traditions, because that's the thing that modernity has seen as getting rid of because of universal values. So I mean, it just goes right with what we're talking about. And feel free, anyone, to jump on the panel or have a discussion about these things or comment on any of these topics. Thank you.
Link, JR, how are you doing today, brother?
Oh, this is much better, much better. I don't know what the issue was before. I am doing quite well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. It's great to see you. We've met on some YouTube panels. I've heard you talk. I've heard you on your own YouTube channel, and you're very intelligent. You're an anthropologist or studied anthropology. And maybe you could start off with telling us about yourself, about your journey, a little bit about your background, your education, what part of the world you grew up in, what part.
What was that, Red?
Shirt and tie. It's a
Yeah, shirt
professional.
and tie. You know, you gotta love it. The professional swag. Yeah, we gotta get him to cam up on this show. He never cams up for us.
This is the first time I've seen him.
Oh, really? I've seen him before because we were debating on the Crucible. So I've seen him before,
Oh, okay.
but yeah, it's funny. Yeah, one day he got really mad. He gave a couple of these lectures on his channel where before he started the lecture, he just shit on YouTube for like 30 minutes. It was funny to watch.
Damn.
Where he would just get mad and he was just complaining about how he couldn't turn his camera off. But yeah, dude, this shit was funny as hell.
Part of the world you're in now, if you like disclosing that information, anything about yourself, what got you into anthropology, what got you into studying different cultures in the world, anything you wanted to share with our audience here today, especially if they may be hearing you here for the first time.
Awesome. Well, basically, so my journey started when I was very young, like as in like 5, 6 years old.
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, they're gonna say it again, Lindsay, but it's that modernity has destroyed the necessity of adaptive societal structures. Okay. So that's what it was. Cultural adaptivity. He says adaptive societal structures, not cultural adaptivity. But cultural adaptivity, we can take that back to the notions that we were talking about with Samuel P. Huntington earlier. And if you guys missed those parts of the show, it's been a very action-packed broadcast, mainly because of the lack of panel. But that's what it is, you know what I mean? If you guys are not going to come up on panel, I'm just going to sit here and fire away. It is what it is. But yeah, it's been 8 hours of me doing that, so I'm going to be chilling for a little bit now.
I was already aware that something was wrong with the world that I was living in. I saw the social dynamics that I was confronted with as a child. And I realized that clearly there was something seriously messed up. Like clearly the way that we do things in our society is not, it didn't fit me personally. And I had the suspicion that it didn't fit a lot of other people as well. But there were many people out there that were of the opinion similar to mine, that even as a child, I understood clearly our society could use some work, right? That clearly a lot of things we do are silly, they're ridiculous. A lot of our values and our moral systems are very arbitrary. And I was always one that asked the why questions, right? Like why do we do this way? Why do we do that way? And I realized that over time that there was something deeply missing in our society, which was I could never actually get like good answers so often. Like you grow up, in contemporary working class America or middle class America, and you just hear like, well, this is just the way we do things, right? Well, for me, that wasn't a good answer. For me, I wanted to actually figure out, well, why do we do things? So around about when I was 8, 9 years old, oddly enough, this is going to sound crazy to a lot of people, but oddly enough, the thing that first started getting me to really be interested in like other cultures and other societies was when I started reading the work of J.R.R. Tolkien. because there's actually a lot of anthropology in his writings. So I started reading. I read The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and I was thinking, wow, like this is actually really fascinating stuff. It's like it's opening up this whole new world for me, where I'm realizing, like, well, hang on, well, there are all these other possibilities, right? Because Tolkien, he talks about the elves and the dwarves and all these other exotic groups from our standpoint. I'm wondering where he gets that idea from. And so then as I grow into my teens, I start reading, I start realizing that like this idea of exotic people that don't function the way that sort of like average ordinary Americans function, this isn't just the realm of like hobbits and elves and dwarves. This is actually the realm of actual human beings. So I start reading about the Middle Ages. I start reading about the way that people used to think back then. I start reading about our own Western culture centuries and centuries in the past. I realized, well, these people like today, they would seem like foreign people or aliens. And then I start reading about the fact that, well, there's still people out there that are completely unmodernized, unwesternized. So around about when I was about 16, 17, I heard about the North Sentinel Islanders and other peoples who lived like modern day so-called primitives, hunter-gatherers, people in the Amazon rainforest. I started noticing that a lot of what they did seemed to gel with me very well. So like when I was about.
All right, y'all. Firestarter off the bed. Thank you so much for joining the panel and offering your commentary. Firestarter, man. Peace to you, brother, man. And yeah, Cecil already sleeping. You know.
Oh, Cecil, wake up! Wake up! Hey, why does he fall asleep on your panel? Like and like show himself falling asleep. Why does he do that?
Yeah, really. I don't know.
Some kind of weird flex, or I don't know.
It's a weird flex. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah.
17, 18, I heard about, I just read randomly like a National Geographic article about a tribe called the Tassidae.
By the way, C.S. Lewis and J.R. Tolkien, you know, they were interesting fellows. They were inspired by the work of people like, you know, G.K. Chesterton and, you know, also William Butler Yeats in their kind of return to like the romantic or, you know, the kind of post-Enlightenment frameworks, you know, that they were kind of getting off the ground. So it's interesting that they were talking about this medieval world in a sense, because they were like, fuck this like future shit. Like they were like, fuck like science fiction. That's really what it was about. They were like, fuck that shit. They were like, we like dragons and shit, swords and shit, dude. That shit is badass.
Dude. Yeah, dude. I used to love C.S. Lewis. My mom dragged me to fucking church, and the only thing I find good out of it was C.S. Lewis, man. In the fucking church library was C.S. Lewis.
Yeah, he's the shit. Yeah, C.S. Lewis is the shit.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, in context, a lot of the sci-fi of that day was pretty garbage, right?
Yeah, I mean, but really what it was it was you know, and the same could be said for people like you know, these other cats like what do you want to say? Lovecraft, you know, and man, I forget what the other guy is. The guy who wrote Conan Barbarian, Robert H. Howard or something like that. Or I think his name was something like that. But yeah.
You
They
got
both
H.P. Lovecraft and Robert H. Howard. Yeah, they're
they were-
not.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man. I'm sorry, dude.
No, I was just gonna say that they're kind of like the American version of the same shit where they're going back to a medieval thing. They're kind of rebelling against futurism, you know. And C.S. Lewis was actually rebelling against kind of occultism and Gnosticism too. He was more thinking in terms of Christianity. And if you go to G.K. Chesterton's writings, Orthodoxy, he's like really going at Nietzsche. He's like Nietzsche's garbage. And he's going at the Fabian socialists too. You know, he's like they're garbage, and he's like the communists are Jews. You know, he got called anti-Semitic for labeling the communists as Jews. So it's interesting, you know.
That man drank his woke aid this morning.
You know what I mean?
He knows things.
Yeah, welcome, brother. Yeah, we had Pops here earlier, you know. But yeah, man.
Yo,
yeah.
I was supposed to go on a stream with Pops today. He's like, yo, we got a stream going on at 8. I was like, all right. And I smoked this joint at his G13s, bro. And I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, Jim Bob's here, man. Jim Bob is here. How you doing?
No, he's not Jim Bob.
No, I swear.
Like Jim Bob, dude. It's Jim Bob.
I just unlocked the technology of time travel, okay?
Yo, you're Jim Bob. I know your voice. I've listened to your voice so many times that
Who the fuck is Jim Bob, bro?
You are
It's
Jim
not
Bob.
Jim Bob.
All right, do
Yes,
you know
it
what
is.
Jim
You're
Bob
the
looks
rabbit
like?
And you're
Sorry
Jim
to
Bob. You're
disappoint.
the rabbit and Jim Bob.
Yeah, because we seen Rabbit calm up with the cam and the whole
Hello?
feature.
Do I look like a Jim Bob, sir? Hello?
All right. I got it wrong. My bad. Yeah, but you sound just like him.
You played yourself.
Yeah, you sound like him. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
All right. Now we can get over it.
Yes, I'm over it. I'm finally over it.
Yeah, they had this whole thing. Truther Cop was another guy. You know, he was going around saying that. So I think they were trying to. But
He was
yeah,
saying
they
it
were.
the other day.
Yeah, he was saying it the other day. But then Destroyer, I think Destroyer's on some other shit. You know, where Destroyer be peeping some shit. You know, in terms of intellectual game, like she actually understands people's hearts with some shit. You know, Destroyer's got magical powers. You know. She actually might have the crystal ball shit, the crystal shit. I don't know. She might be one of those witchy people, you know.
I just got a crystal ball, bro.
Really?
Well, it came in a pack. I got I'm trying to do experiments to try to understand like the nature of the firmament better.
Yeah.
So I got a laser and I got all different kinds of prisms made out of crystal. I got like a pyramid, like an octahedron, like a cube and a sphere, and also a prism, like a triangle prism.
Like the platonic solids. Like you just got like
yeah, like it's all right. I'll show you, bro. Make life easy.
Study the platonic solids.
Because I don't believe
lucky if
motherfuckers.
I get platonic solids in my toilet.
I don't believe motherfuckers about what they tell me, so I have to study this shit myself.
Yes.
But you know what I'm saying? It comes with all the different crystals.
Oh shit, that shit is fancy as hell.
Like there's
Man,
a
that's
triangle
not-
joint.
Damn, son.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
Bling bling.
Like
You're not Jim Bob, dude. Like I swear to God, I thought you were Jim Bob by your voice. Like you sound just like him.
and I want to do experiments with the
Well,
purple laser.
Percolate.
But this is the crystal ball that came with it.
Mm.
So I try to keep that in the box just in case. I don't really know, you know what I mean?
Man, yeah.
I got
Crystal ball, the west. They got the genie lamp in the east. It's fucked up. It's all crazy shit.
I got me this laser, bro.
There you go.
I don't know if you can see the beam, but
Yeah, I kind of see the beam. Yeah,
it's light. It's light in the room, but this shit is powerful as fuck.
Where does it go?
Yeah, I had my little nephew the other day. He got a hold of one of those, kept fucking shining this shit in my eye. I had to take that shit away from him.
Oh, yo, if you shine this in your eye, bro, it's permanent retina damage instantly.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him. I was like, get that shit out of my face. They were
My
like,
mother did that to me, man. My mother did that to me. I'm like, what the fuck?
If it's over 5 milliwatt, you'll do permanent eye damage.
Damn.
Them little red ones, they're not really too big of a problem. Them little cat ones, you know, like the little tiny joints. You know what I mean? Like you play with the cat. It's like a little red dot.
Yeah.
If that hits you in the eye, it's not going to do permanent damage just by hitting it by 1 second. The blue will instantly.
Yeah, we're getting some damage just by looking at the LED screens. You know, I already know, like when I walk outside and shit, when you hold the LED screen out up to the sun, it can't see that shit. So it's operating on a different like light.
Oh,
so that'll fuck you up. You know, if you stare at that shit, it'll actually shrink the muscles in your retinas and shit. So because your muscles contract and expand when you look 20 feet or further. So you actually get fucked up if you just sit in a room, look at a screen all day. Your kids are gonna have to wear glasses and shit. That's just how it works.
Yo, what kind of light bulbs you use in your house, bro?
Well, I mean, I just turn that shit off if I can. I mean, this is the only time I really have lights on is when I'm doing this motherfucking live stream. But otherwise, I actually don't have lights.
I had LED lights in my house. They're super bright, super cheap, right? Like in the ceiling fixtures and shit, right? But I was feeling crazy for like a while. Like a little, it's not crazy. Like it felt like there was like a external pressure. Like
Damn.
Just, you know what I mean? Just on my body, like just a little tiny bit of pressure all the time, right?
Shit.
So I finally looked into it, bro. And I replaced my light bulbs with old school vintage light bulbs.
Yeah. It went away, dude. Yeah.
And yo, like it's dimmer. Like all the light in my house is a lot dimmer, but I feel great.
Yeah, man. I got
these. You got to get ones that operate on the infrared spectrum. It's good for you, actually.
No.
Yeah, I just steady just sit in the dark at this point. Yeah.
It's called, I think, near infrared. You ever heard about near infrared therapy, bro?
No.
Yo, people straight up bathe in booths lined with these near infrared lights.
Wow.
And it what it does is when it penetrates into the skin, it reduces the stress and tension on a cellular level. So it allows your cells to relax. And when your cells relax, they can repair easier, absorb nutrients and all kinds of shit.
Heard about that, yeah.
Yeah, that's something I would. Yeah, that's something I need. You know, I need I need to look into like alternative forms of therapy because don't shit really work. Yeah, I need sleep. Like I need tons of sleep. That's really what I need. I need some shit to just knock my ass out. Maybe just, you know, like an Ativan or some shit. You know, like I don't know. You know, maybe like a tons of Xanax or some shit. I don't know.
Like 10 Melatonin. 10 Melatonin will do it.
Oh shit! I think Rand got called up by somebody. But yeah, you know.
That's a Google.
They be calling.
That's like Nathan Stoltman's phone sounds just like that.
Nathan Stoltman. Who the fuck is it?
Yeah, Lift the Veil guy.
Oh, Lift the Veil.
Yeah. I called him from 2020 to.
Yo, that is a funny looking guy, man. Lift the Veil.
Yeah,
I don't know if you watch.
He's just like just a California IAN what cracker looking dude. Just whatever.
Yeah, I just feel like that's the type of dude that would like ride a bike like around town, you know, wear like a helmet and shit. You know, I don't know why he looks like one of those dudes that would just like wear ride around town with a bike, like with a helmet. Like, you know, yeah.
Yeah, man, like you'd think, but like he drove a car and like wrecked it like when he had a mental breakdown. In the summertime, he had a mental breakdown and drove his car.
Yeah, I heard about this mental breakdown supposedly, but it looks like it's scripted, doesn't it? He's like talking about how.
Well, no, dude, I've known him since 2019 or 2018.
You know this cat. What is he about? Does he cover information? Or what is he about?
Well, I've been talking to him. I don't know him really, but I've been talking to him since 2018 on the phone on his show. But like, yeah, he I used to think he was a fucking shell, dude, at the very beginning, because he was on YouTube and he he was a nerdy dude who looked like talked like he was a nerdy dude, and I thought like, yeah, this guy's a shill. And then it took until COVID came around, and then I realized he's not a shill, dude. And he actually believed that COVID was real. I mean, like, as a not just real. I mean, it was real. It is real, but he believed it was something really serious, but he was the only person reporting on it. That's Nathan Stoltman. He reported on everything, dude.
Let me see what's up with this homie right here.
He's a good dude, man.
I can tell you straight up, if you were putting out the truth about a year ago, then you stopped because everyone got banned.
Yo, what's going on, dude?
You can't say that shit ain't real, bro. Like, that shit's definitely real.
Yo, hold on, guys. Yo, Zahid, what's going on, bro?
Yo, just chopping it up, bro. Trying to get into the conversation. Like, how you gonna say COVID ain't real?
Honestly, we shouldn't even mention the word.
Yeah,
we can't call that nasty flu stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we
Whatever,
can't talk about that shit. Yeah, but
that's
yeah,
fair
thank
enough.
you. Yeah, thank you for joining, though, man.
Yeah, no doubt. How you guys doing tonight?
One, two. Yeah. Impeccable Group War Commission. Clean your ears out. Scaramanga. Godfather Don. Word. Word up. You know what I'm saying? Word out. Yo, money. Understand this right here. Besides favors, I supply majors, hustle sideways from John Baker to Clive Davis. Hope connected by fly pages, eye-caters, the millionaire alumni players. Your operation just run by haters. Son, my paper for long like the Mississippi. Do war clip, keep ice chips real crispy. Dimes wanna kiss me, don't just lift me. How me kick these pro lines to long dick me. Indie chicks winning 3 whips. Motorcade black, coach made payment spin for 3 bits. Hop on the evening, breathing fully. Ice sleeve, mean I'm woolly. Round the neck and act like a bully. My ear itching. Carrot Spencer got a 50 piston engine from Magnum. Now the jack stay racked up. Cat stays packed up, but when cats act up, get clacked up and cracked up. Got the brick wrapped up after act with up, relaxed it up. Mac with a half like Farrah. Ari Carrot looking like type height. Difference between us, she like the glass pipe. I like the dude tailpipe. V12 with mean wealth. The power has kept the high by the hour. I'm the manager. I separate the power from the hand of the innocent when the intent is to experiment. Resuscitated Karen and Erica from a thoroughbred of heroin. The game has never been illuminated as these times. 99 prompt hand and subconscious mind. You a conscious mind and the populace. On the metropolis, I clock monsters dime. For real. Group War Commission, scaring brass, counting money. Did you get it? Roll with it. My soul did it. For cash, I'm cold with it. You glow for a minute, I glow for a minute. Hoes like ice, and the wide body 6 double O tinted. Phone rented, back ticket, that big M dentist. It's my hygienic, identic 5% swimming and 5 live women. I'd rather get high living, that's my mission.
I see my word side counting is green, loud and obscene, busting out of the scene, shouting my team, foul styled out and you clean. My dogs love it, the way you rip yours, fuck it, get all public. Lands come with the snub quick, hold you down on some thug shit. I spit it in your mug with roughness, you get it twisted. This kid gets ballistic, we standing over your ass screaming, it ain't my fault, like this mystic, right type hieroglyphics, light hydro wicked, with some hand in your mic title with it, get it? Motherfuckers, niggas running for cover, ducking something to suffer, suckers, get licked when it tastes good, so I make hood, Jimmy Speck like 8 shook, snakes could lick mine, niggas wanna get mine, get 9, hold up in your spit iron, you with 9, used to call me Godfather, call me Brass, talk off of my cash, got rappers wanting part of my ass, on some gay shit, we can do this, what you play with, you niggas writing rhymes better understand the basics.
Garrett Godfather done a die-hard one. Some ice platinum front blunt opener. Do you know who's scoping your only flow with my fellow heirs? Mellow debonair, better stare, type millionaire, billionaire, inherited, plaque official, merited, derringer, straight direct stare. Compared to the sun, I hurt your eyes, covered them, bubble from, holding new chips, blowing new whips, out at 170, wings heavenly, pumping my melody, remix, be with motherfuckers y'all never be with, or PCC with a fiendish dream. just a scheme till you believe it, achieve it, chance get left sleepless. I eat with pig sharks and elephants, but hard I never been in doubt. My pen clout make men been out. I spin out like a NASCAR. As far as Vermont, my squirt one gets hurt on. Word on, y'all slept on. Worked on the posse cut. Even bitches envy my riches. I'm a flossy nut. So copy cut. So y'all can copy us. I do this for in God we trust. A lie be dust. Y'all slop the guts. My job's the bust. And that painfully obvious. Poppy plus I never rock this unless it's properly crushed. DWC got hot property monopoly. Lust, you know it's first, last, and third. Yo, it gotta be us. Garrett Brass, counting money. Did you get it? Roll with it, my soul did it. The cash and cold with it. You glow for a minute, I glow for a minute. Hoes like ice and the wide body 6 double O tinted. Chrome printed back to get that big int in it. It's my hygienic, 5% women and 5 live women. I'd rather get high living, that's my mission. DWC, can no younger figure in the game tell me nothing. You get fit in size, recognize, group or enterprise. Flip the bigger dinner pies. You in the dinner spots, brass and scarab, be the synagogues with 100 you, son of you, running crews off the NY dirt. Can I work? Word up, you know what I'm saying? Do this for speedboats and Genos. Word up, word up. Wanna shit a shout out. My man Big Lance, my man Head, you know what I'm saying? My man CD, Chris Dog, you know what I'm saying? Group War. Word up, fit yours. You know what I'm saying? Official. Word up, hit yours. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, what the fuck happened? I went to go do a fucking fire, bro, and you got bombed.
Yeah, I got bombed out here. Yeah, but you know, it's a common event out here. You know, we're kind of used to it by now because
how'd they get on?
We cover certain topics and shit. You know, it just so happens that certain people get up on. Well,
you didn't do a blocker, bro?
I did do a blocker, but I didn't like make.
Though.
Huh?
He waited. He tried to feign like he was interested, and then
yeah, he was on some shit. I mean, I didn't really make him cam up and wave or do any of that shit, but I'm gonna have to start making everybody cam up and wave. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's gonna have to be the thing now. You know,
you authenticate through YouTube. They have where you got to authenticate to come into the StreamYard, and you got to log in, right? So, like, if you see me log in onto my YouTube, you know it's me. But, like, if you see a YouTube that's, like, random, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like they got to have the YouTube name attached. Like, when I click the 3 dots, they got to be authenticated. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And so if they're authenticated, as, like, the other day I saw Neuro come in, right? I didn't even have to check them. I knew it was Neuro's account. You know what I mean? And
that's not necessarily true. Even if they can still authenticate under, if they're good at what they're doing, they can still make another screen name.
These dudes ain't hackers, bro.
I mean, I really don't see it.
No, they just got to make a screen name like Joe Cool. You know, make them like a what's that called? Like an imitator account, and then it'll authenticate back to Joe Cool, right? Unless you know his email address, you're not going to really know.
I don't know. Maybe. But.
Yeah, that's how it works. So, but that laugh, that little giggle, was very familiar. And it was.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I think I know who it was. So if we can get into that.
Who do you think it was? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, dude. Let's get into it.
I think it was a buddy of Exiled that was on Rant's stream last night, Liberty Bird.
Liberty Bird.
I know his legal name if you want, but
Liberty Bird wasn't on my channel the other day.
No, Exiled's buddy.
Exiled was on the show.
But you know Liberty Bird, don't you?
No. Exiled comes from Pops's channel. When I stream, it goes to 2 channels.
Mm-hmm.
So that comes from Pops's community.
I have no idea who any of these people are. It's just funny that a lot of different groups try to come and attack my stream because I've been attacked by a few different porn bombers, and I mean, I kind of think like they're not in the same camps, you know. I start to get to think like they're all in different camps of people who all have a problem with me, either because of people I talk to on here or certain information that I've covered on here, so it is what it is, but yeah, we're gonna re-premiere this shit tomorrow, whatever we covered, because we did cover a lot of information. So it does so happen that we will be premiering most of it tomorrow. It's like 8 hours in or some shit. Let me see how many hours. Yeah, it was like 8 hours in. So yeah, I'm gonna put that up tomorrow for you guys. So we'll have it tomorrow anyways. So no worries. We'll go ahead and play that back for you guys. Once we get a chance. But all we really lose is the live chat. I don't necessarily lose views because when I get up in the morning, almost as many people watch the restream of this shit than watch the actual show. You know what I mean? And then on some real shit, like, more different people get to watch it too because it's at a different time period. So different motherfuckers get
dead of night.
Yeah, not in the dead of night. So it gets traction from different types of people. So I mean, to the people who continue to do that, I really don't see, what the goal there is. I'm not going to really take a substantial loss, in terms of, people are just going to see more of what I've already put out there. So, it is what it is, and if I'm not, and if you get me taken off of YouTube, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to come up on different platforms. I'm already on like BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey. I'm already on all that shit. So, it's not going to be a problem for me to get off of YouTube. I'm not worried about gaining traction. I'm just worried about creating a body of work, that people can draw from in the future. So it's not really a problem for me personally. So anybody who wants to come in and, but I'm more interested in the reasons because we do cover an extraordinary type of topics or themes, and I noticed last night that on Rand's channel, they were covering some dope shit last night, man. I was watching that shit. That it was off the chain, honestly. Let's see if I can find this video that they had.
Yeah, what part did you find interesting?
Be careful with the Super Bowl video. The fucking video got struck for that.
Oh, is that what it is?
I told you.
That's why I can't find that shit.
It's on.
Yeah.
It's still on Pops's channel.
That's
They didn't
so
strike
funny.
it off him.
That's so funny because that's exactly what I was just about to go
But
to.
they struck it off me, and I don't know how they do that. But the stream before they struck it off Pops's, but not mine. So
You're
it's
talking about
weird.
Rihanna, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's an algorithm, right? Here's the thing. If it's an algorithm, how is the algorithm only detecting it on one channel when we stream? And like his video got copyrighted for 2 things, but neither of those blocked the video. Mine got copyrighted for 2 separate things. One of them blocked the video and I got it in dispute right now. But that doesn't make no fucking sense. And it seems like if somebody was, because like, see, we're doing all this shit as a study. If somebody's sitting here reporting my videos, right, they're going to be getting copyrighted and flagged for certain things, you see. And I think what we have going on is we got an infestation of straight disinformation agents that are out here trying to gatekeep the truth. And at the same time, right, we have private content creators waging war against everyone else just for personal gain. Simultaneously. So now what you have is just a war. This is a war. I walked into a war zone, bro. This is a cesspool right now, YouTube. This is a fucking snake pit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I got this out here, with this you know what I mean? Group wars, you know what I mean? Straight up,
fucking war, spiritual warfare daily.
Who was advocating for civil war last night?
Nobody. You were trying to push that agenda. Mitchell.
Right.
Yo, Mitchell, you're a fucking snake.
I was trying to push that agenda.
Yeah,
I was trying to push that agenda.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you to your face. You're a snake.
What agenda was I pushing? Go ahead. Articulate
You were
Use your
just
words like a big man.
You only came to my show to try to sit there and find something that you can go back and report back to whoever's dick you're riding.
Right. I didn't spend hours trying to have a good conversation, didn't I?
You spent hours like a snake sitting in the grass.
Yeah. And I found
Did you get what you wanted, Mitchell?
I got what I needed. Not what I wanted, but I got what I needed.
You know what, Mitchell? We got what we needed too. We found out you're a serpent. Actually, we knew you were a serpent. It was just confirmed.
Well, I'm not scared of snakes.
Confirmed. Of course you're not. You are one.
Right.
Snakes love to hang out together in a big pile under a rock because they're all fucking cowards. You know what I mean?
How am I a snake?
Snakes hide under a rock together. Okay?
How am I a snake? Because I'm reporting back on your bullshit.
No, I'm saying you go to channels with the intention
for war, calling for violence against
Who's
the government.
calling for violence? You're fucking retarded, bro.
Your father, and you witnessed it.
Yo,
and now you're denying it.
Pops is off the wall. Okay, this is apparent sometimes. I
Did
literally listen. Shut the fuck up while I'm speaking and listen.
No,
shut your mouth and listen. You wanna throw out bullshit accusations.
Like that never happened. What's bullshit?
You want to throw out bullshit You really did. You really did sit in my stream like a serpent. That really did happen.
Yeah.
You right?
So
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Me trying to talk these guys out of calling for violence against the government.
Calm the fuck down. My pops was saying something. My pops was saying something.
As domestic terrorists. Just
Are
go
you
read
done?
the DHS
Are you
memo
done?
on domestic terrorism.
Are you done?
I'm not going to let you sit up here and lie.
Are you done? Because the stream is still up on Pops' channel if you want to go rewatch it.
Go look at it. We don't have to sit here and argue about it. We can go look at it.
Do you have the timestamp in your notebook, Agent Mitchell?
Nope. It'd be easy to find though. You guys are astute.
Here's the thing. watch
Go
it.
look at it. We don't have to sit here and argue about it. We can go look at it.
Do you have the timestamp in your notebook, Agent Mitchell?
Nope. Go.
Oh.
It'd be easy to find though. You guys are astute.
Here's the thing. Pops was talking about fucking confronting fucking people. Like, he's like, yo, this isn't the old times where people go and fight with swords and shields. And he's on a different level. Pops doesn't even understand the dynamic of what he was saying. So I said, no, we're not advocating for violence. And then he said, yeah, we are. Because he doesn't even understand the dynamic of what he's talking about. He's trying to describe one thing. He's not on what you think he's on. He's just an old man who's pissed off at the Satanists. He wants to go to war with the devil, okay? He doesn't want to go to war with the government. Pops is on something else. Your read on him is wrong because you have your own bias and you're looking for something.
Use his own words.
The thing is, you could use his own words. You could say whatever you want. I corrected him on the stream. He doesn't understand what's going on. You got to realize Pops is an old man. All right. He's not an internet fucking debater that's familiar with all the terminology and the way that the world is moving with this fucking.
Do that for now so we can move on to what makes me a snake.
What makes you a snake is you came to my stream not as a genuine man trying to have discussions, but as a fucking listener waiting to hear any kind of piece of information that you could use to try to figure out a way to make us look bad.
For most of the time. I was up there.
You did at one point get triggered, get emotional, get all crazy.
No, what about way before then?
We was trying to have conversations, and I think everything was copacetic. But at the end of the day, Mitchell, you don't know me from a hole in the wall. You interact with me for 2 minutes.
To have an intellectually honest conversation with you guys, and you guys proved yourselves of who you are. And that's all I need to know.
Mitchell, you don't know me from a hole in the wall.
To you, but if these guys want to know, they're more than welcome.
Mitchell, the only thing you proved is that you're a serpent. That's all you proved.
It need to be my word versus theirs.
You prove you're a serpent and who you serve, Mitchell. I don't have nothing else to tell you. What do you need to know?
Who do I serve?
You're a serpent. You serve the devil, nigga. Who you think you serve? You serve Satan, bro. You're out here deceiving.
Right.
I don't come here on deception.
Who am I deceiving? What is my deception?
You're out here deceiving yourself, for number one.
How?
Because you're out here looking for something that ain't there, and you're eventually going to find it.
What's the deception? What am I doing to deceive people?
Think about it. You're out here finding flaws in people because that's what you want to find.
Right.
Instead of trying to build, instead of trying to grow a community, instead of trying to put something out.
Sit up there and try and reason with patch-faced fraudsters, right?
You'll get it one day, Mitchell. You'll understand.
Get what?
You'll find out.
What?
You'll find out. You'll learn.
Find out what?
You'll understand.
You scared to talk about it? You scared to talk about it?
I ain't got nothing else to say to you, Mitchell. You're a serpent.
Fuck your veiled threat, pussy. I ain't scared of you.
I don't argue with females.
Right, exactly. You're the one arguing with me.
I'm gonna put you right in the basket with. I'm gonna put you in the basket with Jack and Host State. You could go right in the same basket.
You're a fucking fraud, and you just lied again. And you tried to wiggle your way out of it and gaslight me all the way through it.
All right, Mitchell.
All right. More ad homs because you have no argument.
I don't argue with women.
Right, exactly. More ad homs because you have no argument. Logical fallacies.
Let's let Machine Lies get back to his show.
You say you come up here. You're the one that's a deceiver. You say you came to YouTube because you feel like you have a certain skill set that people deserve and need, and that you're up here trying to help people, and you're out here virtue signaling like
you don't deserve it.
Like you're doing this.
I don't teach serpents.
I'm not saying I deserve it.
I'm not a snake charmer.
You got.
I'm not a snake charmer.
You're a fucking fraud.
You want to be charmed. I'm not going to play you a melody and put you in a basket.
Turn the narrative on
you want to be in a basket?
And blame me for what's wrong with you because you're a fucking cowardice little pussy.
Is that what I did?
Be a man of your fucking word.
Oh.
Now, are we going to pull up the video? That was a dope video, right, Machine Lies? It's still up.
Why are you angry, Mitchell?
I ain't angry.
Which video are you talking about, Mitchell?
That video from last night.
Oh, I think they said it got copyright struck or whatever.
No,
it's still up on Pops's. It got struck off me.
That's so fucking. See, this is the type of shit that's weird, man. That doesn't even make any damn sense.
That's what I'm saying. And it happened to the last stream we did. It got struck off of him, but not off of me. And both videos is still up. It's not an algorithm, okay? It's not a fucking algorithm. Algorithms don't just like do different shit to the same video. It's the same input, exact input. And so they said they detected it with a signal that they said they put in the video, right? But I was playing it without audio. So it's a virtual signal that's in the actual fucking pixels of the video, right? Okay. So how didn't it pick it up in his? It's the same fucking StreamYard. It's not even a different software, bro. It's one StreamYard streaming to 2 channels at the same time. How is this possible? There's people reporting it live. They're sitting in your fucking thing to report your show. The same reason why they're porn bombing you, because you're striking the truth on something, not the whole show, but there's something that you're touching on, and they don't want you touching on it.
Right, yeah. I totally agree with that. That's the part I wanted to pull up. You know, when you and Lanza were first talking on the show, I think you guys were making some salient points about the panel dynamics, you know, about who's like sitting in the community, how they sit and wait for certain trigger words, and then they finally correspond to certain topics, because I have seen that type of shit you know, go down. Like I remember when we first started out, you know, me and Jack would cover these specific topics, you know, and after that we got a specific set of attacks from, you know, highly specified groups of people, like corresponding to those same issues. So it's like every single time I touch on a particular issue, you know, it's like I get, you know, attack, like look, like today I had the modernism thing, you know, Islamic modernism, and the dude came up with the Muslim name and the face of the the type of face and name of somebody I would have in my family, like making me feel extra comfortable, like Zahid. You know, it was like this name, like, you know, so like they either research my family, like I don't even know if they like research my family, but I do have people in my family with that name. You know, so it's just funny, you know, like that they would use like something, you know, very, try to establish some sort of closeness with me, and then on this one issue, you know, and then on the other issues, you know, when I was talking to Truther Cop, we were talking about certain communities online when I got P-bombed, and then the other show I did was about some hot political issues, you know, Zionism and that sort of thing. So every single time I seem to cover, and it's more of those streams where I really cover a lot of a variety of different topics, where it gets hit up like that. So it's like when I'm going for a long time, and it's just full range, just I bring a lot of energy to the table. It's like that's when I get like really fucked with on that shit. So I mean, it's just interesting the times they choose to do that shit. Is when it's always when I have a heavy drop of information, to behold. But yeah, I mean, I notice certain patterns with this shit for real.
Well, what do I got to pay you to switch the topic to the conversation where I hopped in? I didn't catch anything before the conversation of when I hopped on that stream from last night.
Well, it's easy, sir. That'll be $0 and 0 cents. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, what specifically you're talking about the stream? Bring up the exact period of the stream. You want me to bring up an exact time? Yeah, I got you, dude.
Yeah, if you want me to get a timestamp, I will. No problem.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, do it up. Yeah.
And I'm happy to contribute to you for definitely.
No, dude, don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it.
More reasons than just that. You've been a big part of my journey, so I appreciate what you do. Yeah.
I appreciate to anybody who would like to donate or whatever, but I'm not specifically doing it for that reason, just so you guys know, I'm not bringing forth information or topics or anything. If you guys want free information and topics or content, just go ahead and email me. Or if you want to have a personal conversation with me about any of these things, there's no problem. Full access to me. You don't have to pay for my friendship. I offer my friendship freely to all mankind, who want the same type of, things I do, which are very, general, honestly. As long as you want kindness, you want respect, honestly, I really don't have a problem with many people.
I hope you don't ever feel a certain way. Like, I don't necessarily donate money to people that are out here streaming because I don't ask for money. But at the same time, I try to give my time and my knowledge to, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I do too. That's what I do too. But in terms
something,
of
click the like button, right? Something.
Yeah. In terms of
everybody can do something.
In terms of if people do donate, I know that I put that shit to good use. I put it in terms of equipment or hiring people to build a studio with me or build a library with me or something, so whatever you do, if you do decide to contribute, you're contributing to the show basically because it's just all whatever you want. It's just like if you put $20 on some shit, I get like a few books or some shit. If you put fucking $10,000 on some shit, I'll build like a fucking soup kitchen or a library or some shit. If you put $100,000 on this shit, I'll be the next motherfucking CNN. It is what it is, and I'll be broadcasting information, but I'm not gonna stop what I'm doing here. It just is the capacity and the range I want to do it in. And I will be releasing courses and shit, on some material like philosophy, like Greek philosophy and different types of things that people could pay like $5 for or some shit. You could pay like $5 for some shit, because, it'll be like some shit like that instead of, or an audio book, you pay like $1 for borrow audio book for like a month or some shit. I don't know what it how it comes down to, but I'm not really looking to go into a university and become a college professor. So I'm looking for some type of alternative means of maybe, selling books or maybe selling videos or some shit where I could, get some type of money for teaching people something, because it is a lifelong craft. It takes a long time to read Kant and fucking Spinoza and all that type of shit. So I appreciate you guys, because basically, studying theology, writing these books, all this shit. I mean, I am pretty broke because that's why I'm broke. It's because I just sit here and study this shit. So it is what it is, But yeah, if I get enough money, from people or contributions from people who think that I'm doing a good job doing those things, yeah, I will build a studio or a library, put that information out, get all the books and shit, and have pamphlets for shit, have a building where y'all can come and hear me speak or some shit like that, some fucking shit, and hear any of the people on this panel speak or some shit like that, or build some sort of community center. We could fucking grow herbs and mushrooms and shit and fucking give it to the poor people or some fucking shit. I don't know. I'm ready to do things like that. I'm especially looking at soup kitchens where we can make maybe get lentils and mushrooms, because I could get those very cheaply. I eat a lot of lentils and mushrooms. I make a soup with the,
I just want to comment on the lentils right quick. I'm gonna be real with you. I went through this period in time where I was trying to go Ayurvedic or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know what you call it. You know the name of it? Like Ayurvedic eating. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but
yeah, Ayurvedic. Yeah,
okay.
That is how it is. Yeah.
So I was getting real deep into the after I gotten out of the essentially Judaism phase of my understanding of belief system. When I was moving into out of that, I was reading into all the hermetic mysteries and fucking Gnosticism and all kinds of shit. And so I was going into doing being a vegan, right, for a minute. And I started eating nothing but lentils, right? And I'm gonna be real with
yeah,
you.
that's a lot what I eat. Yeah, that shit clears your brain. That's some brain fruit for real.
But yo, here's the problem. After eating nothing but lentils for like 6 months, bro, it like fucked my body up, dog. Like, yeah, I started falling apart. You know what I mean? And so I had to start eating fucking just straight steaks again. You know what I mean? I can't explain it.
Yeah, it would happen to some people. You know, you gotta get like, you gotta eat like probably meat like once in a while. You can't just do like just vegetables all the time, but probably like, meat once in a while. You'd have to get some shit like that, but like the thing is that, in terms of protein and shit, I haven't really looked into like the nutrients and shit like that, but I know like when I get like lentils, like mushrooms, like sprouts, and incorporate that shit into my diet as well, I do see like significant changes. Like I get like vitamin D, like hemp milk and shit, fucking get like dates and shit. So I appreciate like fruit and shit, like herb tinctures. Like I appreciate like THC, like tinctures. You know what I mean? Of like the
Right.
actual oil you get, from the shit, and take that Simpson oils and shit like that. So and coconut oils and shit, olive oil and shit. So like people don't understand the significance of that shit because you get like omega-3 and omega-6 shit that your brain eats. Your brain eats different food than your stomach, and your stomach eats different food than your gut. So different parts of your body are eating different things, and I want to kind of pretty soon, or I want to do like a food cast, or like a food like tell people about, the food system, the politics of the food system, and where the modern food system originates, and just show them just how fucked up it is, monoculture and mass industrial farming, and all that shit, how it's really causing people to become engineered products, you know um you know due to like all of these chemicals and all this shit that they're putting on that shit, especially the shit that causes endocrine disrupting chemicals, to fucking change people's hormones and shit. That's a real thing. So it's causing,
Oh yeah.
men to become feminized, females to become masculinized, et cetera, et cetera.
What about the shit that's in women's fucking razor strips, the moisturizer strip that's been causing endocrine disruption and cancers, thyroid cysts, all kinds of problems in women, poison of the blood. And it's because women
Yeah.
be shaving their armpits with them razors that have the moisture strips, right?
Yeah.
So like my wife always be using my razor, and I use essentially, I don't know if you ever seen them old school joints where you just fucking buy the blades and you pop them in the top, the safety razor. I've been using that for like 10 years, bro. It's, well, I mean, obviously you don't be shaving that often, you know what I'm saying? But fucking, the old school razor where you got the top. All right, so it looks like a razor with a razor on each side, you know what I mean? And you unscrew the bottom and the top opens up like wings, and you put a double-edged blade in there, like the razors that people be chopping up, like, you know what I mean, shit with. It's got a razor on both sides, double-edged, right? And you put it in there, and it comes down on it. Now you got two razors. You know what I'm saying? It's a safety razor. But yo, I use them because it's $1, right? You get 5 blades, right? And they use like, you know what I mean? So like a month costs you $1 to shave. You know what I mean? I've been using that for a minute. So my wife uses that. She don't spend all that crazy money on them fucking stupid women's razors, and she don't get fucked up. That's probably why I have mad kids. You know what I mean? Cotton underwear. You wear polyester underwear, bro. You ruin your fucking fertility rate as a man. Plastics on your balls, bro. No good.
That's how it is. They got all sorts of, little modern shits and things that are fucking you up based on technology, how they use these things. And you got to be an expert on like 9 different things out here. That's really how the system works to corrupt people, because see, the devil is in the details. So it's these little things that they get you on, things that you never considered. You know what I mean, so like you know, and you get like 100 of these. You know, you line 100 of these things up, little factors, you know, little changes, little variables, and it causes a big strife. You know, you get hundreds of small inconveniences up, and it creates a large strife. You know, that's just what it is. Everything works incrementally. You know, change doesn't really happen instantaneously. You know, real change is happening 0.000006%. You know what I mean? Just movement. Yeah, and nobody actually sees that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is, man. You know, you got to be very, very steady out here. You know, in the center of the chaos. You know, stillness in the center of chaos. I mean, that's how you really see how fast shit is moving. You know, it's through stillness. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, they got fucking, you know, soaps and shit. They got all types of shit. You know, I mean, I use neem and shit. That's what I do. I use fucking neem oil, coconut oil, and shit. That's what the fuck I use. Use olive oil to cook. You know, we get that shit from the Indian store. You know, not even from the American store. But yeah, I don't even know, man. You know, there's ways to live out here. I mean, we're all getting infected with this shit. I'm right here sitting on this laptop was fucking radiated, you know, with the lithium battery and shit. I mean, this shit's causing, you know, they got, you know, the shit will microwave your RNA. You know, that's the problem, is when your RNA gets microwaved, you know, it gets motherfucking very slow to subdivide the genes. I mean, it causes an effect on it, you know, so you know, there's an increased chance of mutation. Not that it's going to happen, you know, but you know, there's an increased chance of you know, getting all sorts of, you know, genetic, you know, of your RNA fucking up, duplicating the genes. And that's how the electrons get fucked up in the microwave. You know, the water molecules, the electrons in the water molecules vibrate really fast. That's how the microwave works. You know, well, that radiation has an effect, prolonged effect. You know, long term. You know, has an effect. You know,
Don't torture the water, bro.
yeah, they torture water. Exactly. You know, that became a meme here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, brother?
Hello.
Yeah. What's up?
What's up, dog? Your boy said he has the video and he wants the court of public opinion to decide who's in bad faith.
Oh shit! Is that what's going on in this private chat? I just noticed 22 messages in the private chat. Shit. Yo, all right. Yo, okay. Y'all talking about some shit out here. Okay, I see. Okay, I'll catch up to this at some point. But yeah, fuck. I should have looked. Oh yeah, my last private chat wasn't shit. But yeah, where's the video, Mitchell?
Oh yeah, I didn't grab the link, but it's
on
I
your
can do that.
cable,
Well, you could just tell me the timestamps. I got you.
Oh, it's 3 hours 46 minutes is when I popped on.
Okay, 3 hours 46 minutes.
Like, the thing with Pops is, Pops is very passionate about how much he hates the devil. Like, for example, if you ask Pops, what do you want to do with your life if you had the ability to do anything? He's going to tell you, I want to be a demon hunter. Okay? Like, that's legitimate. That's what he's going to tell you. If he dies and goes to heaven, right? He's explained that his intentions is to tell God he wants to go back and hunt demons. I shit you not.
I get religious. He's a religious extremist.
No. He wouldn't actually do it. Okay. What he's trying to say, and it might sound crazy, but what Pops is trying to say is that he believes that humanity needs to fight back and stop taking it. Like, he's sick of watching people submit and just fucking go along with shit. But like, he doesn't know how to exactly word it. You know what I mean? He's just
Is he trying to be an influencer? Is he trying to be an influencer?
No, he's just trying to wake people the fuck up.
He wants people to start
Okay,
thinking.
so he is
wake
trying to
up.
be an influencer. So
I mean,
no,
look, if you want to frame him as an influencer, look, I don't, you know what I mean? You guys understand.
well,
You guys live in this
uh,
world, in this
would
YouTube world, and this
influencing be
YouTube world.
synonymous with waking people up?
Listen, you guys need to
Let's
understand. You live in this YouTube
let's just
world.
define some terminology
is
so we
not
can
reality.
communicate clearly.
Right? You talk
Let's
about
just
reality. This is not reality. Okay?
let's define some terminology so we can
Yeah.
communicate effectively. All right.
Yeah.
So
Well, people define terminology differently, and so you know what I mean. It really don't matter how you define
that's
it.
why we need to define. It does matter. That's why
really
if we
just
want
an
to
obsession
communicate
with
effectively,
definition.
instead of just put forth some bogus ass narrative, we need to define our words and terms that we use.
Well, you got to
If
go with the
there's
public
any
definition.
confusion.
Your definition
No, if
doesn't
there's
matter.
any confusion,
It's
we're
the
talking
common-
about our
It's the
communication
common
right now.
understanding of a word that matters.
Yeah,
It's
I
not how
can't
you
believe I'm
define it.
explaining effective communication to a
Because
grown
we're
man.
not, because we're not like in a court of law. So what I'm trying to say is
It's
that
not. I'm
people,
not saying this is. I didn't
right?
say this was a court of law.
Yeah, so
Another
that's what
false
I'm trying to
equivalency.
explain to you. Right?
Right.
I'm trying to. If you just fucking listen instead of keep talking, you'll understand what I'm
No,
trying to say.
you keep talking. You're
What
just
is
as
more
guilty of the things you want to accuse me of.
What
You're
is
a
more
hypocrite.
important? What is more important, to be obsessed with words or to convey the message
I'm
properly?
not obsessed with the words. I'm trying to communicate effectively, or as you say, convey the message properly. And that's why
Well, you're
when
doing a
there's
bad job.
confusion on terms and words being used, then we should be able to clarify that. That's simple.
Well, you're doing a bad job of communicating effectively.
No, I'm not.
Well, you're not effectively communicating.
That's
so
subjective, and
technically
I
you
don't
are.
give a fuck about your feelings.
Oh.
So if you want to talk objectively instead of your fucking feelings,
Yeah,
then
no, we're not
we can
talking
do
about
it.
feelings.
But
You're
I'm
just
not your
bringing
fucking
feelings out of nowhere.
therapist. I'm not here to talk to you about your feelings, buddy.
Well, I mean, you seem to be the one that's in your feelings.
Right. Well,
You
don't
know.
worry about me.
Okay.
I can handle me.
All right, let's roll the tape.
What's the minutes again?
3 hours and 46 minutes is when I popped on.
Okay.
And I like how I sound a lot better in 2 times speed, but you know, do what you do.
I got you.
I kind of annoy myself. I feel like I talk slowly when I listen
2
to myself.
times?
Or whatever. No, I don't care. But
Double. Yo, that should.
I annoy myself with how slow I talk in normal street.
That might be too fast. I'm
Go
gonna put
go
it
to
back.
double it. Don't matter. We still have to find the point in time.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what it is.
So you want the part where Pops is
That's what's
talking
up, bro.
about
I've thought
violence,
about
bro?
doing
Is
the
that what you're
nomad thing.
saying?
Also, Pops
No, I
has
want the part that shows that I came on in good faith and tried to have an intellectually honest conversation with no cooperation, so it failed miserably.
Just because you participated in the beginning as if you were one of us doesn't mean that your intentions were.
No, I never identified as one of you. I identified as myself and was trying to share my perspective.
What I mean is, one of us is like as a genuine human that's not there with ulterior motives.
You're not a genuine human.
Okay.
You're a fraud.
Let me ask you a question. What was your motives for joining my show yesterday?
To have a conversation, share my perspective.
And what was your intentions? What was your goal? What did you aim to obtain from these conversations?
I didn't have one.
So you had no intentions of going there, finding any type of information and reporting it back to whoever it is that you work for? No.
I don't work for anyone.
Okay. Well, I'm going to find out, Mitchell. I'm going to look into it.
Okay, you find out, but why don't you fucking look at me eye to eye and fucking say it to my face
I'm gonna look
instead of on the
into it,
internet where you're insulated like a little cowardice bitch,
Mitchell,
making
I'm gonna
bad
look into
faith,
it.
false claims, just like everyone else on your panel except for Nerojack.
We're going to find out, Mitchell.
All right, so let's roll the tape. Please. I'm happy to contribute to you for putting you to work.
But yeah, there's no sense in having Machine Lies listen to a whole long conversation if it's just to demonstrate that you came in good faith, because that's not demonstrable by that.
He said he
piece of
enjoyed
evidence.
conversations. If he saw this part, I'm happy just to hear his perspective. That's all I want is his perspective on it.
You know?
If he saw this, then sure, he can fucking cut to the chase, you know?
Well, what perspective are you trying to obtain? Because if you're trying to say that you came in good faith because you had like an hour of conversation before you started, you know, finding information. I mean, you would have to sit there and have conversation until something came up
It's
that you could
normal.
sit there and
It's
point
normal
at and
human
say, look, there
behavior
it
to
is.
disagree on some things, right? So the problem was I disagreed with you guys, and when you couldn't manipulate me into fucking biting on your narrative, that's where it fucking became extremely
Who tried
controversial,
to
and I became
manipulate
all
you?
these terrible fucking things.
No one
This
tried to
fucking
manipulate you.
servant
No,
of the devil and all this bullshit
no
that
one,
your
no one
father's
tried to
trying, and
manipulate
your
you.
father's trying to kill the devil. So obviously, you know, he's trying to be an influencer, which you have a hard time admitting. And so really he's trying to influence people to kill people like me.
You are dense, bro. I hope you know
No,
that.
that's the reality of it. If you want to fucking be logical.
You are deluded and dense.
All right.
What's wrong
So
with
you guys are out there fucking sowing chaos and acting like you're trying to bring peace. You're frauds.
That's exactly what we're doing.
You are, and this will prove it if anyone cares to see it.
Yeah, that's the evidence right here.
This is great evidence. It's undoubtable if you ask me. But hey, that's why I'm here to get someone else's opinion. Maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, well, this is the moment where Pops comes in. So let's see what happens.
Well, if you started at 346, I mean, I think that eliminates any confusion. That's where I came in. And
So you want me
we
to
don't
play
have
that?
to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I came in. And I think that's where the conversation for me started. So, I mean, I think that's context, and that's important.
If you want to watch the whole thing, you can. But it's not going to prove what you're trying to prove with it. So it's kind of like a pointless, you know what I mean, demonstration.
What am I trying to prove?
You're trying to prove that you came in with genuine intentions because you had genuine conversation before being a servant.
I would never claim to say I know another man's intentions, right? And that's what you did. And then you backpedaled a little bit and said, well, I can't prove it, but, you know, that's what I feel. And I told you I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Let's talk about reality, right? And that's what we're doing. So let's look at the conversation and see where it went wrong and what I did so bad that's serving the devil, and how you guys are so righteous.
Okay.
Well, the conversation is not that long, and why are you so scared of it being played?
I'm just saying this is a 10-hour stream, right?
Well, the conversation is not 10 hours. So you want me to find out where it ends?
So what I'm saying is, if your whole point in playing like 2 hours of conversation is just to prove that you were being genuine, then it's not worth it. But if you have something else you want to prove, then I don't have any problem with you playing the whole tape. This is why it's still on the internet. You know what I mean? And this is why I told you where it was, because it's not on my channel. So if I had anything to hide, it'd be gone, which I don't. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of holes in your understanding that I feel like you should have realized.
That's why I'm willing to compensate. But he said he was interested in the conversation.
How about this?
In a way was promoting it to other people.
Demonstrate your point however you see fit. I'm going to be quiet and smoke a whole fat bowl of G13s.
No, there's no point in having to be my word versus yours. Here's what happened. We don't need to argue about it.
That's what I said. Demonstrate it. Show him with the tape however you want.
I don't need to investigate you. I know you're a fucking weak ass fraud, and you would never fucking talk your shit to my face. And if you did, you'd be fucking dealt with. So fuck your veiled threats.
You know, look, Mitchell. All right. I feel like you're a little angry right now, and you just need to calm down and prove your point.
No, I'm just saying I'm happy to defend myself and my honor and my word. So
you want to misrepresent it?
You want to fuck? I don't care. I don't care to know you, but I know you're a fucking weak ass bitch making false claims.
You're about to
fucking
talk a lot of shit for no reason.
Your father is calling for violence, and you're calling me one of the people that your father's calling for violence against.
I mean, if that's how you feel, you know, if you're gonna connect those dots,
we're gonna witness if you guys are willing.
If you're gonna connect those dots, Mitchell, then you know I can't stop you, but I can't tell you that that's true.
That's objective reality.
If my dad wanted to do violence against you, he would tell you this.
You know, Mama, did you see any of this, bro? Come on, man.
Like, did we not keep you on the show the whole time? Because if we didn't like you, I would
Don't
have
let us
kicked you
sit
off
here
my
and
show.
argue for fucking hours. We could just fucking watch the shit.
You were with me to the end of the show.
I saw the first part where they were talking about the Super Bowl and shit.
Well, this is pretty good. Nero Jack comes in and he participates. He really enjoyed it. I
wanted
believe he
to
even
watch it. Yeah, I wanted to watch it because of Neurojack, but I watched this earlier part, and I'm not gonna play this Super Bowl shit because I don't want to get fucked up.
Don't do the Super
But
Bowl thing.
it did last a couple hours, man. Fair warning. I mean, it got pretty heated.
Yeah, I watched the beginning. Yeah, where Lanza came in, and then Joe Cool came in, and then they were talking about Super Bowl shit. But yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I just feel like I really genuinely tried to have. I put some of my best efforts into having an honest conversation with these folks, and it's interesting the fellows that are around there in that community. It's
I don't
real
believe
interesting.
you. I see through you like
the
glass.
ideologies that they're putting forth, and so if you're promoting them and that content, I think it's good to kind of have an idea of what's going on over there, because it's easy to say, yeah, you saw some good things and didn't see any of the bad, but the dots are pretty easy to connect, and I don't feel like I need to convince anyone. Here's what happened, and I just want your guys' perspective on it. There's some great conversations. I mean, from my perspective, to start with, and it got down to like -18 or -17, I think.
You got heat in that motherfucker over there?
Oh yeah, I got a heated bed. My bed's heated. I got an oil heater and a little space heater for when I'm connected to power.
Okay. Be careful with some people be running propane cook stoves and shit in them motherfuckers, you know what I mean? And you could do it if you got a window open, but it's not great. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
If you get a little buddy, you know those little space heaters that run on propane? They give you the full combustion and you won't fucking kill yourself most of the time.
Yeah, my little oil heater that works the best. I mean that pretty well keeps me warm because it's such a small space. But when it gets real cold,
the 110 radiator heaters, those are good, yo.
I will say that's a nice camera.
Oh, thanks.
Is that a phone?
Yeah, it's a phone.
Fucking awesome, bro. It's better than my computer camera.
I heard it called the law of incommensurability one time, and that's basically a lot of times we're arguing over we're saying the same shit, and we're just arguing over, lexicons that don't overlap or whatever, and just it's an interesting thing. I basically don't trust anyone who says that they know the truth, and I think that we need to be able to communicate about what we're experiencing, and that would help us become more aware.
Oh shit, Mitchell philosophy out here. See how it is?
But is this that bumper sticker philosophy? Or have I graduated that bumper sticker philosophy you like to reference?
Bumper sticker philosophy and pop psychology. Yeah, that's right.
Basically, truth has become a very lucrative industry. Being in the truther industry, I call it the truther industrial complex. Because there's people that want to have some sort of hierarchy on intelligence or knowledge, and I don't know.
I see a weird blend of channels that all promote like quasi like truther like type of narratives. They talk about like Illuminati and stuff and the government secrets and like Operation Paperclip, and they have like hundreds of thousands of views. And when you click on these videos, they merely scratch the surface of these topics. They simply just sit there for hours slack-jawed. It's so fucking weird. It's fucking odd. It's odd to watch. The people have like no human style, like even on these like non-philosophical shows. Like sports commentary shows. The people they don't even seem human the way they're communicating. Yeah, it's totally fucking weird. It's like, they're like talking
It's
at each other.
when
They got
it's when
makeup
they
on.
don't believe it. It's when they're just
Yeah.
like an actor of a system that's sitting there reading a script and teaching a topic for like the History Channel and like whatever Operation Paperclip, right? But it's designed to bore old people and also make them think they understand it, so that when their grandkids go, "Oh, Operation Paperclip," they're like, "Yeah, whatever. I heard about it." You know what I mean? And they just dismiss it because they think, they have the History Channel version of it. You know what I mean? Like the History Channel has like a thing on every conspiracy you could imagine. But it's all
Yeah,
wrong.
I noticed that. Yeah,
It's all wrong, bro.
that's so funny. You said that. I actually bought the History Channel magazine, the book on conspiracies that they have. They had a special edition on secret societies. I bought it, and yeah, it's exactly as it is. It's like the surface level information
It's the
about all the
smokescreen channel, bro.
smoke screen shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a straight smokescreen, the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, and it's crazy how they get into aliens, they get into supernatural topic. It's like, why are they covering supernatural shit on the History Channel? It is a weird type of thing. I mean, they're programming people on a religious level, through quote unquote history, but their quote unquote history is just like fucking surface level alchemy shit.
You really can't separate though history, religion, science, like these things, and like even philosophy.
Right.
Like you can't
Yeah.
really separate them, but we try to.
Yeah, that's one of the main topics on
But
this
you
show. I'll
can't.
tell you what. Yeah, you can't really separate those things.
They're
That's
so
why
intertwined, bro.
you call them architectonic. That's one of the things I was talking about on this show, is that there's a history of philosophy, there's a science of philosophy, there's the philosophy of science. There's the history of science, there's a history of philosophy. There's a religion of science. There's a history of religion. And there's all these fucking shits. I mean, depending on which religion you follow, you have a different history of the religions. I mean, it just is what it is. Religions are histories. Religions also contain within them philosophies, that must be expounded upon. So yeah, it's absolutely, these things are architectonic. You can't follow them up with anything. See, just building off of what Mitchell's saying, that's all we're doing. Even leading us to these deep thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah.
No, it's.
I agree. I think that's why we shouldn't poison the work that we do for God and the truth with financial gain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think good work should be rewarded and will be. And that's been my experience. I haven't had to sell out and take money from strangers. And I'm making a kind of a speaking tongue in cheek.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it depends on how poor I get. I mean, I have one skill in this world, that's like reading philosophy books and reading theology books. So I don't really know unless I get paid for it. I really don't
What
know.
you do is different though, bro. Like what I'm really trying to break down here is when you got people like, I've seen a dude Archaics, right? And he'll be out there selling like thumb drives of like fucking, like fucking bullshit, like, and trying to like have like members only topics, and like you got to pay a subscription to like hear the truth. You know what I mean? Like the truth should be free, right? And like,
exactly, yeah.
I don't personally put donation links and shit, but some people, if they're really gonna do this at a capacity, then the people are trying to support that. But I'm saying you got people that just come out here and pander. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I won't put shit up right now like that. But the thing is that, in terms of donation, I'm willing to do this for donation only, because I'm also producing books and other materials. So as long as I start moving on different levels, because I have a multi-layered hustle or whatever. I'm trying to make like books, music.
If you sell books, it costs money to make a book. So like you can't give out a book for free. You'd have to pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's some shit like that where it's
Digital
like,
copy.
but that's the thing, is like you don't really make money off of a book, like just writing a book, like you make almost no money doing that. So the thing is that
true.
you gotta like promote it. You gotta have like secret courses. You gotta have like members only courses or some shit. So like I get, like, I'm still trying to figure it out because I am not a tech savvy person. But in terms of, I see universities dying out because you go to the university and people told me that, why don't you become a philosophy professor? Well, these philosophy professors are teaching on Zoom calls, and what they're doing, people are paying to watch fucking YouTube videos of people like me explaining this shit. So what the fuck am I paying? What am I going to be teaching people? It's going to be fucking crazy. I mean, so
crazy.
Yeah. So I'm like, if I'm going to read philosophy, or if people want me, I have a friend named Chad Haig who dropped out of the university. I played some of his videos in the beginning, and this dude, basically he's read tons of philosophy books. You could pay him to read a philosophy book and break that shit down, and like he'll
But
do
when
a
it comes to philosophy, also, like, you're also doing a little bit different things where, like, I'm speaking specifically on like the truth of God, like the existence of God, the understanding of God.
Oh yeah, there's
like
no way. Yeah.
This in specific, like, this should never be dealt with money.
Yeah,
You know
you
what I
can't.
mean?
Not only can you not deal with that with money, but
Because
good
it
luck
corrupts
pay-
it.
Yeah,
You
but
know what I
good luck
mean?
paying somebody to get that type of knowledge either. If you thought you
I
could
feel
pay
you.
somebody and get some knowledge like
It'd
that,
be
you're
worth
a
it.
dumb
If
fuck.
if they actually had the true understanding, it'd be worth it.
Yeah,
Now,
if they actually had the true understanding, they'd give it away, because they'd gain power through that, So it's interesting. Like if they actually had the true understanding, why would they ask for money for it? That's another, just total quagmire. It's like,
the biggest problem arises with any kind of like preacher, priest, swami, whatever the fuck. Whenever your livelihood, right, is directly tied to the spiritual messages that you're preaching, and if you were to change that spiritual message, you might lose followers and you might lose out on revenue. That's what that's the biggest problem. That's the poison. You know what I mean? That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, really.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got Mark Passio. That's a satanic priest, isn't it? No.
Mark Passio was a Satanist, and then he started coming out and teaching like natural law and trying to like fight the Illuminati. I don't know. Could just be bullshit.
I think he came on the scene at the same time with this other guy. What's his name? He was also ex-Satanist. He's a bit out of the scene at the moment.
You know what's funny though? I met another guy who was an ex-Satanist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also military, who knew Mark Passio. And so it seems like a lot of these guys are ex-military, right? Ex-Satanists, and now they're trying to put out the truth. You know what I mean? And
That's what me and Neuro were talking about, like where like we were encountering all these Orthodox Christian communities, and all the people who inhabit these communities were ex-military, ex-Satanists, and they were like talking about Orthodox Christianity and stuff. And and by and by they just make jokes about like Illuminati shit too. So we were like, what the fuck are these people? You know what I mean? So
it's like when someone tells you they're ex-CIA, right? No. There's no such thing, bro.
Right, exactly. You're Hollywood or the mafia or the fucking the government organizations or the Freemasons or any of this shit. Like you just get out of you just leave these organizations after they tell you all their secrets and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, dude.
Don't get it twisted. In certain aspects of like the criminal underworld, right? You could actually, put in enough work and time and have enough authority and status to just walk away, right?
Right.
If you don't owe anybody anything.
But that's like you got the job done. Like you're still under their protection, so to speak. So I mean, to think like they're not gonna watch you after that,
it's different.
It'd be foolish.
So if you always operated on a status where like they were under your protection, you know what I mean? Like you don't ever need to worry about being under their protection, even when you walk away.
Yeah, I mean, in 1950, you know, of course, but like in 2020, they're gonna watch your ass with the cell phones and all that shit. You know, they're gonna look up your accounts and shit.
Oh
You know
no,
what I
I'm
mean?
not talking about like the government. I'm talking about like criminal underworld.
Oh yeah,
shit.
yeah, even criminal or even.
Oh, you talk. I mean, like, is there any difference? You're not talking about the government. No, I'm talking about criminals.
To a certain capacity, you have to understand that even the criminal underworld is divided into different factions, and not all of them are willing to participate with the government. You know, and that's why they like get persecuted constantly.
Yeah.
And then there's other ones that are, you know, bolstered by the government and they let them get away with murder. It's like it's a control system that operates even at the lowest levels, because there's people that are willing to do crime, but morally are good people, you see.
Yeah, I hear what you say. Yeah.
Like there's people that are willing, right, to rob like a drug dealer, but they're not willing to rob an old lady.
Yeah.
You know, there's people that are out there doing the work that the cops can't do. You see?
Yeah, it's like you know, in The Prince of Machiavelli, this guy puts this you know, Master Orsini, who's a criminal, in the position of power. You know, because his you know, to you know, basically
to appease the mafia.
Yeah, to placate his opposition. You know, so he put a unworthy ruler in power so that people would stop opposing him once he got rid of the ruler. You know, so that's the thing, is that sometimes the rulers or the state and the Freemasons or the secret societies, the religious institutions, in this case, the church and the state, set up you know, criminals so that you know, as a false opposition. So they set up the cops and the mafia to go against each other, but they control both of these organizations. You know,
right.
So you know, that's the ultimate move. You know, that's why they call it, you know, problem, reaction, solution, because you create the problem and the solution in one
Hegelian
move.
dialect.
Yeah, yeah, we were talking about that earlier on this show. You know,
it's actually the Masons that created all the street gangs that you find that are the most popular.
Yeah, they created the Bloods and the Crips, the Prince Hall Freemasons, and all that type of stuff.
I've personally gained access to the secret knowledge of most of these large gangs. And I can tell you that after studying the secret knowledge of the Masons, it's all based on Masonic teachings, but no one system is the complete Masonic system. They are simply set up to be a very, like, it's like kindergarten Masonry, set up to make you want more and lead you into Masonry from these street gangs. And then if you don't proceed, like if you don't see the riddle within the knowledge system, then you just fail the test and you remain in that street gang and you just get used for whatever purpose, you see. But when you read through the knowledge, if you figure it out, everything's a puzzle with these motherfuckers. And if you're smart enough, then they accept you. If you figure out the riddle, then you'll eventually end up in Masonry. But see, I seen the riddle, and then before just going into Masonry, I was one step ahead of these fools, and I did research on their shit because I saw what was going on, and then I started figuring out the Luciferian octopus with infinite arms Hydra system that they got out there in the world, where they got all these different systems that are systems that directly don't lead to Luciferianism, but they lead like dominoes into different systems, and like a vortex, it operates all into this one fucking world religion that they're trying to form. And they know that if it just carries on long enough, everybody will eventually cycle into that one world religion of Luciferian Satanism. You see, that's how they designed it. Well, I don't think they did. I think, you know, Lucifer designed it, and I think he's way more advanced than we can imagine. Not in comparison to God, but in comparison to man. You know what I mean? There's a big fucking difference.
Yeah.
The gap in knowledge is enormous. And the fact that he's so hidden makes people so vulnerable. because they don't even have proof that he exists or his fucking army exists, yet they rule over us.
Yeah, but you know,
through
there's
our
no
understanding of reality. These are
there's
the
no
architects of the matrix.
I mean,
but
there's
not
more
the architects
proof.
of this world.
You said it's hidden, but there's more proof of the devil existing, like you said, because you know we are ruled by his army.
Yes,
Then
there's
there is
more proof of the
God.
devil than God. I agree.
Yeah, you know,
I agree with you.
I think Prince said it. I know there is a heaven. I know I know there's a devil because he talks so loud. Right? Yeah.
What did I tell TML when I first broke it down? I was like, yeah, I became into the understanding of God because I met the devil, essentially. I don't know if I ever broke it down, but you know what I mean? Like, that's how it really was. I was fallen when I was younger, bro. And when I knew the devil existed after I rejected Catholicism, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then I knew that.
But, I mean, but there's also ways to prove God, even by philosophizing. You know, even just by reasoning, by deducting, you can also come to God. And many scientists prove God, the existence of God. You know, so it's not like only the devil can exist because we see him talking so loud. You know, there's most certainly there's proof of.
No, you could definitely see God. I'm just saying that when you're fallen, right, you're more likely to meet the devil before you meet God, because God withdraws his presence from around you. When you start fucking doing evil and shit, you don't have the protection of God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's how it's always been with me. I always feel the presence of evil when I'm doing evil. You know, you don't feel, you know what I'm saying? Until you turn around.
Yeah.
I really don't know what I'm looking for here, but you know,
Secure, I guess, but you know, just like some people will convince somebody on welfare to borrow money from families to support them, and they're doing better than, you know, and they're always bragging about doing better than everyone else. So it's like, yeah, what good is that going to do? You know, and it's because they see themselves as high value. And what I see is using that sort of knowledge or whatever understanding to, you know, for purposes of control. And
I'm personally poor. I like being poor, you know.
Yeah.
Pops.
Yeah, same here. I like being poor too. But yeah, the thing is that, you know, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, I just like simplicity, solitude, these types of things, you know.
God gives you what you need. The devil gives you what you want. As long as you have everything you need, if you want more, you know who you're starting to work for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I got another one too. It says, you know, patience comes from Allah and haste from Shaitan. You know what I mean? So that's another one for you guys, you know. But yeah.
Facts.
You know.
Yeah, it's me.
Are you sure? Are you positive it's
Yeah,
Pops?
what was your soap? Oh my God, it's fucking me. Yeah.
That's him.
Oh, it's Cage.
Nobody else walks like
Why
that.
does everybody hate Cage so much?
Bro, I got to make sure. You got to understand. We're making a lot of enemies right now by
Yeah, Cage is the real deal. I was on Cage's show the other day, and yeah, I like the way he breaks down certain information, or you know, exposes people to certain information.
Yeah. So why does everybody hate him so much? I don't get it.
Look,
like,
I like Cage, but here's the
I
thing.
don't know what
Cage.
is. I don't dislike him. I like him more than I dislike him. It's
Cage
not
is
like,
a good dude, and he has
Yeah.
a lot of knowledge, but he tries to basically push like this pseudo Masonic understanding, right?
Oh.
At its core. And so like it ends up in like manifesting reality, and like essentially it ends up in like becoming your own god, like if you really dig into it. And so usually I'll talk
Yeah,
with Cage.
he's pretty open with that shit. He's just like, oh shit. Well, he says he's a Freemason, but it's kind of like his own version. It's his own version of Freemasonry. You know?
He's Cage though. If you know him, he's been doing this for like years.
Right.
Like this is
Yeah.
he's never changed. It's the same dude.
Yeah, he's chilling. Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
like his style. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not. I don't think he's a bad dude. I just fucking, you know, I had to kick him off the fucking show the other day, bro, because I was really trying to get to some kind of truth. Like I was just, you know, well, I was kicking everybody off, bro. I was trying to get to like a core understanding of what the truth, you know, like let's really have a fucking conversation here today about something. You know what I mean? And so I was basically kicking and banning anyone when they just were going on fucking tirades about nonsense, like putting lithium in the fucking soil or some crazy shit, bro. I was just like, you know what? You know what I mean? It wasn't gonna be a chit chat and panel. All right. I let everyone know right off the bat, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be some shit.
You know, I'm trying to get to this part where Mitchell accuses Pops of treason or whatever.
But yeah, I do like Cage. You know, I don't think he's an agent. I just think he's fucking has his beliefs and he's been preaching the same ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
Yo, you got to stop with this banner in the background, Mo. It gives me a headache.
Oh, I understand it gives you a headache.
Put anything else on, but flashing fucking lights.
I'll put something else on. But here's the thing: it draws viewers to the stream from the fucking feed because it updates the thumbnail and makes it really nice. How about this one?
No, that's doing it on purpose to push people to the point of no return. I mean, if they start coming around locking people in FEMA camps, maybe not in our time, 20 years from now, when they really got total control, they'll start doing FEMA camps and shit.
What's up with all these people? But why worry about the what ifs when we can barely?
All these agents with the lisp. What's up with that? I mean, is that something that's like that got trending like late 2023, like with Tommy and everything? All these people.
I don't know.
They all sound a bit like they come from a cartoon character.
I think they're trying to mask their voice. You know what I mean? Like, if you try to change your voice and it's not your natural voice, it might sound fucking funny, you know?
It sounds funny to me, but people take him serious. I mean, I don't get it.
Who are we saying has the lisp right now?
Yeah, well.
I'm saying. Who are we talking about?
This You Can't Fool Pops.
Oh, you think Pops has a lisp?
Kind of voice.
It's because it's sped up.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
Push the wrong button. I guess.
We lost TML.
Or a computer breakdown.
That's it. They got him, bro.
Yeah, his internet cuts out periodically.
So what is everybody doing tonight?
Well, for me, it's noon. So I'm pouring myself a beer. Belgian beer. That's what I'm doing.
Belgian beer? What kind of Belgian beer?
Duvel.
I never heard that one.
It's called Devil.
You drinking the devil, bro?
I'm drinking the devil's piss, bro.
Oh, he's drinking the devil.
Yeah. That's one of the best beers. And it's easily available.
I don't drink beer often, but when I do, I'll get something like a Guinness double stout.
Uh-huh.
I like them warm.
Wow. I never tried that.
Yo, drink a stout or a double stout, like warm, right? It's amazing because you get a lot more of the flavor.
Yeah, that would actually make sense. Like blue wine, like a warm wine. Have you ever drank that?
It's like, I mean, Coca-Cola or like Pepsi, like sodas taste like shit if you drink them warm, but you drink them cold, they're delicious, right? It's because it's hiding all the taste. So, if you drink a beer cold, it's hiding all the taste. That's why you could drink nasty ass beer and it tastes good cold, but you drink that shit warm and you're gonna puke.
Unless you have a real good beer. And
well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, if you drink like Budweiser Light or some stupid shit,
dude, that's piss.
You're gonna, try to drink that beer warm. You'll throw up. It smells like urine when you smell it warm.
No, but you can drink this beer. You can drink this warm too. I'm sure.
Of course, if it's a good beer, you should be able to drink it warm.
You could drink this warm.
If it tastes good warm, then it's a good beer because
Well, these are the beers that I drink too. But I think Guinness, especially, I'm not such a fan of Guinness, but I think it's got some cinnamon.
So
like,
what it is Guinness
aroma.
is carbonated with nitrogen instead of carbon dioxide, right?
Uh-huh.
And I like drinking it because it puts me on a mellow level because of the nitrogen going into your blood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I didn't know that.
Fucking in America, there's not many good beers, like, you know.
I don't think so either. No.
Like,
you might
go to
find
the
these
bar.
beers though, but you'd have to go to a specialist more or less.
They're all thin beer that's basically piss water, you know. And the best thing I could really get at a bar is like Guinness, if I could find it, you know.
Yeah. Well, this beer is actually still. I don't know if it's still brewed in a monastery, but that's where it stems from. It should be a decent factory by now.
I used to drink a beer that was made in a monastery out of fucking like plums or some shit, right? I forget what it was called, bro, but it was good.
Yeah.
It's called like Blind Monk or something like that, bro. It was one of them, you know, like when IPAs were big. I used to drink Elephant Foot and fucking that monk beer, bro, with plums in it or something.
Sounds good. Yeah, I think they call this an IPA too. But you know, I drank it since before it was called. These things were called IPA. It's always been around, and it's one of the few beers that's not been how do you say conglomerated with all the Wall Street companies. So it's like InBev, you know, that actually InBev actually owns all the soda companies and beer companies, and it's not inside of there. So Heineken, Amstel, all these, it's all InBev. That's the main investment company or investing company. I don't know how you call that in English.
But
and
yeah, bro.
And so they're still out of that loop. So it's not easy
good beer
to
is hard
stay
to come
out of
by
the
in
whole
US.
system. Sorry?
Good beer is hard to come by in the US, you know what I mean? You guys have it good out there. They enjoy their beers.
Yeah, people think that the best beers are made in the Netherlands, but it's not. It's in Belgium. They make
He's
the best
alive.
beers.
Welcome back.
Yeah, people think that the best beers are made in the Netherlands, but it's not. That was not the wrong button. That was a computer crash.
Yeah, total fuckery on this thing.
We filled
but
the
yeah,
dead air with a beer infomercial.
yeah, I'm glad that I put in 8 hours before this shit, you know, because it was good. It was good content. I don't know, you know, if you know what time I'll repost that. It'll be like sometime tomorrow, possibly around noon or some shit. Look out for it, guys, you know. But yeah. Oh shit, I gotta turn my TV off, but give me a second.
Okay, well, we gotta
I agree with you, but they're pushing us to the limit. Like, I'm not saying that I think that's the good strategy.
I got to step away for a second.
Start doing it on purpose to push people to the point of no return. I mean, if they start coming around locking people in FEMA camps, maybe not in our time, 20 years from now, when they really got total control, they'll start doing FEMA camps and shit.
I'm not going to worry, but why worry about the what ifs when we can barely even process the what to do right now?
I agree with that too. I agree with you 100%. I'm just bringing it up like just as talk, nothing to bring up like to be nervous about or scared about. But you're right. We got to worry about right now.
Yeah, because that's part of the program, that fear-based mind control. That.
Yeah, I think the best way to fight them right now is just don't comply with their shit.
Well, I would even disagree with that. I would say to conditionally accept every offer that they make you, and then take back your control. And when you're able to assert yourself appropriately, they really have no control and they have no power. And when enough people are peacefully assembling, which is the tricky part, you know, because
So you're saying like kind of accept it and sneak in there and then twist everything, turn it around on them?
no, definitely not. You don't want to even talk like overthrowing the government. I think that really.
No, what I'm saying is be an actor, like play like you're with them, and try to like, you know, we get some people in Congress and stuff that are really like, double agents.
You can't use the Matrix to fucking change the Matrix.
Right. So what's the plan? Tell me, Mitchell. I like
Separation.
the way
You got to separate yourself, but you know that's you know kind of the idea of becoming independent, right? You know, and if you separate yourself from them, then they can't really hurt you, you know, and that's where you know we identify with them and we're disappointed and we become belligerent and that's where shit gets real ugly. And I think that the thing that we failed to realize is if we reestablish, you know, the republic where the people are the government, then the people will have enforcement over that, you know, what we perceive as government today. And that's really the resolution. So I think that, you know, we can beat them with paperwork essentially and don't have to fire a shot.
I think once
hello. We got somebody new on the panel. Hello.
Well, let them
by
show
taking their.
I think though when we do gain control back, I think we need more representation though in the government itself. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, we need one congressman for every 50,000 people. You can't.
No, you just gotta you gotta separate yourself from evil and let evil destroy itself. You cannot fix that system. It's not
but
possible.
we need more people up there. Like 450 people are running the whole United
No,
States.
that's a suicide mission. There's no reason.
So what do we got to just separate? Like each state, we got to kind of separate from the government.
Right, and it's already memorialized in law, you know. But we've failed. We basically fell asleep after the Civil War, and you know that's where you know we lost control. We don't have because we want to identify with the corruption. So the only way out is to stop identifying with that system and stop utilizing it to the best, you know, without being persecuted, you know, like there's an appropriate way to get your driver's license, from my opinion, and shit like that until you know there's actual enforcement of the people, you know, that can enforce a habeas corpus or whatever, you know. But that's all written law. It's not.
You want to hear the real way to deal with it?
Each township. Go ahead. I don't want to speak over you. Go ahead. You go first.
Yeah, you got to take control of your own thoughts. If you're not in control of your own thoughts, then you cannot have any sort of physical control outside of yourself, which many people are not. Are you in control of your own thoughts? That's number one question right there. Of what you speak, what thoughts are coming into your mind, and what thoughts that you project out.
Yeah, well, nobody's above mind control. I think we're all affected by it to some degree, but yeah, I think some people are in more control of their own thoughts than others, but I think that's what we're practicing here right now. So yeah, thanks for stating the obvious. But
now in the Constitution, there are townships doing it. Like, you know, there are, I forgot how many counties. It's counties. There's like 5,000 counties. Let's just throw a number. I think it's 3,800. I forgot the number. But anyway, if you're a county, with the Constitution, they can actually have a jury and start indicting people. They can have their own jury.
The only way that this is possible, I don't want to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt you, but the only way that this is actually possible, I get that this, you know, the true republic, you know, the people are being called into session, the true Republican government, but it's not assembled. And the only way it can be considered assembled and recognized as a legitimate de jure government by the de facto is if minimum of 45 people in 2/3 of the counties in all 50 states, which is not a lot of people, but you know, I don't know exactly what it is. There's like 3,000 counties.
Right.
So
a little over 3,000. I think it's like, let's look it up. Let's Google that. What the hell? How many counties are there?
So 2/3 of those, you need 2,000 counties times 45 people to assemble, and then the people can be recognized as the republic government. The republic government that Ben Franklin said. You know, when Madam Secretary asked Ben Franklin what kind of government we have, he said, you know, a republic if you can keep it. And that's what we failed to do. We failed to.
Yeah, there's 3,143, and then there's 100 in the District of Columbia, which we don't count because that's like its own. It's like the Vatican. The District of Columbia is its own.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, thank you, Reddington, for joining the panel. Yeah, I have no idea what we're looking for here. So,
I think before all of this, Pops was like he said he was calling for violence, but not like in the way that I'm pretty sure Mitchell thinks he was calling for violence. You know what I mean?
Well,
it was before what we just played in the timeline of the clip. I think that's how
I
we missed
see.
it.
Yeah.
But then like he went into this whole discussion, like Pops gets fucking fired up sometimes, bro. And he's, you know what I mean? He's real pissed off about the way that the world is. And he fucking wants people to stand up against, you know what I mean? This fucking tyranny. That's what it really is.
Yeah, I feel that.
And he himself wants to stand up against it, but he doesn't feel like enough people have his back, and he couldn't do it by himself. You know what I mean? And this is what that comment stems from. Like, he wants some backup in standing up against fucking tyranny, and he's willing to physically fucking, you know what I mean, fight against the satanic system. But like, he don't, like, Pops loves this country, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a weird dynamic to kind of understand where he's coming from. But he's not calling for violence in a sense that, like, fucking, he's not Alex Jones or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, he's not not even Alex Jones, because he didn't do that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not out here being a fucking Pride Boys or nothing like that. Pops ain't that route, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even if he was, I mean, this is literally the channel that talks about like Ted Kaczynski and shit. So, so shit, we already be on some shit out here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But the clip that
I don't think it really gets more radical. Yeah.
Then it was earlier in that show where he said it was like a specific. I think it was right before what we just played.
Yeah, it must have been somewhere near that section. But yeah, I mean, it sounded like they were on board with the dissolution of the current order of things, at least, you know. So, you know, it sounded like that was a concerted opinion, you know, and that's what's interesting about a lot of these three ideologies that we studied out here, you know, with the Jewish nationalism, you know, Jewish secularism. They are talking about this, you know, even, you know, people like Ben Gurion, he's talking about this federated court, you know, of, you know, the prophets that exist in Israel, you know, that it's going to be a federated states of the world. You know, he talks about a world government, you know, in the Islamic modernism. You know, it's kind of this notion of this, you know, this theopolitical state, you know, the coming of the Mahdi or whatever, you know, and in the Christian nationalism, you know, either way you go, it's kind of about the dissolution of the current order of things. Meanwhile, it's talking about a traditional outlook. So it's funny how they marry these two things, you know, together. You know, I mean, it's kind of interesting, you know. It's like positive and negative charge, you know what I mean? Really. But yeah, man, I'm gonna have to shut this down at some fucking point. But yeah, you know, possibly now. I have been up all night, but yeah, I guess I don't think that Mitchell's here. You know, and I will have to re-premiere this tomorrow, unfortunately, because of the shit that happened earlier with the porn bomb or whatever, you know. But yeah, you know, we've been getting hit up on this channel a lot, and I think it's because we're over the mark in the type of information we're covering out here, you know. And please look at our recent shows, you know, that we did. Some of them are extremely important. We did a show on the philosophy of language, you know, the difference between logic and rhetoric. It was one of these Friday shows. You know, we talked about Aristotle and that type of thing. You know, we read some of those things, how they encode messages and stuff. You know, the difference between the existential and the predicative. You know, the empirical and the analytical. You know, and logic and rhetoric. You know, and we talked about math. You know, the philosophy of math with Voy here. You know, Voy, give him a closing statement here, brother. You know, what you got for him? Oh, are you there? Oh no, Voy's even there. Must have stepped away. He hates giving this closing shit anyways. So it is what it is. He actually hates that shit. But yeah, dude, I know Rand's got some words of wisdom for us. Mitchell's gone. I bet Mitchell's gone. But yeah, Rand, what you got for us, brother? Yo, Rand, are you there? Am I just on this panel alone?
What happened?
Yo, you got some closing thoughts for everybody?
Hey, yo, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, it's a crazy world out there, bro. We have to discern bullshit from truth, and it's hard. You know what I'm saying? So keep all three eyes open.
Yeah, bless you guys, man. And thanks for being out here with us. We'll definitely have rants and pops, and you know, Rant is Bunny, not Jim Bob, by the way. If you guys know, you know.
Facts, bro. I'm not fucking Jim Bob.
So yeah, we'll be bringing it to you guys tomorrow. But yeah, have a blessed night from everybody from my end. I'm gonna play some of this trad culture interview. You know, check some of this interview out. And I guess I'll sit here and watch it with you guys. You know, and just chill with you guys. But yeah, have a blessed night, everybody else. Thank you, Rand, for being here, brother. And I'll get in contact with you soon, my friend.
Yo, you already know. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure, my friend. Thank you so much, man, brother. Bless you, and your family, and everyone. You know, thank you to Void. Thank you to Mitchell. And yeah, you know, we're gonna look at some of this video here for a couple hours of shit, or an hour, maybe, if I can, you know, chop it up with you guys. This interview with Trad Culture. Maybe he'll drop in. You know, who knows? But yeah, we got a little bit of the show left, you know, for you guys. Bless you guys, man.
People in the Amazon rainforest, I started noticing that a lot of what they did seemed to gel with me very well. So like when I was about 17, 18, I heard about, I just read randomly like a National Geographic article about a tribe called the Tasaday, or the Tasaday people who live in the Philippines. And they were said to be the most primitive people in the world. They were Stone Age people. And nowadays there's like some controversy about how isolated they really were. But there was this idea back in like the olden days of like the 80s, 90s, 2000s. These people were oftentimes held up as a model for really like what our human nature, what people would have been like aboriginally prior to, you know, the development of agriculture, the development of like modern technology, things like that. And I was quite pleased by what I heard. It was like, wow, this isn't, you know, the typical Hobbesian image of the brutish savage. This is like, actually sounds like a pretty nice sort of story about our human nature, where we began. And it seems almost like the more you read about what traditional societies living in this state of nature would have been like, the more you're actually quite positively impressed with it. It almost starts to look like modernity is the thing that's killing us on the inside. So by the time I was, you know, old enough to start going to college, I was like, oh, well, I'm now armed with this arsenal of ideas, this arsenal of beliefs that I have based on all these articles I've read. And there's this constant theme of we seem to flourish best when we're in the state of nature. And as we increasingly fall away from it, it seems as though things are like our own lives, our own brains even begin to decline. Our own understanding of the world around us and our own ability to live in harmony with the world around us begins to decline. And it starts with agriculture. As Jared Diamond, one of the most popular writers of the last 30 years, he actually called the development of agriculture the worst mistake in the history of the human race. And when you look, when you study, when you understand the path that society's taken, you understand that to a large extent there seems to be a good deal of truth in that. And you see that, like, it's almost, rather than the progress narrative that you're taught by like the sort of 90s era neoliberalism that I grew up with, what you actually start to see is almost the opposite of progress. It's almost like we seem to be devolving as a species. And this is in line with, you know, the beliefs of somebody like Jared Diamond, the beliefs of many people within the field of cultural anthropology. And you notice it even within actually like a lot of Eastern philosophy. They'll talk about the Kali Yuga, right? They'll talk about this idea that we actually seem to, in many ways, be deteriorating as a planet and as a species. And looking at the world in 2024, I have a hard time really making a good argument against that. Like I've heard the arguments, you know, I've heard Steven Pinker go up and bloviate about like how this is the best time in human history and we should be so thankful that we are living now. But I don't find any of those arguments convincing. I think that you can blow on those arguments and they'd all fall apart. Like they're that bad.
Now, this may sound quite simplistic, but how much do you think that us disconnecting from Mother Earth, grounding, playing with the dirt, being a part of nature and animals, how much do you think that's taking us away from what our true essence is?
It absolutely is. And this is why, you know, I'm uniquely in a position where one reason why I understand things maybe on a different wavelength than some other people is that, like, I sort of grew up at a time in my local area when there was still a semblance of connection with the earth. So I grew up in rural Appalachia. I grew up in the sticks. I had to, when I was a kid, it was still very much true in my area. Now, I don't think this was true in most of America, but like I grew up in one of the more isolated, backward parts of America. So when I was a kid, there was still this sense that the rural sort of life, the rural sort of natural living had a certain essence to it. It had a certain cachet to it, right? Like that there was something positive about being able to say, well, I live off the land. I have real life skills. I know how to, grow crops or raise chickens or something like that. Like a lot of the people that I grew up around would have had those real life skills. And you do lose something when you go away from that life, when you move to the cities. I even felt it, I didn't live in a town really until I was about 18 and I went to college, and I instantly saw like the difference. And I wasn't even a huge town, but I instantly saw the difference. I instantly saw that it seemed like things were my own ability to adjust to this mechanical ersatz sort of world. It was a major culture shock for me. A larger culture shock because I've lived in other cultures as well. I would say that my culture shock going from rural America to urban America was at least as large as my culture shock going from America to, say, China, where I lived for a year. And I really do think that, like, the sort of urban industrial way of life, it is not really natural to humanity. I think many of us delude ourselves into thinking that it is natural, but it's not. You're muted, by the way.
Now, when you put together so many different people into one area, does now these societal constructs obviously start to come into play? And if there's like the tougher, the dominant ones, and the ones that are being bullied by, get bullied or bully the weaker ones, like, does this start to come into play? Like, people are trying to dominate others in smaller areas, opposed to if it was vastly spread, you wouldn't really have that type of, mental issues.
We see almost everything becomes more and more of an issue. The greater the population density. So population densities optimally should be kept relatively low. Once you start having a large population density, you start getting an explosion in any sort of problem. We get disease. Your disease.
Yo, hold on. We got a special guest here for Mitchell, so we're gonna cut this for a second and let Mitchell speak. But we don't have that much time. But yeah, go ahead, Mitchell. You got free range to speak, and we're also coming back on Wednesday. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I won't take much of your time. I just
No, it's no worries. No, it's no worries. We're coming back later too. So you know, but yeah, you know, I'm just on a little bit of time right now because I've been streaming all night. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, go ahead, brother.
right, and you guys sat around and bullshitted, with obvious detractors that have shown themselves for months.
You talking about Bunny?
No, like when Boy, yeah, so we were trying to have this discussion and fucking get this shit addressed because, your buddy that you're promoting is up here calling me a Satanist, and while his father is literally calling for me to be killed, and so, I think that shit's kind of.
Well, you told me to play the stream, just to be fair, but yeah.
What? Yeah, I did. But what's that relevance?
Because you said I was promoting it.
You were promoting it. You were saying that there was good conversations over there, and you were saying go check out his channel.
Oh, you mean like in that way? Yeah. Well, I was just saying that I watched it personally. I thought it was good. I even thought the parts where you talked were good. I was even complimenting you in that, by the way. But yeah,
Okay, so but you didn't see the shit where the controversy happened, and I get it. If you want to skip past the conversation and just fucking get into the controversy, but then you didn't even let that happen,
Yeah, I was wondering where it was at. We could, I mean, we could really hash it out next time. I'm sure everybody will be back next time. But yeah, we'll hash it out. You know what I mean? Because I didn't really know what part it was at because I told you the timestamp, but I couldn't really find out where the exact disagreement took place. But yeah.
Well, I didn't know that that's all you wanted until it was too late. That you only wanted to see where the controversy was and not the conversation.
It's not too late. It's just that if I don't cut the stream off at like 11 hours, then I can't save the video and shit. So it's
well,
just.
You're at 1 hour and 47 minutes, so I think we're good.
I know, but I'm gonna have to add it to the 8 hours and 30 minutes that I just did. So I have to factor it in. Yeah. So it's gonna be like 8 hours and 30 plus like 2 hours. That's gonna be like 10 hours and 30 minutes or some shit. And then I only got like an hour and a half left to cover this shit.
So why are you gonna add that shit to what relevance does that have anything to do with your presentation or whatever?
Add what?
So why you gotta add this to that?
Add this. I mean, it's just one show that I did tonight. I mean, I'm just gonna repost everything I had. I just put all the content up. I always do that. I just put everything I have up. Whether it's shitty, it's good. I don't care. I just put it up.
Right, but your reasoning, your logic is you need to end this before 11 hours. You did 8 hours before. You're at 1 hour and 49 minutes now, and
right.
You got to add this to that, and I just
So I'm gonna have to make an 11-hour video. So if I get
you don't have to. That's just what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's my point. I guess.
No, it's literal storage time. Like you have to make like an 11-hour video. If you make a 12-hour video, it won't save it. It's literal storage like capacity.
Okay, well, my point is we're not pushing the 12 hours for one, but the other point to that is you don't have to add this to that. So there's all these excuses, right?
I don't have to add this to that. Why wouldn't I add it? I always add every part of the video. I just said that. What do you mean I don't have to add this to that? You're not making any sense.
It's a separate video, so you don't have to edit it to where it's one compact video.
What are you
even if you
getting
even if you did, it would be less than 12 hours.
Oh, what? So what are you quibbling over the fucking time of the video? What's your point? I don't have.
No, you are quibbling over the time of the video, and I'm just addressing your illogical bullshit.
The fucking time of the video is illogical to you? I don't understand the complaint.
No, your reasoning for needing to cut this short. is bullshit.
The reasoning to cut what short? What do you want to bloviate about, sir? What is your complaint?
That your buddy that you're promoting up here is calling me what his father is calling for killing of.
That okay, we'll have to get to the part where his father claimed that, but so far we didn't find that part of the video. But we'll discuss that next time. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, so let me just fucking hang on and let this shit fucking brew. You had an hour and a half to fucking communicate effectively that's the only part you wanted to see.
What?
Instead of the context of the conversation, I was very clear with disclosure from the beginning and said the conversation. I said the conversation was a couple hours long. I said the conversation was a couple hours long, and you want
fuck up for a second, bro. Shut the fuck up for a second, dude. It's not the Mitchell show. You shut the fuck up for a second while I'm talking, all right? Okay, be quiet for a second, all right? You're spurging out for some reason. I don't
yeah,
understand.
because you're a fucking pussy ass bitch.
Okay, all right, dude. All right, dude. You want to be a little bitch and talk about timings of video and talk about a topic that you say this video is not about, talking about how I'm editing the video to suit what? And you want to call me names?
Yeah, I didn't say to edit the video to suit anything, and I'm not the one talking about the time. You brought that shit up. You said you need to condense this in within 12 hours. You said you're on a 12 hour
fucking time of the fucking video. What's your fucking point, numbnuts?
And you have no fucking reason.
What's your point? What's your fucking point about the video, bitch ass motherfucker?
My point is, you got excuses for days to fucking deflect from your.
You claim somebody said something that they didn't say, bitch ass motherfucker. You're lying about people in broad fucking daylight. You cocksucker.
Now articulate the lie, you fucking fraud.
Oh, that people want to go kill people. You said you wanted to overthrow the government in the fucking clip you wanted to show. Dumb fucker.
So I said, where did I say I wanted to overthrow the government, you lying ass fraud?
Go back and watch the fucking shit. And I'm tired of dealing with your cocksucker ass, motherfucker. Fuck you.
No, you're the one who made the claim.
No,
you gotta...
you're the one calling me names on the fucking internet, little bitch.
Because you're a fake ass bitch.
Good day, sir. You had a chance to make a point. You had a chance to make a point, Mitchell. You a troll ass bitch complaining about Neurojack, calling everybody a fed. Go fuck yourself, bro. Go jerk yourself off somewhere else. Numbnuts. Have a good day, sir. Next time, talk with some fucking class, motherfucker. I'm teaching class in this bitch. You dumb cocksucker.
Has a very difficult, especially contagious diseases, have a very difficult time spreading in a highly mobile, low population density type of society. For the vast majority of human history, we didn't have to deal with like most sort of viral diseases, because even if a virus maybe hit one area, it would just be contained in that one area and wouldn't spread to the rest of the world, because we were living in highly mobile, very, very spread far apart groups. And many people, or some people, even in the modern age, lived in those sorts of groups and they didn't have these problems. So pathogen issues, especially viral pathogens, they greatly increase in scope and power and ability to harm us when we transition to an urban industrial life. All sorts of other problems, breakdown of trust, breakdown of social solidarity, breakdown of group orientation, all these things that are really natural to us as a social species, they all start to break down in a situation where the population density gets too high. So Robin Dunbar, who was an anthropologist and an evolutionist.
So this is actually a salient point, and it's because of the technological progress that cities can support the modern population density that they can support. So, you know, the hub of technological innovation is the city, you know, and you have urban sprawl. The more things get technicized, the more you have urban sprawl, you know, and you have the desertification of the land as well due to the monoculture and the constant spraying, you know. So you got all sorts of these problems. So the problems are related to A, the development of agriculture, B, the development of cities, you know, and what they cause is a effect on the psychology and the flourishing of the populations there, you know. So he's actually referring to some salient factors here. But yeah, you know,
evolutionary psychologist, he talks about this. He talks about this idea that we can really only have a successful functioning group with roughly like 150 people or fewer, because
yo, Mitchell, when you want to talk about the truth or talk about the issues that I'm covering on my channel, what this channel's about, like I've been talking about Islamic modernism or any of that stuff, you can come here and talk about that kind of stuff, you know. But you've shown no interest in anything that I'm doing here, you know, not even one shred of interest. You know what I mean? So, you know, if you've personally benefited, as you were telling me just earlier, you've personally benefited, you know, then an hour later, because of me playing a video that you told me to play, you're gonna call me a fraud. You know, sir, you don't know what you're doing here. You're too emotional to play this stupid fucking game. You know what I mean? And nobody gives a fuck what you think. You know what I mean? Like nobody.
that's the number of people.
Go open up your own channel and talk about that. Sorry, bro. Yeah.
We can really know. Once you get to a community that's too large, that gets significantly beyond that number of 150, all of a sudden now we start to see the emergence of hierarchies. We start to see the emergence of like violent crime, as people they no longer really know each other, and they no longer really are able to trust each other. So you start getting like the underclass and the upper class, and basically the whole society just starts getting restructured around.
Yeah, Mitchell, I might be a fraud, but you can't claim what I'm frauding people about, and you just lied in front of everybody. You lied on air in front of everybody. You said somebody made a claim in a video. You said you had the timestamp. You didn't have the timestamp. You timestamped it. The video we played did not prove what you were saying, did not make the claim that you said you were going to make. You said you didn't have a chance to talk, and you did have a chance to talk. Put you up full screen, and you said nothing. You said nothing. That's 2 lies in one night. You want to keep going? You're a liar, a bitch ass motherfucker to people's face. You know, you lied right to my face, buddy. You know, you're a faggot, loser, lunatic, fraud. You know, like, dude, like, and you go channel to channel doing this, and people keep calling you on your bullshit.
There, and it's no longer adaptive. It's no longer all about meeting the needs of the members as much as possible. Now it's about basically competing to be in the top echelon versus.
Yeah, this is wild shit right now, man. It is what it is.
Yo, I just wanted to clarify. Pops did literally say the words, right? That he is calling for violence. So I'm not denying that. That you will find in that clip somewhere. But what I'm saying is Pops doesn't properly understand what he is exactly saying. And so I did not even agree with Pops when he said it. And he went back and corrected me. It was like, no, we are. And then we went into a long discussion about it. And so I did even point out that, yo, the timestamp you provided, what you were looking for was right before that timestamp. If you did want to look at it. And I was not hiding anything. It's still on the internet. There's nothing being hidden. You have to understand that. You said that we was calling for people to kill you. That never happened, Mitchell.
What I'm saying is quite clear. I said very clearly that your father is calling for violence, right? And you're saying that he wants to kill the devil, and you're also calling me a devil worker.
I said, if you ask my pops, the way
So
that he operates.
that's the equation.
Pops,
Does that make sense to you? Can
no,
you concede that?
No, it doesn't, because you're
that
sitting
didn't
here.
happen?
You're sitting here improperly framing
That
the
didn't
fucking.
happen?
No, it didn't happen the way you
All
framed
right,
it just now. Let me give you
tell
the
me
proper
what happened.
context. I said if you asked Pops, he would tell you he wants to be a demon hunter. Okay, that's what I said. When Pops was calling for violence, he was calling for violence against the satanic system that overrules humanity. Okay.
Hey, by the way, threaten me again and call me names again. And
what's up, pussy?
No,
Say it
hold
to
on,
my
hold
face.
on, no,
I'll
hold
be
on,
in
hold on.
Southfield in March.
No, shut the fuck up for a second. Shut the fuck up for a second. If you threaten me and call me names one more fucking time, I don't have to have you on the show. I don't have to talk to you at all. So be careful what the fuck you say, motherfucker, to me. You saying right? Because you're a little bitch ass motherfucker if you think you come in here, just say whatever the fuck you want, clean off your dirty ass shoes, your dog shit on the fucking floor, and just have me clean it up, motherfucker. No, you ain't baiting people out here, motherfucker. I will ban you from the show. So watch what the fuck you say next time, bitch. You know, don't fucking talk that shit right now. I'll ban you from the fucking show. I have no reason to talk to you. I'm giving you extra time right now to express how the fuck you feel because I'm a nice person.
No, I don't give a fuck. I don't need this time. You ain't giving me shit. I'm doing you a favor, motherfucker.
About accusations.
Then click the link and sign off if you don't need to do this shit. What the fuck you doing here, bitch? You need to be here. That's why you're talking. Don't fucking act like, don't play games, little motherfucker. Don't play games. You don't want to be here, then don't be here. Don't fucking play games and act like you don't want to be here. I will ban your ass for talking shit, bitch. So say it again, motherfucker. Go ahead. Just talk your shit. Say what you want to say and get the fuck on. Move the fuck on with your life, all right?
Nope. You ain't getting rid of me.
What?
Not until you come correct.
Come correct with
ain't
what?
my fucking burden to bear.
I don't got to talk to you.
Yeah, I didn't make any false claims.
I don't have to address your claims. I don't have to talk to you. I have no
I
reason
didn't
to
make any lies. I didn't lie. You did.
I don't care about what you think I lied about. I don't have to talk to you at all.
It ain't what I think. It's subjective truth.
Yeah, you
Subjective
claimed something
reality.
in the video that wasn't in there, and you're the one who lied about it.
You didn't even watch it. How do you know it wasn't there?
You gave me the timestamp, fam.
I gave you the timestamp to the beginning, as I very clearly stated what I would do.
I'm not obligated to research the video and watch the video. If you make a claim about a video, come correct with the claim, or else you're lying, bitch. That's how that works. You don't understand what the fuck a lie is all of a sudden? Come on, Mitchell, don't play games.
And yo, TML, I'm not even saying that it's not in the clip. All right, so I want to be honest here. It is in the clip at some point where Pop calls for violence, right? Right? And I'm like, no, Pops, we're not calling for violence. And Pops is like, no, we are calling for violence. But what I'm trying to say is Pops is calling for violence against the satanic overruling system. He's not calling for a government civil war uprising.
He wanted him to die. He wanted Mitchell to die. That's what Mitchell. That's a claim Mitchell just made.
Then Mitchell said that I'm calling for violence against Mitchell because I said he serves the devil. And I said that he serves the devil because he's serving the devil in deception. But I am not calling for violence against Mitchell.
Okay, so
I never called for violence against you. My dad called for violence against the satanic system. I said you serve the devil by being a deceiving serpent. I never called for violence against Mitchell. You're just putting things together that don't connect and claiming that it's true. That's called a
See you
lie,
later,
Mitchell.
I don't have time for a liar. That's called a lie. The fuck up for a second. If you threaten me and call me names one more fucking time, I don't have to have you on the show. I don't have to talk to you at all. So be careful what the fuck you say, motherfucker, to me. You saying right? Because you're a little bitch ass motherfucker if you think you come in here, just say whatever the fuck you want, clean off your dirty ass shoes, your dog shit on the fucking floor, and just have me clean it up, motherfucker. No, you ain't baiting people out here, motherfucker. I will ban you from the show. So watch what the fuck you say next time, bitch. You know, don't fucking talk that shit right now. I'll ban you from the fucking show. I have no reason to talk to you. I'm giving you extra time right now to express how the fuck you feel because I'm a nice person.
No, I don't give a fuck. I don't need this time. You ain't giving me shit. I'm doing you a favor, motherfucker.
About accusations.
Then click the link and sign off if you don't need to do this shit. What the fuck you doing here, bitch? You need to be here. That's why you're talking. Don't fucking act like, don't play games, little motherfucker. Don't play games. You don't want to be here, then don't be here. Don't fucking play games and act like you don't want to be here. I will ban your ass for talking shit, bitch. So say it again, motherfucker. Go ahead. Just talk your shit. Say what you want to say and get the fuck on. Move the fuck on with your life, all right?
Nope. You ain't getting rid of me.
What?
Not until you come correct.
Come correct with
Ain't
what?
my fucking burden to bear.
I don't got to talk to you.
Yeah, I didn't make any false claims.
I don't have to address your claims. I don't have to talk to you. I have no
I
reason
didn't
to
make any lies. I didn't lie. You did.
I don't care about what you think I lied about. I don't have to talk to you at all.
It ain't what I think. It's subjective truth.
Yeah, you
Objective
claimed something
reality.
in the video that wasn't in there, and you're the one who lied about it.
You didn't even watch it. How do you know it wasn't there?
You gave me the timestamp, fam.
I gave you the timestamp to the beginning, as I very clearly stated what I would do.
I'm not obligated to research the video and watch the video. If you make a claim about a video, come correct with the claim, or else you're lying, bitch. That's how that works. You don't understand what the fuck a lie is all of a sudden? Come on, Mitchell, don't play games.
And yo, TML, I'm not even saying that it's not in the clip. All right, so I want to be honest here. It is in the clip at some point where Pops calls for violence, right? And I'm like, no, Pops, we're not calling for violence. And Pops is like, no, we are calling for violence. But what I'm trying to say is Pops is calling for violence against the satanic overruling system. He's not calling for a government civil war uprising.
That he wanted him to die. He wanted Mitchell to die. That's a claim Mitchell just made.
Then Mitchell said that I'm calling for violence against Mitchell because I said he serves the devil. And I said that he serves the devil because he's serving the devil in deception. But I am not calling for violence against Mitchell.
Okay, so that never happened, Mitchell. You're lying.
No, he just stated exactly what I said. I didn't lie.
What?
No, but you did. Because I never said, I never called for violence against you. My dad called for violence against the satanic system. I said you serve the devil by being a deceiving serpent. I never called for violence against Mitchell. You're just putting things together that don't connect and claiming that it's true. That's called a lie, Mitchell.
I don't have time for liars. That's called a lie, motherfucker. I don't have time for that shit. You tell me.
Sorry, I had to come back up here.
You're a bait, motherfucker. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just this dude sitting here baiting me, talking all this bullshit nonsense. Motherfucker. You just lied in front of everybody. Come on, dude.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Fucking little bitch ass motherfucker.
Is the masses of the underclass who oftentimes have to literally steal and commit crimes in order to survive.
Now, I was interviewing a guy named Stephen Manning, and he was talking about that number being 70. And he was saying that once you get over 70 people in a certain group together, that's when some of these structures and problems start to happen, you know, with some domineering over the other. And when I was, you know, I know some Amish people, which are the Hutterites here in Canada, and they talk about when they get up to 100 people, then they actually split. They buy another piece of land, they split it up. So there'll be like 50 and 50. And then once each one gets to 100, they keep on splitting because it doesn't really work on more than 100 people. So there's some of these, you know, people that are, you know, in actually doing some of these things that's in action, and they see that once you get too many people together in one certain area, then that all of a sudden, you know, problems do start to arise.
Yeah, and although there might be disagreements about what the exact number is, there's a general sense that once you get to a certain population size where they no longer really able to fully cooperate because they're no longer seeing each other on a regular basis, they no longer really can say, well, I know everybody in my village. That's where you do start seeing these problems, and you do start seeing fission. And by the way, fission is not a bad thing, because obviously fission is necessarily a bad thing anyway, because fission is essential in order to maintain the group at an optimal size. So the problem is, if there's not enough fission, what you actually get is you get communities that are too large and they don't split, and all of a sudden, or they don't split, they don't actually split, but they sort of internally split. And this is where you start seeing the emergence of social class, social grade. This is where you start seeing the emergence of the sort of competitive instinct, which is very much valorized here in the United States, but it's not actually something that's necessarily good for humanity, especially not if it's competition within the group. You know, obviously there's going to be some competition amongst groups if groups are going to be in contact with each other, but within the group, within a society, or within a village, within a community, you want there to be the least amount of internal competition as possible. You want people to basically cooperate within the group. Well, once the group gets too big, then you no longer have cooperation within the group, because you no longer have a group that's really finally solidified as one entity. So now all of a sudden you have competition within that group. You have the possibility of fracturing occurring within the group, and essentially, and when the group gets too large, which is really has in the sort of globalized modern Western world, you get basically no internal cohesion, and you get a society like ours, which is full of rootless individuals that are all clawing at each other and all waiting for the opportunity to destroy each other's lives.
Now, I want to get into diseases in you know, next segment, but it seems like if someone is cancerous in a group, that cancer can spread really fast. So if one person is toxic, they can convince other people to be toxic, and then that toxicity will spread throughout the group in a closed, you know, kind of, you know, close together kind of system or environment.
Yeah, well, this is actually, I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of social epistasis amplification, but this is a theory that was proposed by a behavioral ecologist named Michael Woodley, who lives in Britain. And he used to be involved online, like on YouTube. He would host with Edward Dutton, who actually still is a big YouTube celebrity. But he talks about this concept of social epistasis amplification. What that means is, basically, if you view humanity as a social species, which you pretty much have to. I mean, it's insane to try and do the Richard Dawkins, Steven Pinker stuff, where you try to act like human beings are somehow these atomized individuals who just happen to all coexist in groups. That's silly and dumb. But if you understand basically this notion that we are all part of essentially a larger organism, not quite at the level of sociality of, say, bees and ants, but not too far below it. You understand that really certain changes in the environment and certain changes in the people around you can have quite significant effects on the other human beings around, including, yourself. So if you're surrounded by people that have this radical individualistic mindset that the group doesn't matter, the broader coalition, the broader society doesn't matter, it's all about competing to get to the top, that's going to end up affecting you, even if you don't necessarily think that way. Like if you're surrounded by people that are uncooperative and might even, lack a tendency towards cooperativeness, even at their like basic programming level. Maybe they've descended from a long line of people who are not very cooperative, and you're surrounded by that, then that's actually going to make you less and less able to cooperate, less and less able to be a team player. And so what we're seeing now is everything's flying off the rails because everybody's doing their own little thing. Even the people that might desire more of a like group orientation are no longer actually group oriented, because the group itself no longer is about being group oriented. So now it's almost like if you care about the good of the group and you're sensitive to what the group is doing, you'll actually end up not caring about the group because that's what the group is doing. The group is fracturing and splitting apart and going into their own little niches. And so therefore, if you're group sensitive, you'll do the same thing. While everybody else is doing that, I'm going to be a good conformist. I'm also going to do that. And the entire system ends up unraveling that way.
So the ants are kind of hive-minded, bees are kind of hive-minded. Could you say that we are kind of hive-minded, but the more people are coming together, they're trying to keep people separate from that hive mind? So it's like, it's almost like it's, they get people to go along with the hive, but they want people to not be a part of that hive. So they're breaking up the family unit. They're breaking up the sides, the left and the right. There's always these areas to keep people at each other, but yet, they want people in the hive, which kind of gives a mixed signal to everybody, work together, be together, but yet we're all different. You're all got different sides, and they put people against each other. Is that not just kind of manipulating people to, not work together and in the goal of working together?
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's the idea basically, is that the system plays on this fact that there is a certain sociality to humanity. And if you can't have a legitimate outlet for that sociality, if you can't have a legitimate outlet for that group orientation within humanity, you have to create basically some ersatz group to be a part of. I mean, that's what politics is all about, especially in this age of polarization. It's tribalism. It's these people are desperate for something to affiliate with, but they don't really have anything that's at all meaningful except for their political party, their political orientation, which is, ridiculous, because these party leaders of the two main parties here in America, I can't imagine the situation is any better in Canada. They don't care about people. They're not worth fighting for. They're not worth potentially risking a civil war, which is what a lot of people are saying is going to happen in our country in 2024. They're not worth it. They're not worth it, but yet so many people out there get deluded by this, because they have this desire to belong to something larger than themselves. It's this concept of what's called monumentalism. It's like we as a human species are interested in belonging to something greater than ourselves, that we understand that we as individuals are not the be all and end all of everything. So we desire to belong to groups, to affiliations, to coalitions, to religions. We have a hardwired understanding that there's something greater. There's something we should be striving towards. And that ends up getting weaponized in order to, by basically greedy and totally cynical politicians, in order to say like, well, the thing that you should be striving towards, the thing that's going to make, the thing that's greater than yourself is just supporting this demagogue or that demagogue. And it contributes to the divisiveness and basically the social chaos that we're seeing unfolding right now.
Before we get into, say, history, how much of history do you think has been manipulated? And a lot of what people think and believe actually happened may not have happened, because it seems like there's so much lies and deception forthright that you can visibly spot out from here to there. How are we to trust that a lot of what's been taught as our actual history is factual and actual happened?
Well, history is written by the winners, as they say. History is it's always going to have a spin. Obviously, in my line of work, you come across very frequently let's just say less than flattering depictions of indigenous peoples by the people that later came in and conquered them. And you see it across the board. It's not like just, oh, well, like the Europeans, they were so cruel to the natives. You look at the Chinese, they were pretty much the same way. The like various other societies, the Arabs, they're pretty much the same way. There's always is this sense of like, well, these people that were conquering and destroying, well, they deserve it. They deserved it for whatever reason. They were demon worshippers. They were stupid, like whatever it is that you want to throw at them. So you notice there's always going to be that spin. The goal of cultural anthropology is to try and undo that, to try and look at these cultures without putting that sort of colonialist, imperialist spin. And a lot of the anthropologists, they're not necessarily perfect at that themselves. There were a lot of, especially during the 50s and 60s, you got a lot of people that were reacting against the Boasian cultural relativism in the early 20th century by saying, no, actually, let's just portray these people as being like bizarre, psychologically messed up savages or whatever. Like it's a constant, like it goes in and out how we're actually viewing these people. But generally speaking, history is going to be written by the winners, and it's going to be an uphill battle to try to convince anybody that, hey, maybe there's some merit, maybe there is some nobility to the savage. Not going full Rousseau, not saying like, oh, like everything was a utopia before modernity and the white man came in and ruined things. But, you know, understanding maybe there was some reason why this culture survived for 20,000 years. Maybe there's something we can learn from that. And you will be fighting an uphill battle oftentimes, even in the modern age. Like, I mean, I encounter people all the time that just don't want to acknowledge that perhaps there's some sort of dignity, some sort of value in these other cultures, because to them it's like, well, they don't have the latest technology. They didn't have, you know, they never invented guns. They never invented computers. They never invented all the stuff that's our marker of progress. Therefore, they must be inferior. Well, that is a purely Western and modern way of looking at things. And I'm here to challenge that and say, no, actually, literally what you're doing is you're just presupposing a mythology that valorizes the modern age, and I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested in actually asking fundamental questions.
And with what you're saying, we've had some Native American Indians here on The Missing Link talk about that, you know, I think it's 3,000 years ago, things were a little bit more savage, where they were looking to, you know, different, you know, natives were looking for their different territories and brutalizing each other. But he said for the last like 2,000 or 3,000 years, the native Indians that are, you know, indigenous to this land were living in harmony. Basically, they weren't out there trying to like scalp others, and you know, and that's a lot of that stuff is, you know, introduced by colonialists to paint them as these brutal savages in order for, you know, them to be able to justify the things that they've done to them and have the people, the populace, being okay, because if you're doing it to these brutal savages, then it's different than harmoniously peaceful people that lived with the land, that migrated, that treated the animals well, that treated, you know, the land well. It's a lot harder for people to swallow that bullshit if they think that these people were brutal and evil, opposed to, you know, maybe living harmoniously with the land.
Well, that's how propaganda always works. I mean, another thing that, you know, I didn't even mention earlier on that majorly impacted my understanding was, you know, I grew up when Bush was president. I saw all the propaganda that was coming, during the Iraq War about how Muslims were all just like vicious, bloodthirsty monsters, and how the Iraqis they basically were just basically trash. I mean, it was extremely, by today's standards, extremely racist. What was considered to be normative thinking, really, by both the right and the left, because the left largely went along with this stuff during the early 2000s. It was basically just dehumanizing other cultures, and particularly the Middle Eastern Islamic culture, and it led to a genocide. I mean that what Bush did in Iraq, killing over 1 million people, a huge number of them women and children. It was a genocide, and it's not recognized as a genocide, of course, because again, history is written by the winners. But that, living through that, growing up under that also gave me the sense that, wait a second, like this whole mindset, this whole understanding of the civilized West versus these savages over there, this us versus them mindset, that's BS. Like, the way we treated the Iraqis was more savage than the way that they treated us. The way we treated the Native Americans was more savage than the way they treated us. And by the way, so much of their so-called savagery was really just a response to the pressures that we were putting on them. Remember, prior to the Europeans coming into the New World, coming into the Americas, there was relatively few serious social problems. I'm not, again, maybe the Aztecs, they were a more advanced agrarian society, so they would have been closer to us in terms of the number of social problems that we had. But you go up to North America, to the Iroquois, to the Algonquians, it was a small scale, decentralized sort of society. They would not have had most of our diseases. They would have not necessarily been completely disease free, but had a relatively small number of diseases, which gave them low immunity to the diseases that we brought in. They would have been, they weren't completely 100% pacifist, but actually even the Whig historians like Lawrence Keeley, who wrote an entire book trying to basically justify his image that traditional societies were savage, but he had to admit, like North America, the Algonquins and the Iroquois actually had a relatively low rate of homicide and of violent killing. Yeah, they went to war, but their wars, less than 5% of the male population in the Algonquin and the Iroquois tribes died in war, according to the guy that's literally trying to portray these guys as savages. So that ought to indicate something. That ought to show people something about what this world was like. And then all of a sudden we come in and we are introducing this whole new battery of diseases. We're introducing all kinds of other things too. We're introducing guns. We're introducing guns, germs, and steel, right? We're introducing all these sorts of things. We're introducing the horse, which completely changed the way things were in the plains. So
okay, so he's talking about what the causes are for modernism itself here. And, we're kind of wrapping up the show here, so I'll give a few concluding statements here. This stream is a continuation of last night's stream, which is now privated because we were porn bombed. So, as a matter of fact, we're going to be restreaming this stream tomorrow. I'm going to be shutting this down from my end and, re-premiering this tomorrow. And in terms of this announcement here, disregard it when you hear it tomorrow, or, whoever might be watching, or whatever, but yeah, we're going to be re-premiering the stream. All the content I gave last night, almost 8 hours of presentation that got cut off by some bitch ass motherfucker, bitch ass slave. So unfortunately, people with no talent, they have to come and try to railroad these conversations and this content. But, if you guys like the content here, please try to contribute, to the situation here. We're going to be trying to improving the level of material, the level of technical capabilities we have, try to go IRL, or, improve our camera and whatever, whatever it is, try to build a studio if we can, or something like that. But yeah, you know. But yeah, we're gonna be premiering this content tomorrow that we had, and bless everyone for being out here with me. And you know, basically what it is that I covered almost 8 hours of material covering I'm covering modernism and the impetus for the modern warfare element of things in terms of Islam. What's Islam's relation to that? In the first 2 hours, I covered that. Then we had some interesting panel discussions. But yeah, and then we were interrupted with the porn bomb. But a lot of this discussion is going to be reposted. And yeah, thank you for joining me here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm going to hang out, play this, and, you know, basically go ahead and play some music for y'all, you know, close this show out. And I'll be hanging out playing some extra music because I'll have to re-premiere this stream tomorrow. So if you guys want to hang out with me, listen to some music with me, you know, thank you. Bless you guys.
Prior to us, you know, what we think of as being like the so-called the Plains Indians, like that's actually something that was a product of our influence. This idea of like the Sioux on horseback riding into battle with the tomahawk, like that was literally something we created. They did not have horses, and they did not have a complete animus against everybody else who wasn't Sioux. What happened was that we gave them horses, and we gave them an animus against everybody else because we brought them all these diseases and all these problems. We tried to conquer them. We went and manifest destiny to our way across the plains. Of course, they were going to be so-called brutal, bloodthirsty savages. They were trying to fight for what little they had left. They're trying to fight for, you know, their society. Half of the population might have been wiped out by a plague that we brought them. And now we're coming in and saying, like, this is no longer your land. This is our land. Of course, they were going to be brutal and bloodthirsty. They're fighting for everything that they have. And I would hope that we would be brutal and bloodthirsty if we were being invaded in some sort of World War III situation, and we're potentially about to lose everything we have too.
With all the hormonal imbalances and people not knowing who they are, it has a hard time, you know, believing that people would actually stand up against any type of tyranny, because we're seeing that now, that there's so much tyranny happening and people were more worried about their pronouns than actually what's actually happening to them.
Well, the tyranny now, one of the problems of the tyranny now is coming from within. Like, our greatest enemies are our own governments. This idea, they're trying to create this image that like there's this, whatever the outside threat is, whether it's like now, I guess, China and Russia, and 20 years ago it was like the evil Muslim menace or something. The reality is that our worst enemies are the people that are lying to us consistently and pushing us down these roads towards war and towards hatred of our fellow human beings, and towards like basically like right now, especially for like ordinary working class Americans, their threat is not coming out of any other country in the world. It's coming out of their own country. It's the lying politicians and the lying billionaires that are lying and are fattening their pockets based on ordinary people's, like based on manipulating ordinary people's fears and anxieties. And we're seeing that right now, you know, with basically all the problems going on with foreign policy, all the issues going on in the rest of the world. Right now, they're trying to like, and they've been trying for the last couple of years now to motivate us to get involved in all these silly foreign adventures. You know, we've seen this for a long time, by the way. This is exactly what they did during the Iraq disaster, during the Afghanistan disaster. It's always about like, well, go and take out all your rage on the evil menace on the other side of the world that aren't threatening you, but they're threatening the powerful people that are above you and telling you what to think. But never, ever, ever go off the plantation and start questioning those powerful people. Don't question the media. Don't question the government. Don't question the billionaires. Don't question those people. Question everybody else. Question the ordinary person just trying to keep themselves alive in some Middle Eastern country while we're bombing the hell out of them. Question those people. Those guys are your enemies. The average peasant over there in Iraq whose family has been killed by our stupid drone strikes, they're the bad guys, not, the people that are up there at the top getting richer as you get poorer.
Some people feel that, this is a money thing, you mentioned as they're getting richer, but, isn't this much more beyond money? Because don't they print all the money? Don't they have all the gold? Don't they have all the diamonds? Don't they basically have a foothold financially on this entire system? Do you think that what's happening here in modern day is much more than just money?
There's more than, I would say, it's money and power. It's a desire for power and control. So people that are in power always want more of it. Nobody wants to have to share their power. Nobody wants to have to accept less power. Once you've got a certain amount of power, you only want more. And what's going on right now is that we have people, so the leaders of the United States, they're the leaders of the most powerful country in the world. But that's not good enough, because the most powerful country in the world still is not quite world domination. So they always want more, and they always are on the lookout to try to see how much they can get buy-in from the ordinary American public. And they found, and they're testing the waters all the time, right? I would argue that, like, the coup, that was a means of testing the waters. And they found that, okay, there's a certain amount we can go, and we can't go farther, or else, eventually, like, even a lot of, like, normies will start questioning things. So they're always, like, trying to, like, see, like, test the waters, see, like, how much can we get away with? How propagandized is the American public? How propagandized is the public in these other Western nations, Canada, Australia, UK, whatever it is, whatever Western nation you're living in, and even non-Western nations. You look at, like, India under Narendra Modi, and you see he's doing the same thing. He's trying to see, like, how much can I propagandize the public, lie to the public, empower myself at the expense of ordinary people. And they're always playing these little games to try and see just how much they can get away with. And unfortunately, in many countries, not in every country, not in a lot of African countries or a lot of Middle Eastern countries, but especially here in the West and in some parts of the East, they found out that they can actually get away with quite a bit.
In 2008, Obama apparently made some kind of a law into place, or a rule that, the propaganda that American, military were allowed to do to the rest of the world, lie to the world, they weren't allowed to do it to their own people, their own citizens. But in 2008, Obama signed something in that they were now allowed to do that to their own people, and not have any repercussions for it. When did you first learn about that? And, how did that make you feel hearing about that as an American, that your government can now, legally lie to you as its, citizen?
I cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains to strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. Cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains to strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. Caught a jab when you ran in my slaughter path. Each thought I draft is harder to understand than an Arabic autograph. Swing with every part I have.
Reverse your body chemistry and make you freeze to death in a boiling hot water bath. Cast tsunami's wrath if I have to. Make you announce your retirement 20 seconds after they draft you. The reason why men only use 10% of their brain is because within mine, everyone's 90% is contained. I conjure images that frighten apparitions off my premises. Equivalent to a judge because I issue out death sentences. I hang with hallucinogenic menaces who produce an invented corpse sending appendages that hemorrhage to the line finishes. Ran scared, the artist you thought was the man is dead. I swing hard enough to leave whips on you, so I beat you with a strand of thread. Rap homicides beyond imagination. My method for eradication of a migraine headache is decapitation. The number of patients equal too many for tabulation. Then I have to link two calculators up just to complete the equation. I'm extreme, my Holocaust range is stretching so far that the next scene is continued on the next screen. When I want to be left alone, I angrily set the tone. Train my larynx to soak in pneumonia and methadone. On the microphone, you need a chaperone. When it comes to spitting, do what your girl did to you and leave rap alone. I cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains to strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. I'm the warlock, the phantom that haunts your thought canyon. The mic's my only war companion, like a sword of D'Artagnan. I see nothing but you, my vision's in tunnel mode. A remote control probe implodes your frontal lobe. Hit you with hard tasers, biting is audacious, like dipping your head in hot grease and barbing for sharp razors. I shred you in the bodily confetti. You'll find a sample of your DNA inside every beast of the Serengeti. I rule with a rod of iron, the source of raw fire. Boss of an empire, I floss with barbed wire. I slaughter and cast them into the gas of my audio chasm until my audio has them in a full cardio spasm. My article, depth is nautical. Sparks that embark from my right metacarpal can set fire to a colossal bed of charcoal. MC rifler, cosmic meteorite stifler, the alternate universe entity code decipherer, the founder, the one-man school of shark surrounder. My counterpart was left with no parts left to counter. With a myriad of skill, I drill you and kill you with futuristic technology man is not familiar with. I've sparred with those who believe in Spinoza's God. With my mic as a Moses rod, they were all exposed as fraud. I caused body crucifixions with proper use of diction and double cross you like I was issuing true crucifixion. I cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains to strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. Cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains to strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain.
First century.
Sie ist ein Model und sie sieht gut aus. Ich nehme sie heute gerne mit zu mir nach Haus. Sie wirkt so kühl, an sie kommt niemand ran. Doch vor der Kamera, da zeigt sie, was sie kann. Immer Sekt, korrekt. Und hat hier alle Männer abgecheckt. Licht ihr junges Lächeln strahlt. Sie sieht gut aus und Schönheit wird bezahlt. Sie stellt sich zur Schau für das Konsumprodukt und wird von Millionen Augen angeguckt. Ihr neues Titelbild ist einfach fabelhaft. Ich muss sie wiedersehen, ich weiß, sie hat's geschafft.
First century.
God's against me, I might fight with my